students of Reddit, what is something your teacher did that really pee the whole class? I'm glad I get to tell this story. In high school I had a teacher for pre-calc who we'll call Dr. B. She was the worst experience I've ever had with an educator, bar none. To this day, I still hate having taken that class. As a sophomore, I had never actually had a teacher who was credentialed to the point of having a doctorate. The only doctors I really knew about were medical doctors. So when I started this class, I often called her Ms. B instead of Dr. B. Every time I used the wrong title when trying to speak with her caused her to ignore me completely, and not just me, but any student who did the same. As you can imagine, most kids had this problem initially. This led to an increasingly frustrating classroom environment, to the point where no one liked her and only spoke if they absolutely had to. I tried to get better at using the proper title, but I would occasionally make a mistake. Everyone hated dealing with her, and some kids would do it on purpose just to annoy her. One day I had to use the restroom and I raised my hand to get her attention. She didn't see me at first, so I called her name, Ms. B. Can I use the restroom? This B looked me dead in the eye, and then turned back to what she was doing, completely ignoring me. I was so goddamn angry I walked out and went to the restroom anyway. When I came back she tried to write me up for leaving class. I just took the referral and tore it up looking her dead in the eye. We had a bit of a standoff, you might say. A couple of my buddies were fighting to keep from laughing because I was never the rebellious type, so this was a treat for them. She let it go, so I figured that was that. When I got home, my mother asked me what happened. It turns out she called my mom about my discipline problem, and said that would have to accept a referral the following day. I told my mom what happened and thankfully she understood. Most of my teachers loved me and I never had problems, so this was not a normal situation. She said she'd take care of it. The next day I get called down to the office after first period, and when I arrive my mom is there with Dr. B, the principal, and a couple of other administrators. She then proceeds to go into crazy mom mode and basically tells them that any referrals written by this teacher would be ignored, and she would not force me into any kind of in-school or out-of-school detentions. It was one of my favorite mom moments. All I could think was heck yeah, things got a little better in class after that, but I still hated her and was happy when the year was over. TLDR, Dr. B was a B. One of our lecturers at uni once. Basically, he doesn't let any of us talk to him unless we make an appointment with him. Something that takes basically 2 minutes to answer? Nope. Write an email and he'll get back to you. You stop him in a hallway to ask him a question? Nope. Only through email and scheduled times. Like even if it literally takes less time to explain something to us than to say I will only answer questions during scheduled meetings. So email me and we can arrange something. He will insist on scheduling you in and then locking himself in his office. That's one way to pee off an entire year group of students. Didn't happen to me, but it was in the news recently. In a school a number of students were assigned to take over for some teachers who had to go to a conference and were told to wear business attire and only bring small bags. No backpacks allowed. Some of them brought backpacks because they lived far away from the school and had to bring a change of clothes, laptops, etc. because they needed to do schoolwork later that day. The faculty member in charge got so pee he burned their backpacks and other bigger bags with all those belongings inside and called them stupid because they didn't get their phone out from their backpacks. TLDR. Students brought backpacks and their backpacks were burned with everything inside it. New teacher introduces herself and says, translated for convenience, my name is Ms. Fight and if you don't behave I'll live up to it. It was freaking on from this moment. Picked their nose as if no one could see and very badly sneakily swiped it on a guy called Rory's back when he wasn't paying attention. Pure mental. Our Slovenian language teacher in middle school was from a different region of the country than us. For reference, Slovenian is a ridiculously hard language even for us native speakers, and it does not help that it's also incredibly fragmented by dialects, both minor ones spoken only in a few places and major, regional ones. And it's practically impossible to speak the same formal language written in the books. It sounds incredibly stiff. Then there's the issue with tonemic, think sing-song pronunciation, and non-tonemic, harsher, choppy sounding accent. They are both considered correct. however, and here's our problem. We are from the region next to the border with Austria, and German had a lot of influence on everyday language here. We use non-tonemic pronunciation and have serious issues with tonemic. We simply cannot talk that way. Our teacher was from the region where they used tonemic pronunciation, and she was adamant how our pronunciation is incorrect and utterly inferior compared to hers, in a really insulting way, and we spoke perfectly normal, semi-formal everyday Slovenian used practically everywhere. She went on and on and on about this in every lesson, so we refused to even try learning the tonemic way. It wasn't even a part of the lessons. It was just her pet peeve with us, and a few of the kids in class were from places where they still speak those almost impossible to understand dialects, so they only spoke in those to her. Our little linguistic rebellion was glorious and she couldn't do a single thing to stop it. 9th and 10th grade science teacher had a pretty outspoken hatred of 9th graders because they were fresh out of middle school and still babies. She also had the habit of trying to make herself seem smarter, cooler than she actually was by frequently telling the same stories about a trip to Africa, how she went to college and has a degree in biology, etc. She was honestly just an all-around bitter old bag, so I'm not surprised she was fired not too long ago. She always went off topic when we had a class with her. We had classic literature, and she starts the lesson, makes 2 sentences and goes on about how we should gift her and her children stuff for their birthdays to show respect and appreciation. Or she started talking about stuff she got no clue whatsoever. It was a disaster. I ended up switching high schools because of it. Failing 2 whole sections consisting of almost 50 students each in final semester because she thought she was above everyone else and her petty issues with colleges who was at the time our in charge. My main teacher is really not fitted for the job. She openly tells the entire class who got the worst grade. Most of the time it's a foreign student because she doesn't give him the tools he needs during tests so he can actually understand all of it. Several times I've been yelled at for being sick and not getting all papers I should have from her, even though she is obligated to offer me help if I've been sick. Because of this I was so stressed out at one point and pressured during class that I started to well up, so I discreetly turned away. She told the whole class while it happened in a belittling way that I was upset. This was my first year at this school. No one likes her but the school still keeps her around. My math teacher for 9 years. He bullied me and shamed me in front of the whole class as often as he could get away with it. Called me fat, stupid, lazy, in any way he could think of without actually using the words. It was one of the main reasons that I turned into that odd kid that even the bullied kids at the school bullied. So yeah, that sorta pee me off, especially every time I think back on it. As an adult, I've had the extreme pleasure to run into a couple of my more horrible teachers. My favorite time was when this particular bully of a teacher ran into me at the grocery store and started talking to me, trying to reminisce about old times like they were good. I just smiled big and said, "Frick you." The look on her face satisfies me to this day. One teacher screamed at my, admittedly annoying, class, "I don't get paid enough to take this crap," when I was 11. Another was obsessed with keeping our classroom clean. She kept students back after class to clean because she found pen marks on their desks, which I know for a fact were there before. On the other hand, I had an amazing history teacher who had a great gift for telling stories and used to bring out strategy board games so we could play through Napoleonic battles. She had sex with a student's father, which made his parents have a divorce. She was as pretty hated, got her car scratched and popped the wheels by other students. She did something in another class, asked a student to handle a jar of mercury, and the student, being the pubescent C that all high school students are, drops it on the cement floor, causing the entire school to turn into a biohazard zone for 6 months, involving the EPA from halfway around the world. To top it off, she made the students clean it up. The students played with the crap, and the incident went near unreported until said students got sick from mercury poisoning. Various teachers said that 1. Gay sex is equivalent to eating dirt. 2. Being gay is a choice. 3. People with specific disabilities shouldn't have sex if they can't procreate. 4. If you're born with an extra appendage, that extra appendage is evil. 5. Dogs don't have feelings. Yep, I went to Catholic school. Even the students that were Catholic thought those statements were outrageous. If you're born with an extra appendage, that extra appendage is evil. It wasn't me that killed him, officer. It was my evil third nipple. Oh, I've had so many. First teacher was new to the school and taught us science in year 10. She was always 20 minutes late to class. She was a fun teacher, but our lessons were only 40 minutes, so we'd literally waste half a lesson being late. Pee me off no end. Another teacher lost 2 years worth of my science coursework, which I had to read by the end of the week. That was 3 days. I'm surprised I got the grade I did and she didn't help. And finally the doctor. This one makes me laugh. I don't know how the rest of you address your teachers, but here in England it's common to call them Miss and Sir, but not the latest science teacher in year 10. Oh no, you had to address her as doctor, followed by her name, which was incredibly close to a well-known vegetable, which we took advantage of, and if you didn't she wouldn't answer or even acknowledge you. She asked if she could hit us. Asked our parents if she Oh, and every substitute ever who thought they were God when they walked into the room. Which vegetable? My math teacher in 8th grade gave us back a class test, but unfortunately forgot mine, which he then corrected in front of the whole class. I wasn't good at maths at that time and I got a 5. German grades go from 1 best to 6 worst. He even commented on this like, where's task 2B, Lucas? I can't find it here. I obviously didn't do it because I couldn't solve it. The whole class told him to stop, but he proceeded. I took it with humor, but I really wanted to go to the headmistress. There was this one terrible teacher who every class would get at least one thing very obviously wrong and would yell at the entire class if she was corrected. One time she said a gold nugget looked like an anvil, and on her last day she sent 4 of us to the principal's office. 1 for dropping his pen, 1 other for whispering to his friend, 1 more for having an opinion on the topic, and then me for asking her not to call my friends useless and flea-ridden dogs. We all threw a party when she finally left. She always insulted us and made us all feel worthless. Not a teacher but a middle school security guard. I was running to class and the bell rang right as I was getting in the classroom's door. Well, apparently numbnuts saw me enter at just that time, so he pulled me out of class to give me detention because in his eyes I was tardy. Legit made me miss class time because I was 1 second late for class. Frick you, Mr. Twinkie, you gigantic waste of space. Man. 5th grade, we had a sub who was a real bee. From making a kid cry for not bringing a pencil, to slapping her desk every 5 minutes for no reason. But one incident stands out. During maths, the class was quite rowdy because we had pay later. So, being the massive stuck-up bee that she was, she suddenly stops writing, erases the board and angrily tells us to put our books in the bag and get out a piece of paper and write down what she was writing down before she erased it. Whoever didn't do it wouldn't be allowed to go out for pay. The class went apeshit. No one could remember anything except for a handful of kids, who were allowed to leave. I eventually had enough and, while she was on her desk staring at her mug, secretly got my notebook out under the desk and copied half onto the paper. She was satisfied enough that it wasn't empty and let me go. Soon enough half the class did the same. From my 11-year-old self. Frick you, Mrs. Georgina. The ironic thing is I now teach high school level maths. In high school, one of my teachers would hear the bell go off for home time and keep us in for 10 extra minutes if we were being noisy. She'd add 10 extra minutes each time someone made a sound and we'd miss our school taxis and buses. So I just finished my high school, so soon I should go to university. But during my 4th year of high school my class had this new German teacher who was totally unbearable. She kept shouting at everyone and giving bad notes too without any proper reason. Once we had this test where only 2 people got at least 6+ and all the others were insufficient, so everyone was already mad at her. But then she did the worst thing she could have possibly done. I took my test to honest 4. Not too good in German. My fault. Although I tried to do my best nonetheless. Yet she calls me in front of everyone and she just says that I am retarded in the language because even if I study I am a failure. Useless to say that everyone got pee off at her, as we were a very supportive class and started reporting her to the principal and started boycotting her lessons as well. From what I've heard, these things happened also in other classes, and she in fact didn't get to renew the contract the later year, thankfully, but because of her I stopped having interest in German, a language I studied for 7 years, and other had the same effect. But now, I've got that interest back thanks to another good and supportive teacher. Moral of the story: bad teachers can really destroy the interest of one student into a subject. In 8th grade, we had a German teacher. She couldn't handle our class. We were terrible, I'll admit. At one point she got so frustrated with one little group in the back of the class and started yelling at them. One of the boys talked back and she told him to shut up and go back to where he came from. He was of Afghan descent. That was the moment crap hit the fan. The whole class started screaming at her. She walked out crying, and the class wrecked the classroom, writing stuff on the blackboard. Thing was said and written down I'm not proud of to have been a part of. She was German herself, and a lesbian, so it became personal and nasty real quick. Next week she was back as our teacher and everything seemed fine. I guess she and the boy she targeted had a talk and she apologized. The situation was never talked about again. But German class was never fun, and I don't think anyone chose to do German the next year. Not actually my teacher, but the teacher who ran the lower freshman English class, who most of my friends had. So the honors class and the lower class both read the same short story, and were both assigned a writing assignment. One class was given a 400-word essay, the other got a 150-word paragraph. You would guess the honors class got the essay, right? Wrong. The lower English class got the bigger assignment, and almost the entire class failed it because they hadn't been taught how to write an essay yet. Meanwhile, us in the honors class passed with flying colors because we were taught beforehand how to write what we needed to write. Accused our class of stealing. The class consisted of 12 and 13-year-old children. By the end of the class, just before lunch, the teacher discovered her keys were missing and decided to hold us back for 15 minutes, giving people the opportunity to confess. A confession did not happen, and this led to us missing our lunch slot and not eating unless you had a packed lunch. At the beginning of our afternoon lessons, our head of year as well as a pastoral care manager came to our class to let us know all our personal belongings would be searched at the end of the lesson if the keys were not turned over. This lesson lasted 50 minutes. After 30, both returned to say the keys had been returned and thanked us. They did, however, forget that from our current classroom we could see directly into the original classroom. These stolen keys were pulled from the back of her drawer and quickly pocketed. We had a new teacher just over a month after the incident due to further complaints. No apology was issued. Burnt our Pokemon cards because they are demons or something. Went to a religious school and apparently we are trying to control demon monsters. Anyway, they took them all from our bags during the peak Pokemon card fad like 15-20 years ago and burned them all in big pile. You misunderstood. This was a ritual sacrifice to call forth based god Mutwo. First day as a new teacher in our school. She came from a private school originally. Asked the class what a hyperbole was and we were silent as we hadn't heard the term before. She rudely goes, "Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was teaching a top set English class." Everyone in the class unanimously agrees after the teacher leaves to go get photocopies to make that teacher's life a living heck. Some students piped up and said she was just as rude as that when talking to her tutor group. Cue the next few weeks of being angels with our original teacher and being the worst class ever with the rude one plus complaining about the rude teacher to our original one and getting our parents to send in complaints about the rude one. We had her fired by Christmas. Teamwork makes the dream work. We had a class that was split between boys and girls via foreign exchange. Female student walked into her all-girls class with a new haircut. It was a bowl cut, straight across, and the teacher said, "Sorry bud, wrong class." Proceeded to make her cry. Nothing happened to her though. So she tells everybody if they fail a specific quiz she will call our parents. We got them back and my friend got like 49% and she was going to call his parents. Then it turns out she counted wrong and he ended up getting 51%. He still got his parents called. Teacher probably spent like half of each car on her phone. My 8th grade teacher spent the second semester making us write 20-page research papers. She made them a huge portion of our grade and talked about how important this was for us to complete to prepare for high school and university. I worked 3 months on it and spent weekends in the library downtown researching. I was so proud of myself when I handed it in, as it was my first real research paper. I mean at an 8th grade level, of course. She never even looked at it, never graded it, never got it back. I was one of 30 kids she did this to. Frick you, Mrs. M. Had a professor in uni that didn't grade a single assignment or test until the end of the semester. Not sure if you're doing the homework right, neither does he. Worried about that brutal exam nobody seemed to do well on. Hope you can wait 3 months to see it. Have question about that project you turned in? No you don't. Because you don't know what you got right or wrong. It wasn't until the last week of the semester that everybody's grade was put into the system. Needless to say, that royally screwed some people. Oh, he also had us all write a 15-page essay on subjects related to the class, complete with sources, a cover page, etc. Only to say forget about it on the day it was due. This didn't pee off the whole class, but it would have if they had known about it. Basically found out a tutor at a polytechnic would give 100% marks for handing in work. Started getting 100% for sending in blank Word documents. It was 3rd year economics at university and we were in a tutorial where a few of us were given topics a week or so ago to prepare and then present in front of the class. Now this teacher was pretty weird. He was the kind that signed off emails to his class as your friend, and tried to make jokes in class to make us like him. To be fair, I found him hilarious and he actually used real money to explain economic theory which we could keep if we won at his game. Anyway, each person had to present their topic and at the end we were all given a peer-to-peer feedback sheet where he made us rate each presenter and add pro and cons comments about them. I had seen peer-to-peer reviews before where you wrote comments, but I found it quite strange that we had to rate our peers out of 10. My theory was that he wanted to use our grading system to then decide final marks for the presentations as he was busy slaying creatures in Azeroth on his iPad. What really made the class tick was when he then asked us to go around individually and read our ratings and comments out loud to the class. We then all got up and protested like it was a riot. That was not cool, Arjun. Not cool. One of our teachers taught 2 different classes. They were 2 completely different classes, like US history and English. It just so happened, one day both classes were to have tests. The teacher also had to take that day off because of a family emergency. However, since it was test day for his classes, he figured a sub could handle it. No biggie, right? Well, turns out the sub couldn't handle that. My class was given the US history test, even though we weren't the US history class. Nearly everyone pointed it out, told her we had the wrong tests, but the sub just snapped at everyone and told us to take the test. US history was a junior level class and we were all freshmen. No one actually knew the material. The sub threatened detention if we didn't take the test. So, we took it. I actually did my best because, in my mind, I thought the sub was grading it. Most of everyone else put joke answers on it though. Next day, our teacher gave us the real test. After class he told me I did really well on the US history test for someone who never took the class. He gave me some extra credit grade towards my real test for doing so well. Obligatory, not me, but a friend studied physics at Manchester and had Professor Brian Cox as a lecturer. Lots of her tutorials in first year ended up cancelled because he was getting special leave to make TV programs for the BCC. He was also one of the only members of faculty who wasn't obliged to do research. I guess his fame brought a lot of good publicity for the uni. Nevertheless, everyone who studied under him was pretty p. In year 8, finished year 13 now, we had a Spanish teaching assistant who was becoming an actual teacher soon. We had a class and she literally didn't turn up for the whole lesson. So we were all excited and were messing around slightly, all taking selfies and stuff like that. And some of the kids in our class went to search for her even, and a couple people found her and she didn't care and still didn't come back to the class. After our fun ended later in the day, when confronted by the head, she tried to say she had no idea she had that class even though some people literally told her, and she tried to get us into trouble for not finding her. In university, our tutor didn't tell us about the extra credit work experience shows, which was optional. And then after the first show called us all lazy and useless in an email for not scheduling it between the class because it meant he had to do the work instead. I turned up for 2 of the shows to help because I felt bad, but he then laid into me about not coming to the first show. So I didn't turn up again. He emailed and asked me why I didn't show up, as he didn't go in because he thought I would be there, and CC'd in his boss and the head of the department. But my response: it's optional extra work that was meant for the whole class. I've done 2 days worth, which is the only time I can spare. Both of which I did on short notice after your first email, which I've included screenshots of. I would love to help out more, but unfortunately I had prior commitments which couldn't be cancelled on such short notice as you've given us for this work. I'm glad I did not come to help at this show, as the extra credit opportunity was only meant to be shadowing you, not doing the work itself, and a student without you to supervise would have not been able to cope with the show. His boss emailed back, thanking me for letting him know this was going on. Tutor had to go to training sessions, write an email of apology to us, and got a warning. AP World History teacher handed back our graded tests while complaining about how poorly the class did as a whole. Average was a high D, I think. Students noticed that several of our answers were correct, found proof in our textbook, showed teacher. Her response is that we were not supposed to study what the textbook said but what she said. Teacher was older and just counting down to retirement. After that, students complained and she no longer taught AP or honors courses. Teachers of Reddit: what the worst thing that happened on a school trip? I'm a student, but at our school trip 2 teachers had an affair. People found out 2 years later and they're still going strong, lol. Another teacher mysteriously birthed a child 9 months after another school trip with my sister's class. The father was another teacher that was on the trip as well. I live in a small town, and rumors travel fast. Father was another teacher. Oh boy, for a second I thought that was about to end up a lot sketchier than it did. Once my boss fricked up and we got to the airport late and we missed our flight. So 40 kids and 7 adults, and he refused to split our group up. We ended up having to stay an extra night. It was a nightmare since our bags made it and we didn't. Also had a student fall off the train platform and onto the tracks, breaking ribs and knocking herself out cold. She looked like a ragdoll going down and I felt helpless just trying to keep the other kids calm. She was okay eventually. Not a teacher, but once went on a trip to the woods. One kid climbed up onto the trees. After 10 minutes of sitting in the tree, he decided to go down, and one branch snapped and the kid fell. There was a small twig just sticking out of this kid's thigh. Rushed to the hospital later and is doing fine now. As a first grade student, the worst thing that happened to me was being sent home with Pinky just before my class and I were leaving for our field trip to the Bluebell factory. All I can remember was crying on my mom's lap all day because it was so unfair. Not a teacher, but a ski instructor. Many of my younger students will come from public schools on field trips. My boss always says get them away from the bunny hill, the easiest hill, to go on the chairlift, so the parents teachers don't see them fall. My worst story was when I had a group on the younger side, 6 to 10. The youngest girl had a panic attack on the chairlift. Luckily I was able to get her to calm down till the top of the hill. By the time we finally got to the top of the chairlift, she had already wet herself. So I had to get her and the rest of the group down to chalet and find my boss with an army of children. I could not tell them to resin we were going back because it could hurt her feelings. Mind you, she was crying the whole time. It took 30 minutes to get down the hill since none of the kids had skied before and my junior ski instructor did jack shit. I would have sent him down the hill with her, but he did not listen to a word I told him, and I didn't want a missing child case. Full stop. All the other kids were complaining that they have to go back and stop skiing. And trust me, there is nothing more fun than explaining to your boss that there was an issue like that. Not a teacher, but I was a student. We went out ice skating. A 190-pound guy I sorta knew. He was in one of my classes. Didn't like him, but I was too nice to tell him off. Was having trouble staying up and I was the closest person to him, so he grabbed me and used me for stability. Only problem was he was putting all his weight on me and ended up pushing me down. Then because I was what was keeping him up, he fell and in the process stepped on top of my fingers and sliced 4 of them open. I really despise that guy. I'm okay, but I still have the scars and a story to tell. Was on a week-long camp. About 80% of the students got really sick, throwing up, fevers, diarrhea, the works. I remember trying to sleep and every 30 minutes or so a new student would knock on my cabin door asking for more medication or another sick bag. These were 7th grade students and this was the longest they had been away from home. We went to Parliament House and literally had students sleeping and throwing up in little back rooms whilst a few healthy not as sick students completed the tour. A similar thing happened to the year level below me when I was at school. Everyone had to go home. It was extra sad because that was one of the best camps. When I was in the 2nd grade we took a field trip to the forest preserve. For me it was an awesome field trip. Being led by a guide through this cool hiking trail and learning things about nature was my kind of thing. About halfway through the hike a few of us decide to take the fun way across a thick log over a little creek. This kid named Marcello was in front of me and he was goofing off a bit too much and slipped. He fell into the creek, but in the process smacked his face into the log. We helped get him out of the water and noticed that his mouth was bleeding profusely. When he smacked his face on that log he got a stick about 2 inches long jammed up into his gums. It was pretty dang gnarly and the park ranger that was leading the hike called for an ambulance. I work with 18-21-year-old students with disabilities. We took the students on our annual canoe trip at the end of the year. It's typically like a 2-hour canoe ride through a chain of lakes and this particular year didn't go so well. One of the students was aggressively yelling at other students to paddle harder. Another student got annoyed and turned around and started beating this student with his paddle. We had to get all the canoes. There were probably 7 of them to shore to get these 2 students out because they were bludgeoning one another. Well, camp counselor story kind of adjacent in that parents put all their trust in camps and their employees to care for their kids. Anyway, camp contracted with outside rafting company for teen campers to do a rafting trip. One of their 20-something guides thought it would be awesome to sleep with a 14-year-old girl on said trip. I just remember the dark winds of shame that descended over the whole camp after they all got back. Police interviews. The girl's solemn parents walking through to get to the offices. The camp director, who was not on the trip but was having to step down and leave at night after campers had gone to sleep. Not a teacher, but when I was in high school a guy who was a grade above me went swimming in a lake during a school trip and was pulled underwater by an undercurrent. They didn't find his body until the next day. Our bus driver stopped on train tracks as a train was coming. Our bus full of 1st graders was approaching train tracks as the lights flashed and the gate started to lower. Our driver decided not to stop at the tracks, like any bus should by law, and thought maybe she could beat the lowering arms. She realized she couldn't and braked on the track. The first of 2. The gate arms slammed onto our bus, and a man stopped at a red light got out of his car to lift it off my side of the bus. I panicked from the front seat as the incoming train whistled, and the parent chaperones and I screamed at her to move back. She kept saying I can't go in reverse. She had no panic in her voice at all. Thankfully the train came on the 2nd track. I can't remember if she actually backed up or not. I was absolutely traumatized and spent the beginning of the trip on the phone with transportation. They sent us another driver for the way home, and our original driver sat awkwardly in the front seat. We take the same trip every year, and every year I cringe when we cross the tracks. Oh god, I'd say that gave you nightmares. It was my own Europe trip in high school. London, Paris, Brussels, Amsterdam. 1. First night in London, witnessing someone get their face slashed open by a broken bottle in a fight in Trafalgar Square. 2. Second day in London, encountering a dead body homeless person in Piccadilly Circus. 3. First night in Paris. Our hostel was rather close to the red light district and as we walked past a strip club the bouncer outside grabbed a friend's arm and tried to yank her inside. 4. Second day in Paris. Some kids were begging in front of the Paris Opera House and when one guy wouldn't give a kid money, the kid punched the guy in the face and broke his nose. 5. Some of the kids went into a coffee shop in Amsterdam because we were allowed to wander by ourselves in each city, and when we landed in Atlanta the drug dogs alerted because the kids had traces of pot on the soles of their shoes. 6. In the Atlanta airport waiting for our flight to our home city, the lead teacher fell and broke her arm and busted up her face pretty badly, so when we got off the plane in our hometown, The parents were horrified to see our teacher being pushed down the concourse in a wheelchair, looking quite worse for wear. This needs to be a movie. Not a teacher, but years ago, the grade above me was touring Texas for a field trip, about a week long, and they all rode in one van. Anyways, their bus was robbed while they were touring the Alamo. Now again, this was like a week-long trip around Texas. Since they had no extra clothes and like 4 or 5 days left on their trip, they had to all go buy clothes and other necessities from Walmart. Then the next year the bus they were on caught on fire. Guess they really had bad luck with field trips. They just graduated high school today. Had a kid drop acid on a trip to Disneyland. He assaulted a cast member. Then he tried to fight the cop that responded while screaming he was Jesus. I'm not a teacher, but I'm currently a student in Australia. My high school is a very well-off private high school, and so in year 10, sophomore year, the school sends the entire year on various overseas tours to different countries in Southeast Asia and Central Australia. I went to Thailand, but one of my friends went to Cambodia. When they were leaving to go to the airport to head home, he went to the toilet before leaving the hotel. Anyway, the teachers and all the students forgot about him and left before he came back. He was gone for like 3 minutes. So they all left for the airport, and now my friend is stuck in a hotel in country where he does not speak the language. Well, instead of panic, he manages to get himself a tuk-tuk. I think that's how you spell it, and manages to find his own way to the airport. In the meantime, the teachers and all the students only realize he is missing when they are 3/4 of the way to the airport. They went in 2 separate groups and each group thought he was with the other group. When they do figure it out, everyone is freaking the frick out. Once they arrive at the airport, however, who do they find waiting for them but my friend? Not only did he figure out a way to get to the airport on his own, but he managed to beat them there by like 10 to 20 minutes. This all happened almost exactly 2 years ago. Another story from a different high school in my area. This school has an annual trip to Thailand for the same reason my school does, except they do it in year 9, freshman year, and only have Thailand as an option. While on the trip, a bunch of girls decided to sneak out at night and get tattoos. Needless to say, they were caught and were immediately sent home. I'd also like to note this happened many years ago, and that the high school involved is a fantastic high school, and these were just a small group of unusually stupid people. That high school is awesome, and if I were not at my school, I'd be going there. Several years ago, my school decided to book a roller skating rink for a couple hours for an end of year trip. It was closed to the public. One student was both academically and behaviorally ineligible to go on the trip. Mom had other plans. She kept him home and simply drove him to the rink. After the field trip, kids went inside. She walked her kid over and attempted to buy a ticket. The ticket window wasn't even open, so she just brought him in. A teacher saw this and notified a staff member that the kid wasn't supposed to be there. The 20-something manager told mom to take her kid and leave. Mom lost her crap. She tried to slap the manager, then her kid's homeroom teacher. Lots of F-bombs and "I'll burn this shithole to the ground" ensued. Police were contacted, and her son had the pleasant experience of watching his mom get cuffed and stuffed in front of the entire 7th grade. Can't imagine why the kid had behavior problems. Not a teacher, but the student. I knew I wasn't popular. I got assigned to a hotel room with 3 other girls who were very vocal about their promiscuity. Fine, whatever. Then they told me none of them wanted to share a bed with me, so they were forcing me to sleep on the floor. Then they started throwing things on me while I was trying to sleep. Everything from toenail clippings to pieces of luggage. Then one by one they all called their boyfriends in the next room over and proceeded to have phone sex on speakerphone. When I asked them if they could be a little quieter, they told me to shut up and made me move to the room's entrance. Then they refused to let me use the bathroom in the morning. God, I hated high school. Parent here. My son went on a band trip and he said the bus driver was awful. Then later he texted that they got into a minor accident, but everyone's okay. My wife texts him back, "How close are you to the hotel?" He answered, "Touching it." I'm not a teacher, but there are lots of things that happened on the 8th grade trip to DC. My friends and I almost got lost because everyone was in front of us, and we got stopped because of a guy directing traffic. He let the cars go for maybe up to 3 minutes. despite seeing nervous 13 and 14-year-olds almost getting lost. Another time, there was a woman yelling at a cop right next to the bus. Another time, we were leaving an ice cream place to get on the bus. There was so much traffic and we were just waiting for 1 to 2 hours. It was so bad that people were recording it because it was usually never that bad. The tour guide literally had to get out of the car and yell at people in cars and direct traffic. Another time we couldn't go to Arlington Cemetery for a while because a bag was left there, and everyone had to evacuate because it was suspicious. Since that was delayed, we went to the 9/11 memorial. When we were just about to leave the memorial, the police told us to stay there because there was more suspicious activity or something. I was on the verge of having panic attacks many times, but thank God they never turned into actual panic attacks. Just went on a middle school field trip as a student teacher, where the kids went hiking in a nearby national park. As we were enjoying the hike, we passed by an elderly couple going in the opposite direction. One of our students told the husband that he should have been wearing a bra. I've never seen his teachers more mortified. Not a teacher, but when I was in 4th grade, our school in Japan had like big trips for the grade that they tried to make really fun, and the last few years got to go to a Coca-Cola factory and get free cans of Coke and stuff. So my class was hyped and we were so excited. Well, come to find out we were switching things up this year and instead we were going to a Mitsubishi car factory. The fumes in the engine room made so many kids pass out, almost including me, and yeah, kids were really unhappy and didn't really have a good time. Kid punched a dolphin. Petting tank at SeaWorld. Kid just hauled off and punched a dolphin. School was banned. Another time all the chaperones went to the beer tasting at Busch Gardens. That got a few people in trouble. Another time we had a kid from Kenya with us. She was straight up out of Africa for only a few weeks. When it was time to leave Disney, she got on the first bus she saw and ended up at Pleasure Island, Disney Springs now. Then there was the kid that destroyed 2 hotel rooms in Gainesville by flushing soap down the toilet. Another kid. Disney again roughed up a chipmunk. It was Chip or Dale. Disney security stopped our bus before we could leave and detained him. There is so much more. Not a teacher, but an autistic kid almost fell into a volcano once. I didn't go on the trip, but when I asked my teacher, he told me the story. They were in Nicaragua and there was this kid. Let's call him Timmy. Timmy had severe autism and had trouble functioning in a social setting. He was always too giddy for his own good. The trip started off okay, but Timmy would only eat pancakes. He literally starved himself until they went out to buy pancake mix for him. Later on they went to a volcano and they were near the top. Everyone was on their hands and knees slowly climbing, nothing too steep, and Timmy is at the top just giggling and throwing rocks into the lava and volcano. The teachers had to slowly coax him down and he still didn't fully understand what was happening. Now the school trips happen later in the year so we can see if students are okay to go or not. Also a few years ago a girl somehow snuck animal blood on the plane and when everyone was sleeping at the lodge thing she pretended to slit her wrists and she got sent home. My school was weird. Either the time our bus tipped over, or the time an autistic student wandered away from the group in Millennium Park in Chicago. Both events were distinctly different yet similarly intense feelings of dread for me. Luckily in both cases, everybody was, relatively, unharmed. Nobody lost their life in the bus crash, but we did have a fair amount of broken bones and concussions. Took about 40 kids to Europe this year. We had a few couples, most not super obvious, but we had to keep an eye on one particular pair. My worst fear was that they would try to have sex on the plane. Crisis averted on the way home because they broke up while on the Eiffel Tower. Not the day we went. Not while we walked to it. Not during the pictures. Nope. These kids were climbing down the tower and got into a fight that ended the relationship. Maybe not the worst thing, but I was relieved amused at the irony. We of course made sure they were both okay. They seemed to handle it well. As a teacher, I kept warning the children not to stand up on the bus because if the bus stopped suddenly they would fly forward and smash their faces against a hard metal bar. One girl didn't listen and learned the hard way that I was right. As a student, on a high school camping trip about 5-7 students were left behind at a national park while the rest of us went to eat pizza in a town several miles away. None of the staff realized they were missing until they showed up an hour later. Most horrifying, in one of the towns I lived in, Children from another town were coming in for a sporting event. Their bus was coming down a steep hill when the lady in a car going the opposite direction stopped and waved for a child to go ahead and cross the street. Neither the lady nor the child noticed the bus, which didn't have enough time. It hit and killed the child, with all of the children on board witnessing the death. Not a teacher, but I saw such a gross display of diarrhea in the bus we were riding. The dude literally wiped his butt with my classmate's backpack because the handkerchief he had was so full of crap already. Sorry, I'm not a teacher, but I am a student and know a few that's happened to me. 1. We went for a weekend into the mountains for Eco Week. One of the girls ran through the cabin naked. At the time everyone freaked, but I don't think anyone remembers it now. 2. 8th grade, I was in a leadership class, and at the end we went on a hiking trip. We went in 3 separate groups, the fast hikers that would explore more space, medium, and slow. I went with the slow as I was very out of shape, and we began our climb. I believe we were supposed to all meet up at 2 so we could get back to school. Well, 1 comes and the teacher grabs the map, and I hear her say to the chaperone, "Wait, where are we?" And as I remember it, we wandered off the map we were given. Terrifying. We wandered around. 2 came. I think at 2:30 the teacher found something and managed to get us back. The teachers were worried. The kids were just playing. Not me, but on one Eton, very old English public school, trip to the Arctic, casual. One of the students was killed by a polar bear and several other people were mauled. The bear was then shot dead. When I was in 5th grade, my class took a field trip to Washington, D.C. It was my first ever overnight school trip and a huge deal because we weren't in a wealthy area. It was basically a long weekend whirlwind tour of museums and such. To save money, we stayed in churches to sleep. There was on a church that had a large activity room, so we all slept there on the second night. Boys on one side, girls on the other, chaperones in the middle. An entire wall was windows without any coverings. At about 1 o'clock in the morning, some girl starts screaming. We all wake up to see this guy standing in front of the window staring in at us. He ran off, but word spread that he was exposing himself and the chaperones moved us to interior rooms and called the cops. I'm not a teacher, but I went on this one. It was a geography excursion to a reservoir where we'd learn about how it all worked and the impacts of it on the surrounding mountains and pond life. Everyone was extremely disrespectful and uninterested in what the guides were talking about. But the worst part was that the popular group vandalized a memorial to the 100 or so people who died in a bushfire there. At the school I went to, they took a previous class to New York City from WA State, and one of the girls decided she was going to run off with a boy she met there. They had her under close watch all night, but the next day she tried to hop off the subway at a different stop from the group to go meet up with her newfound love. They managed to stop her, but that night had to fly her home for fear that she would escape. She was 16. I was a Daisy Scout chaperone with a bunch of 5th graders, including my daughter. Can't exactly remember the year, on an overnight field trip to a zoo, to see nocturnal animals, etc. We were around 40 girls, and chaperones, finally beginning to fall asleep in sleeping bags on the floor of one of the exhibit rooms when a huge rat scurries across the floor and over sleeping bags, when I proceed to scream, "OFU" at the top of my lungs. The girls wake up and start chanting, "Oh oh 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 oh, you said the F word." I thought I was going to die of embarrassment. My daughter and her friends are in college now and still bring it up occasionally. Remember when? I definitely won't win any Mom of the Year awards. I went to an island with my school where we then had to cycle to our hotel. However, the teachers weren't with enough teachers to keep an entire line of students close to each other because some could actually not cycle at all and fell behind. So as we were cycling to the hotel, the wind caused the line of students to just ruin out over a mile or so. At one point we make a turn to the right and you are right there at the hotel. But most students didn't know this. So 2 students, friends of mine, who couldn't see anyone turning right and no one told them to, just went right past the turning point. The horrible thing was that as I noticed my friends weren't there and I told my teachers they weren't there, I got very crappy answers like, "Have you looked in their room?" So like after 6 hours the teachers suddenly start asking me where my friends are, totally forgetting that I warned them hours ago. The teachers go full panic mode and just decide to randomly start cycling through the pouring rain. Eventually I just see my two friends arriving on their own. They actually got a lot of crap for it, even though it wasn't their fault at all. Not a teacher. It happened to me. In the 6th grade my class went on a trip to Chinatown. We got to ride the train downtown. First stop was a Chinese buffet. There was this fried squid that looked gross and some kids dared me to eat it. It was pretty gross. The next stop was a Chinese cultural center. My stomach was grumbly. Next thing I knew I was throwing up everywhere and I couldn't stop. I wasn't able to home, so the rest of the day I was covered in vomit. I'm not a teacher, but in my senior year of high school we went on a trip to Disney World. We spent an entire day at Blizzard Beach, which has a giant water slide that sends you plummeting straight down really fast. Well, an 18-year-old from my class pooped herself on the slide and the entire area had to be evacuated and cleaned up. Bus driver for high school soccer teams sometimes. A kid crap in a Doritos bag while most of the kids were pee at a rest stop. Couple minutes later some poor sap stuck his hand in that bag to eat some chips and was awarded the name Poopy Fingers for the rest of high school. Taught in London and took a whole year group to the Globe in London to see Hamlet. My group were lining up wonderfully near the Globe so we could do registers, but besides us, a group of French students on a school trip, about 15-16 years old, were messing about beneath the Millennium Bridge. One was climbing up a slanted support block and slipped, fell and smashed into the ground head first from about 6 feet up. All my students, all girls, gasped in horror at the same time and I ran over, along with another teacher, to help. The injured student was convulsing at this point and I had to grab his tongue and hold it so he wouldn't bite the thing off. The other students were ranting in French, which I don't speak at all, but thankfully the other teacher spoke a little, so told them to go find their teacher. At this point, the convulsing kid had stopped, so I put him in recovery position and was about to call 911 when a St. John's ambulance cyclist went past, apparently a thing on the riverside in case of incident. My wonderful students flagged him down and he took over. The student regained consciousness soon after, but I feel he must have at least had a nasty concussion. My mum's a teacher and told me on a school trip to some fancy hotel some girls jumped from one balcony to another, 12 floors up, for a Snapchat video. What? Not a teacher, and didn't go on the trip, but it was bad enough that I hate those involved. So my high school used to do really awesome senior trips that they'd fundraise for it all year. My brother's class did Los Angeles, my sister's class did Puerto Rico, though that second one has its own story. About my junior year the French club in my school did a trip to France for the first time. Then while abroad both the students and chaperones, both teachers and parents, got drunk and that caused scandals, forever ruining field trips for the school. So for my senior trip we got a day trip to NYC. No overnight, only a 2.5-hour bus ride. The best part about it was going to the bodies exhibit. While it was still a nice trip, it wasn't something that we really stood up to previous years. Obligatory. I'm not a teacher. This happened to a class at my sister's school and I have had multiple people tell me the story. Pretty sure it's true. High school art class on a trip to another city. They stopped at a rural rest stop with a cafe for refreshments and a toilet stop and got back on the bus and drove off. A dozen kilometers up the road the bus driver saw a biker on a chopper trying to flag him down. Visible facial tattoos, sleeveless leather jacket, with gang patch, and dreadlocks whipping in the breeze. The bus driver didn't want to stop, but the biker pulls in front of him and slows to a stop, so the driver had no choice but to do the same. Driver and teacher watch as the biker helped down the female student left at the cafe from the back of the bike, retrieves his helmet from her and sped off. I know who the teacher was and she obviously managed to keep her job somehow. Ex-teachers, professors of Reddit. What was your frick this moment? When I found kids labeled proficient were actually 1, 2, or 3 years behind. Advanced included average kids. Parents are not told the truth about student performance levels. This, in a US premier school system. Mine wasn't so much a bad frick this moment. I used to teach developmentally delayed kids and it was awesome. The one moment that sticks out the most was when we were doing a lesson on dinosaurs. I don't remember exactly what it was about, but that doesn't matter. Anyway, the kids were having a blast pretending to be dinosaurs, so we just said frick the lesson and had dinosaur day. pretty much the whole day was spent acting like dinosaurs and doing dinosaur things. That sounds like fun. It's not for me though. I worked at an elementary school as a paraprofessional. We had a 9-year-old psychopath. The day he was pulled out by mom was the best day of that year. The whole year in general sucked. We had 13 kids and only 2 head teachers, plus 2 paras, including myself. We had that psycho kid to deal with as well as several other highly behavioral kids. We had one of the head teachers leave on maternity and leave no plans. The other para quit unexpectedly. I was so stressed that I was losing weight and my hair. I was experiencing other health problems with my monthly cycle to the point that I almost passed out due to blood loss 1 month. When my husband's grandmother died, I was given grief about asking for a day off for her funeral. We hired another para 3 months after the first one left. We had subs filling in, and she was just awful. Everything that went wrong I was blamed for. A kid threw a book at my back and caused a bruise on my spine. By the end of April I turned in my 2-week notice. I felt no guilt. Here's another for ex-teachers. Why do you gravitate towards working in liquor stores after? Real question. 3 past teachers of mine work in liquor stores now. Working with kids sucks. A girl hopped on my computer and erased the attendance for the day for whatever reason. When I wrote her a referral, she started stalking me around the room, crazy-eyed, making fists, ready to punch me. Even the other students in the class were scared she was about to jump me. I called security. Found out later that the girl, who was quite large and could probably cause some serious damage, was on H and other drugs. Administration didn't think that I needed to know. Still a teacher here but very nearly left the profession. During my EPD, early professional development, year, which here in Northern Ireland is your first year of teaching, I was hired by a school with a really rough reputation. Started in September and was given some of the toughest classes in the school, which I thought was a valuable learning experience even though it was really difficult. Principal called me into her office in November to tell me that she thought I was a terrible teacher and that she regretted ever hiring me. Direct quotes from her. Was given no constructive feedback or advice. Then was thrown back into the classroom for the rest of the day. Had no choice but to stay there as teaching jobs here are so few and far between. But this situation repeated itself in March, with her then telling me that I'd never be a good teacher and that I'd be doing the education system a favor if I quit and went back to working in the shop where I used to work. Also told me then that she had advertised my position and replaced me for the following school year without my prior knowledge. Then avoided her until June, when my classes sat their exams. GCSE class got 100% AC. Other classes did remarkably well. She had the nerve to offer me a reference on my last day, so I told her she could shove it up her ass. In another school now and so much happier. Have support of an amazing principal who regularly checks in and is impressed with the work I'm doing with my classes. Glad I stuck with it. Dang glad I read enough to get to a happy ending. I mean, obviously, the question presupposes a bad outcome, but I figured some people would have stories like yours. Congrats on doing well and sticking it out. Mother and father were teachers. For mother, when a parent, dad, tried to punch her in the face because his son had to repeat the year. The kid was a disaster and put zero effort in class. Later, someone scratched her car, put stickers on it and wrote slurs with liquid paper on the windows. She asked for anticipated retirement after this. For father, a male teacher, co-worker told him they should fix their problems with punches outside. Father is no small, so he stood above him and told him, okay, let's go. The other suddenly did not want to keep going. In the same day, a mother came because his son was not doing as good as she considered fair, and tried to seduce him. For both, not as teacher, but in a particular school, when a male co-worker told father they should have a private party, and if you behave, mother's name, dear, we will invite you. Father told him this was out of place and began to look for other schools to teach. For both, too much work, stress and problems, too little pay and benefits, to the point they had to wait half an hour to talk when they came back home before interacting with anyone. Second year teaching. My principal, first year in this role, age 30, and I had a disagreement about me using a microphone that the district supposedly spent a lot of money on. I taught art. It only got in the way. He didn't agree with my assessment and told me if I didn't use it he would hold me insubordinate. I used it. He then spent the rest of the year coming into my classroom to observe me at least once a week and would look for reasons to write me up. He once wrote me up for my lesson plans not being on the desk he expected them to be on when he walked in. In March he informed me that I would not be rehired and I didn't see him in my classroom again for the rest of the school year. I swore off the entire profession after that. I'm much happier as a nurse at a plasma clinic. What a douchebag. I had a senior finish the semester with a 40-something average and about 60% attendance. He was going to fail his senior year. On the day I was to submit grades, administration came to me with the student and asked what he can do to pass. I said take the class again. Well, that was the wrong answer apparently. I was forced to give him a few makeup assignments and a 70 to pass. He was such a troublemaker they just wanted him out. Found out 3 other teachers had similar experiences with this student. Told this story 100 times already, but it was the time I was breaking up a fight between a 12-year-old boy and girl, and the boy turned around and punched me in the nuts as hard as he could. The school administrators did nothing. His mom was in the room with him. She did nothing. The general feeling was, this kid's mom pays tuition. Deal with it. I dealt with it by leaving the school, opening my own private school, and taking half the students with me. Not sure if this qualifies, but I was an English teacher in China. I taught kindergarten and the little emperor syndrome really is a thing. The little boys in the class were total shoots, and the regular classroom teachers gave exactly 0 fricks in restraining them, though I saw a little girl get slapped for acting up. My breaking point was when I was in front of the class teaching and one little boy was running around in a circle right in front of me. I was ignoring him, but then he started slapping me really hard in the legs every time he went past me. On about the 6th circle, he wound up his arm to slap me and I just nailed him. Full on 2-handed shove. The kid went flying, skidded across the floor looking pretty stunned, though didn't cry. Then the teachers took it upon themselves to come over and give him crap, make him apologize and sit back down. At that point I figured I'm literally assaulting 6-year-olds. Probably best that I get out of this country. I left with 3 months still on my contract. No regrets. LOL. The PE teacher at my son's school picked him up bodily when he was fighting another kid with a hockey stick. Then had, I assume he was told to send me an email with a full explanation and an apology. I'm like, look, I would have done the same thing. I ain't mad. They're so worried someone is gonna get so happy. Getting accused of being racist because the majority of my office referrals were POC. Out of the 130 students in my classes, only 3 of them were white. Over 97% of my students were POC. Of course more of them are going to be referred due to sheer numbers. Racism is a thing, but my referrals were not an example of it. Administration didn't care, though. They'd rather I keep kids fighting and cussing in my classroom rather than appear racist. Taught for 6 years in low-income schools and a nice public school. Every day and in almost every class I had to use Jedi mind tricks to redirect and confront blatantly disrespectful students. It was difficult to balance modeling appropriate responses to disrespect but also being the alpha male adult in the classroom. I felt like my job was becoming more and more about managing behavior and keeping track of records than it was about teaching, learning, and those aha moments kids get. I was a really effective teacher, had good evaluations and good at behavior management, but still, not for me. My moment was realizing I was somewhat wound up before every class, every day not knowing what to expect, and that I was not giving my best time and energy to my family at home as a result. All of my energy was being spent on the kids. Also, it's becoming increasingly respectable to be blatantly disrespectful to others. Ironically, the same students are the most incapable to handle disrespect from others and the easiest to offend. Beyond the 4 walls of the classroom and into real life, they'd get their asses beat. I'm a teacher in New York City, one of the better state's large cities to be a teacher in. My salary isn't glamorous, but it's livable. If I worked a normal 40-hour work week, I would make about $40 an hour, but I'm expected to be at school, teaching or somehow managing groups of children for 9.5 hours a day, and on average, I spend another 15 hours each week lesson planning or grading, even putting in 65 hours a week. And I know some who work a lot more. The job is designed to be impossible. Hear me. Here in the United States, those that make educational laws are absolutely terrified of a meritocracy. They do not want most children to receive a quality education. So, they give you an impossible number of children to teach and an impossible amount of curriculum to cover. Instead of working to make class sizes smaller, they demand that you spend your own time and money earning more and more degrees. The kids can feel that something is wrong, that they're being denied access to a good education, but they don't know how or where to focus that energy, and so they, and often their families, blame the teachers and take it out on us. Today is actually my last day teaching. I gave it my best for 6 years and I just don't have another week in me. Honestly, I don't think my skill set is really geared toward teaching. But I've spent enough Saturdays writing lesson plans only to get called a B for trying to implement them. I wanted to be better, but I just can't anymore. Might be an inevitable frick this in a week. I work with emotional behavioral sped kids in an elementary school. My one-to-one kid and I have grown a bond since I work with him for the whole school day 5 days a week. We had a lockdown drill and he was hyperventilating and crying in the classroom in the minutes leading up to the announcement of the drill. The weight of the inevitable was just eating away at him. I spent nearly 45 minutes calming him down and keeping him quiet. Enter Jay, a real 4th grade butthole. Bullies other students, talks back to teachers, is rude to everyone. His parents think he is an angel child and never discipline and blame the school. Well, Jay sees my student crying, walks right up to his face, and makes a crying boohoo face to mock him. Instinctively I grabbed Jay by the sweater, pulled him into my face, and in the most stern voice told him to knock it off and get back to his seat. My student has a lot of anxiety issues and seeing the student attack that made me snap. So now I have a meeting with the superintendent, sped director, and God knows who else. Meanwhile Jay continues to go unpunished and pretty sure his parents will get me fired. Parents ruin the teaching career. Yeah, and people say they give a crap about bullying. What a freaking scumbag of a community and parents. If they're going to fire you anyway, do give them a piece of your mind. I realized I hated 99% of my co-workers and disagreed with virtually every new initiative we were supposed to implement. Liked my time in the classroom with the students, but there's a lot more to teaching than that. Not a teacher, but lamenting what I saw my professors go through. I have a bachelor's degree in craft and material studies. My goal had always been to attend graduate school and begin teaching in college afterwards. I'd say it's a sort of passion I found as an undergrad to teach people how to work with clay, but shortly after graduation, most of my professors started dropping like flies. Absolutely fed up with how the college was treating them, one teacher was promised a promotion. Later it was given to another teacher that most were working multiple jobs to make ends meet, still had their own student loans to worry about, and were simply being treated like crap. And this was as the top public arts school in the country, treating their teachers this way. I don't know what I want to do with my life anymore because of seeing their struggles. It almost doesn't seem worth it, even with the passion I have. Now even more so after reading everyone's comments here. Most of my professors went above and beyond what was required of them. They were influential to who I am as an artist and person, and this was for many students, not just me, yet they are treated so poorly. It's just not right. It only took me 18 months to wash out of teaching. The final straw was when the school decided they didn't want to hold back a student who had failed all of his classes the previous year. When I taught him for 6th grade, my first year, he was a huge troublemaker. The kind who discipline couldn't touch and who managed to rile up the entire class until they were practically unteachable. I mean, this kid did not give a crap about anything. There was even a rumor that he was prostituting his younger brother in the school bathroom, though no one could ever prove it. But he got held back after that year and was put into my class again. And he was really embarrassed that he didn't get to move on with his friends. He actually came to me that first day and said he really wanted to try to stay out of trouble that year and do well. For 2 weeks, he was a model student. He asked insightful questions, came to me for help with work, snapped at other kids who were acting up and interrupting class, and they listened. He was basically a different person. Then the school decided to bump him up to 7th grade with his friends after all. Overnight, he was back to being a little shithead and managed to turn the otherwise well-behaved 7th grade class I was teaching into pure chaos in about 2 days. I quit a few weeks later. Consequences were never enforced for the students, the administration wouldn't back us, and it just wasn't worth the stress and frustration anymore. Obviously this student wasn't the only thing, but he was the final straw. My mom used to be an English teacher. One of her co-workers caught a couple of teens smoking in the bathroom. They beat up the teacher. He quit and my mom decided to resign at the end of the year. The teacher that was beaten up is fine. He's a florist now. He provided the flowers for my wedding. Every term I have that moment just before finals. Up to about 5 students per term will come into my office and act all surprised that they're failing my class. They tell me they are graduating this term and I have to let them make up all the work they missed. I tell them no, then they freak out. But I need to graduate. I have a job lined up and everything. Then it was a bold freaking move to miss half of the assignments, hardly come to class, and never ask for help despite failing every test. The exact moment I decided that I wanted nothing to do with teaching anymore was when I was teaching a summer college class in differential equations while I was in graduate school. Most students are pretty checked out of mathematics by that point in their academic career and summer classes were the worst for student ennui. The day before each test, we would go over topics and example problems that might be on the test. I told them that the questions on the test would be very similar to each and every example that I was giving. I actually gave them every problem on the test verbatim in that class. The students were also allowed an entire sheet of paper to use on the test. The average was 55/100. I gave them the answers to the test and practically told them so and the average was still a failing grade. Screw teaching these ungrateful dumbasses. Well, I never made it out of student teaching, but I taught in the hood of Wilmington, the H capital of the US, and I have 2 men to count, but most likely finding out one of my 6th graders shot 2 people outside a gas station at 2 AM on a school night. Not a professor, but I imagine I witnessed that moment in one of my professors' lives. Had a kid in our linear algebra class that was off, maybe autistic. Not really sure, but clearly some sort of disability. The professor was a nice guy. It was obvious he was passionate about the topics he was teaching us, but occasionally he could be a real hard ass. His tests were a B. Well, this kid would just say the dumbest crap all the time. The professor would ask a question and the kid would raise his hand, then go 42. That wasn't an example. He would always say 42 despite it not being relevant to anything. Or he would just say for a minute straight then never come up with an answer. Sometimes the kid wouldn't even raise his hand and just go straight into doing that. And he would sit on his phone all class with the volume on playing some crappy mobile game. Despite his disability, everyone in the class just really disliked this kid for that. He would do it almost every class period at least once or twice. The professor quickly got sick of his crap and started just telling him to stop talking, shut up, etc. After like the 3rd Then one day the kid asked a legitimate question about something we were learning, which the professor seemed pretty surprised by considering the kid never says anything relevant. The professor starts talking about it and turns back to the blackboard to write. Then after talking for a bit turns back and sees a kid on his phone again, not even listening. Oh man, that was an explosion. You're just gonna ask Emmy a question and go back on your freaking phone? Are you freaking kidding, Emmy? I am so glad this semester is going to end in less than a month so I never have to endure your company again. You are the absolute worst student I have ever had. Continued ranting on this kid for a minute straight. Kid shut up real quick and started saying things like, I am sorry, I am such an idiot. I am so stupid, to try to get sympathy, and the professor just said, just shut up and stop talking or get out of my class now. Felt kind of bad for the kid because he clearly had some disability, but at the same time he should have been in a separate special education class. He does the same crap in all of his classes apparently. Still my favorite professor I ever had though. Probably gonna get buried, but here's mine. Took over 137 7th graders for language arts. Their previous teacher was fired because over 60% of them were below a C average. No lesson plans, one 40-minute planning period a day, and a 22-minute lunch break. I worked my butt off to come up with lessons that would both engage the kids and teach them. Their grades and test scores bounced back pretty quickly, and the administration showed appreciation for about a month. Then, the complaints. Mandatory parent meetings. If a student has a D or worse, I had to meet with parents. Then again, if it hadn't improved in 2 weeks, I inherited like 80 of these students. Wasn't grading fast enough. I had a by next Monday rule, and would often give them Fridays to catch up on reading homework while I graded. I was told I can't grade during class and the school policy was 2 days after due date. I told them I can only grade so fast, and they only pay me for an hour after school. They told me teachers are expected to stay late to take care of responsibilities. Sudden leash tightening on my curriculum. Instead of Huck Finn and The Outsiders, I found short stories and graphic novels to get them material they could digest easier and actually engage for homework. Also looked for non-white male protagonists to broaden them. Parents started complaining about me preaching feminism and Islam because of some of the characters. I'm a white, male, Christian. Principal told me to just teach what the other teachers teach. Practice tests. Was told I didn't do enough, so I showed their improvement since I took over, and that it was thanks to them learning, not practicing multiple choice. By this time the principal was fed up with me and said to do it or I was fired. I responded that she should go ahead and start looking for my replacement because I wasn't coming back next year. I was in college to become a teacher for all of a single semester. I volunteered to tutor local high school students since everyone in the School of Education seemed to be of the opinion that it's a good idea to get actual teaching experience as soon as possible, and boy were they right. The first day I go in, I'm paired up with a middle schooler who needs algebra help. 3 x 7 equals 27. Solve for x kind of stuff. Super basic. So I start explaining how you can treat both sides of an equation as expressions of a single number, which means that you can perform operations on both sides without invalidating the inequality, and he just stares at me saying nothing. So I kinda start working through a problem for him. Given the equation above, I would have said we could divide both sides by 3, but he didn't even seem to understand that. So at that point I'm trying to work through division with this kid, but he didn't even seem to remember how long division works. The hour goes by and we haven't even begun to solve a single problem before he puts his stuff away and leaves. It was at that point I realized that I didn't have the patience to teach the kids who either don't want to learn or have fallen so far behind that they lack the fundamentals necessary to handle their current material. I understand that some kids have tough home lives and learning disabilities and such, but that doesn't make it any less frustrating to communicate with someone who just won't or can't try to learn. This is one of the things that annoys me the most about teaching: apathy. There are days when I literally walk through all the answers with students, but at the end of the period they have nothing written down. It is really trying on my patience. Taught 8th grade math at a middle school in DPS, Denver. I caught 3 girls passing notes with very sexually explicit lyrics and weed references. I called all 3 of their parents. The reason being, 2 of the girls were great students and falling in with the wrong crowd. The 3rd was a good kid at heart, but stopped giving any fricks. I'd already previously talked to them, assigned attentions, talked to them again, to no avail. The next day, the principal told me to stop calling kids parents. The girls told on me because they absolutely knew he'd take their side. He was more interested in being cool than disciplining and looking out for kids. The principal also gave me a talking to for not letting a student who cussed me out while screaming back into the class until the student sat down and talked to me. When I looked at all the work I was doing to keep up, all the work that needed to be done that I brought home at night and weekends, and then at my pay. Not an ex-teacher yet, but it might be going there. I don't know if it was one particular moment, but this is really only my 2nd real year of teaching. Technically 3rd year, but one of those years was subbing with a couple of short leaves. My other 2 years are full year leave replacements. I'm getting burnt out already. I get no respect from students. I have to constantly tell them to stop talking, do their work, etc. And some of them talk to me like I'm an annoying sibling instead of their teacher. Every day is a battle to make them do their work, stop talking when I'm talking, Don't touch each other. Put down my globe. Put down his backpack. Don't talk when you're taking a test. They don't give a crap about learning anything. They bee and moan every second of the way. They act like learning about the earth is the worst goddamn thing imaginable and that me teaching them about hurricanes and weather fronts is actively making their life worse. They'd rather just be buttholes to each other and play Fortnite 24/7 instead of knowing anything. It's wearing me down, little by little every day. At first I thought I had just gotten unlucky with bad classes. My first year was a shit show for quite a few reasons, but I'm in a new, better district and it's still the same problems. How can I teach a group of people that don't give a crap about anything except for their own self-absorbed lives? So no real frick this moment, just more of a constant horror that gets worse with every passing day. This sub only furthers my belief that teachers on all levels should be making top dollar. They should be the most coveted jobs because they best and the brightest shouldn't have to have irrational levels of altruism to become teachers, and those who are that passionate and altruistic shouldn't have to live in near poverty. Imagine how much faster we would progress as a society if Ivy League grads slide into a high-paying public school job instead of one on Wall Street. Working for an American public school is so frustrating. You can't get funding for anything. They expect so much for so little pay and in such little time. I was working on a small after-school venture into robotics. Just a few kids after school for a couple hours or so. Basically just playing with mechanized Lego. I set it up that I could grade papers during the second half while the kids played. Supervisor told me I can't because I'm not focusing on the kids, but because my hours were so tight I didn't have other time to grade papers or make lesson plans or anything really. Everything you do is under the microscope, complicated and stressful, all for the same pay you get managing the produce section at your local grocery store. Something has to change. Teachers are patient by nature, but it's getting bad out there. I left the most stable adult job I've ever had with no other prospects because I just couldn't deal with it anymore. If anyone reads this, stand up for your local schools, even if you don't have kids. Be involved. Kids are the future and greedy adults are ruining it. For me, it was when a parent came up to me on parent-teacher night and asked me if my parents knew I was teaching. It was so uncomfortable, and he just walked away laughing with his buddies. That, combined with kids who cussed me out and posted online about wanting to fade me, a football coach who threatened my coaching job if I didn't pass his star quarterback, and too little pay to put up with all of that made me decide to leave after my first year of teaching. Now, I'm in law school and I couldn't be happier. I'm a grad student fresh on the job market. Since I was in college I dreamed of being a literature professor at a nice liberal arts school. The other day I was talking to a postdoc at my school and he mentioned he was excited to have his first on-campus interview for a tenure-track job. This guy had been postdoxing at a world-renowned institution for 5 years, teaching 2 classes a quarter. Students love him. He publishes constantly, and he just got his first interview? That really made the situation click in my head. I know other people who apply to over 50 jobs a year, and that's not an exaggeration. I'm still putting out job apps here and there, but I've gotten a lot more diligent about pursuing my non-academic freelance career. For a while I forgot that this question was aimed at teachers, professors, and I thought it was just workers. I was sitting here like, God, teaching sucks apparently, cause it's the only thing I'm seeing on this thread. Had a teaching license, was working as a tutor and helping out in a classroom where several of the kids were openly playing on their cell phones. After class the first day, I asked the teacher how she would like me to help handle this problem. She shrugged and told me that she didn't do anything about it because we need to pick our battles. That was the day I decided that education just wasn't going to work for me long term. Obligatory not me, but my so as a teacher. When my so was at an in-service day with other teachers the topic was violence in the workplace. Pretty standard. Until one teacher with a broken leg came up to the front to talk and tell her story. That teacher had broken her leg earlier in the year, skiing or something, but she was still wearing a brace and using crutches while teaching kindergarten. One of her 5-year-old students got angry and said that he is going to jump on her leg and break it again, seeing as it was a 5-year-old. She sent the kid to the office as kind of a timeout. Thought not much of it, just a kid, right? Well, after lunch the teacher had her leg up on a footrest as she sat and read to the kids. This kindergarten student climbed on a nearby desk and proceeded to jump on the teacher's extended leg, breaking it again. This kid was in kindergarten. So messed up that this kid thought that this is normal actions when angry. I can't believe she is still teaching. TLDR. 5-year-old jumped from desk on teacher's broken leg, breaking it again. Not me, my roommate. She came back to the apartment hysterically crying. She said she went to pick something up off the ground in class and one of her students ran up, lifted her skirt, and forcefully dry humped her from the back while she was bent down. She fell forward, and then the kid ran out. This happened in a classroom of 40 students, all of them laughing at the top of their lungs. Teachers of Reddit, what was the most BS answer you've seen on a test, quiz, essay, etc.? I had a fellow classmate turn in a paper in Spanish class. He was a well-known moron. Teacher, John, please come to the front of the classroom. John, did you write this paper? John, yes, Senorita Lopez. Teacher, John, are you sure you didn't use a translator on the internet or something? John, yes, Senorita Lopez. Teacher, John, this is in French. John, crap. Comma John, crap. John, murd. FTFY. Once in my GCSE geography class we had a test regarding natural disasters, earthquakes, tsunamis, volcano, etc. When assessing the impact of the damage a volcano could do, my friend forgot the word erupted and ended up writing, and I quote, the volcano volcanoed. After she'd marked them she had to read his answer out to the class because it made her laugh so much. I volcanoed in raucous laughter. Since I'm grading tests as we speak, let me pull one from the stack. Q. Describe how glaciers were involved in the formation of the Great Lakes. A. Glaciers were involved with the Great Lakes by forming them. Gave a geography test a month ago. Using the factors that affect climate, explain why Resolute is cold and dry. Resolute is cold and dry because it doesn't get very hot and there isn't much precipitation. A student was given a test that included a picture of a stalk of celery in a jar of water. The point was to discuss that water flows up the stalk to the leaves, blah blah blah. One student said, I don't know, I did not learn about celery. That guy was probably majoring in carrots. Q. Why did Mao and his communist revolutionaries go through the mountains during the Long March? A. To avoid the mines of Moria. We once did a presentation in biology in my sophomore year of HS. Great teacher who made up an entire murder story and we had to find the killer based on their string of DNA, and it was a great assignment. Afterward, we had to write a story based on the POV of anyone from the suspect list, which included a cat for giggles, and present it. One kid went up and said he was going to present from the POV of the cat. The entire freaking story was him meowing and my teacher was in tears. Cats see some things, man. Not a teacher, but I remember my friend's answer in a chemistry exam at school. Suggest a name for hydrocarbon. B. Paul. In my AP US history class I had a question that was something like, what were the Union and Confederates looking for that led to the Battle of Antietam, and I'm pretty sure it was a river or creek or something, but I couldn't remember at the time. So my answer was just, trouble. This one actually got a hearty laugh out of me. Great response. Just imagining two old Timmy Armors prowling around looking to start crap. Q. Picture of starfish. What type of symmetry is this organism an example of? A. Symmetry. 100 level college zoology course. I once asked my grade 4 class to each give me a reason why they deserved free time. A lot of them wrote stuff like, I've been trying my hardest at school. I've now learnt all my times tables off by heart, and a lot of them said that they deserve it because they've been doing a lot of final assessments. I gave them about 14 in the past week. One of them gave me I got a beef wrap from the school canteen and it was just disappointing. I am trying to imagine one of my grade school teachers with an internet handle like Lunar Thunderfuck. Probably with Mrs. Sharp. Should be a Lunar Thunderfuck. I graded standardized tests one year, and one of the questions was about how to set up a garden to perform an experiment. Any experiment. That shows you understand how experiments are designed. One kid actually got full credit, hit every one of the metrics, by setting up an experiment on what might get Sally to frick him in the garden. It was something of a game for us to get to bring a particularly WTF answer to our team lead, and mine was at the top of the board for almost 2 weeks. Class, Environmental Law. Question: what is NPDES? Students answer, an acronym. I gave him half credit for being a smart butt. I gave an answer like that once. Question was why the glaciers of the Antarctic were made out of fresh water. Question was about the origination process. Got half points with because they don't contain salt. Didn't do that good on that test though. I had a friend doing a media course in college. He had some bull's essay that he had to write, and the topic was is a computer a machine? God, beef and other mysteries. It was 2 pages long, and concluded with the line if cows don't exist, then God does exist, which means cows do in fact exist, therefore a computer is not a machine. He actually passed the paper. This is the best paper I've ever imagined reading. When I was a senior in high school, our literature teacher forced the 8 best students in his class to take the AP Lit exam, even though we never practiced for it and he wasn't really teaching an AP class. Sure enough, we were doing miserably and we all finished 40 minutes early because we'd all given up. The last essay question asked us to synthesize the themes from a few books provided on a list, only one of which we'd read in class. Flowers for Algernon. I turned around to look at the clock with 20 minutes left to see the kid behind me drawing the most fantastic picture of Algernon, a mouse. If you've never read the book, in high detail, with a sunburst behind him and a relevant quote surrounding it, it was nearly tattoo quality, all in ballpoint pen. I'm pretty sure he got a 2 on the test like the rest of us, but I hope the grader got a kick out of that. Teaching a freshman biology class at a community college. Short answer response prompt on the quiz was to describe the contributions of Rosalind Franklin. The student responded to the prompt with the entire "Oh, pardon me, thou bleeding piece of earth" monologue from Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. I chalked it up to a statement about underappreciation of female scientists at the time and gave him 2/10 points. Interestingly, on the same quiz he provided an exceptional 2-page description of supercoiling, carried over to an additional sheet of notebook paper for room. Odd kid. Sometimes you're just really studied up on the stuff you know and have no clue about the stuff you didn't study. Was a TAFE for microecon in college. Most of the students in the class were pretty bright, but there was one girl who really struggled all the way through. I felt bad because she was very nice, but when grading her quizzes it was clear she didn't understand the material. Anyway, I was moderating a quiz later in the semester, and halfway through I noticed that she had not written anything down. With 15 minutes left in the period, she stands up and walks over to my desk and exclaims, "I'm sorry, I forgot I couldn't work on Shabbos," and walks out. It was a Tuesday. Yes, but she studied for the test on the Shabbos and then realized her error and couldn't profit from her mistake by taking the test. Our French teacher loved our class but we goofed slack too much. On one of my French quizzes, the teacher was angry because someone put the French word for grass as la grasse. I had a class with a guy. I have no idea how he made it there. It was 3rd level Spanish. He tried to talk about his dog as el doggo. Dang, that was funny. Senior year AP class. It's the last month of classes and we had all basically stopped trying. Our teacher had a pop quiz that none of us were prepared for. The last essay was describe the significance of Griswold v. Connecticut. Thanks URRUG. I essentially wrote the plot description of the first vacation movie with my own insights into how it shaped laws. My teacher responded with the I award you no points speech from Billy Madison. He keeps the test to show students what not to do when you are unsure of an answer. A friend of mine is a high school English teacher, and once assigned his students a persuasive essay. Take a stand on an issue and write an essay supporting that stand, citing specific evidence. One student chose to do his on Stone Cold Steve Austin is the best wrestler who ever lived. Now, that's a dubious topic, but one could see how you could still attempt to write a good essay on that, citing his wild popularity, impact on the sport, etc. Nope. This kid basically spent a few pages rehashing his catchphrases. If anyone tries to mess with Stone Cold, he'll whoop their butt. The best though was the last line of the essay, which just closed with Stone Cold Steve Austin is the best goddamn wrestler who ever lived, because Stone Cold said so. Surely it had to be, and that's the bottom line. Chugs beer. Question. Describe the chemical difference between H2O and CO2. Answer. H2O is hot water because the H stands for hot. CO2 is cold water because the C stands for cold. Well, my shower has a lot of CO2 then. I had a math problem in middle school that said something to the effect of John has a binder for holding trading cards. Each page has 9 pockets. There are 20 pages in his binder. How many cards are in the binder? I said there wasn't enough information because the question never said the binder was full or had any cards in it at all. Mrs. Nasson was having none of that. Or you could answer not enough information. It is not specified if John double pockets duplicates. I once had a student sit in the back row for an exam, stare at it for a half hour, and then turn it in. When I looked at it, his name was on the first page. There was a donkey doodle on the second, and his only answer was on the last question. I'm too high for this crap. He did not pass intermediate algebra. Well, this is an answer I can finally relate to. There have been many times when I've been high and really not wanted to be at the time. I actually am a teacher. Crazy, I admit. My first year teaching 8th graders, I got a lot of plagiarized material turned in on essays, but the one line that will forever live in infamy is that of the 13-year-old boy who wrote, "In my 28 years serving in the Air Force." Last question of a test. I can't recall what the question was, but the kid wrote down math as balls. Yep, the main issue was he passed because he got most of the other questions right. He wasn't a dumb kid, just lazy. I have to write government exams for my job to get certified, and a long time ago 2 guys named the Ginzel brothers wrote a pile of questions that can be chosen randomly for your exam. One of the questions that can show up is what are dilithium crystals used for, which has nothing to do with your job unless you work on the Starship Enterprise. If anyone's wondering, they are used to regulate the matter-antimatter reactions in a starship's warp core. I gave a pop quiz that just asked them to tell me something about the Reading, and someone went into detail about the Macklemore concert they went to the night before. I love rolling the dice on if there would be a quiz on the Reading the next day. Question. Why do these molecules stay together? My answer. The kids. My teacher wrote her and I got a point. Teaching a college class in freshman composition, I had students write a brief in-class essay on how not to do something. Thinking that this would be more interesting than the standard how to do something, the student's essay, in its entirety, how not to write an essay, step 1. I was at TAFE for a very introductory physics class last year. The question was something like, Jane has a mass of 42 kilograms and is tied up on a platform on one side of a 30-meter room 20 meters in the air. Tarzan has a mass of 60 kilograms and grabs onto a vine swinging from the middle of the room when he stands 20 meters in the air. If he starts at an initial velocity of 0, what is Tarzan's velocity at his lowest point? What is Tarzan's and Jane's velocity as they are exiting the building? What I received for an answer: to the window, to the wall, till the sweat drips down my balls, all them be crawl. Jane can suck my dong. A ski sake mother sucker. A ski sake goddammit. Thank you for that. I about fell out of my chair at work laughing because that was so out of left field. As an engineering student and ex-physics tutor, I could definitely see this being written by the kids that come in the day before the final begging me for help with everything. Teaching at a college in Tanzania, I asked the students to write a basic information 1-page autobiographical essay so I could get a general understanding of their writing skills. 2 students copied off each other, a male and a female. One exam had a question on probability. It described a simple game involving a coin flip and asked what is the fair price you will charge your friend to play this game. One student carefully calculated the correct value for the game's expectation value, $1.20. Then, he concluded, the fair price I will charge my friend to play this game is $2 because I want to make a profit. That's not a BS answer. That kid's clearly actually thinking. Had a student refuse to answer a question because he felt it was racist. He was black and the question was about the black character Crooks from Of Mice and Men. I could have forgiven him if I was asking for anything about the names he was called, but this student, who didn't read the book, said, because Crooks was black, and he was black, I should just give him the points for the question. I gave him the points. then failed him because he only got a 25% on the rest of the test. He called me a racist. My first year teaching 9th grade English, I had my students write an essay that was basically an analysis of a novel they chose. One kid handed in an essay that was very obviously plagiarized, and the formatting looked familiar. I looked the book up on Wikipedia, and sure enough, he had just copied and pasted the first couple sections verbatim from the entry for Goodbye Mr. Chips. I wrote 100 really big on the top of the page, and then wrote a bunch of stuff on the bottom of the page about how mature his analysis was and how hard he must have worked. I wrote turnover at the bottom of the page, and on the back of the paper I wrote just kidding really big, with an explanation of why his grade was actually a 0. When I handed the essays back, this kid got so excited that he had gotten such a good grade and fooled his dumb crap teacher that he didn't read the back and handed it to a friend to show off. I knew his friend took the time to read the back when I heard "You're freaking idiot" from across the room. My students used to hand in plagiarized articles right off of Wikipedia without even bothering to change the text of links to black. They earned those zeros. I just recently taught a unit over Romeo and Juliet. While we read the book, I also allowed them to watch the modern Leonardo DiCaprio version. On the test, I gave quotes from the text and asked them to identify the speaker of the quote and how do you know it's the person who speaks it. One of which was "A plague on both your houses" from Mercutio. Who says this as he dies? One of my students wrote on that Romeo. I know he said this because I saw it in the movie. I once used the wrong formula on a physics question but also fricked up the calculation and ended up with the correct answer. The professor asked to see me after class to tell me that at first he had marked it wrong because he thought I had peeked and wrote someone else's answer at the end of my gibberish, but once he worked through my work realized how I got the answer I did. He gave me half credit because he had never seen it happen before, so there's that. In my sophomore year of high school, I was in the standard classes for everything as a sort of break from the AP stuff and was getting sort of bored with it. In my English class, we had an assignment to teach us about paraphrasing. The assignment was basically to read an excerpt from the New York Times about a bedbug epidemic in New York and paraphrase 5 sentences from the article. This article was about 2 columns long and really boring. I was done with my first 4 in about a minute and we had the entire hour-long period to complete this assignment. I could have picked any of the sentences and been done, but I decided instead to have a little fun with it. One of the sentences read, "When bedbugs are not eating or sleeping, they apparently spend their time fornicating," and I used this as my last sentence. I took the next page and a half to write out the most ridiculous and awkward bedbug erotica you would ever have the misfortune of reading. My teacher handed the paper back a week later and it was covered in red ink, bleeding comments like, "and why," and in tiny numbers, like she was ashamed to assign me this grade. 100%. I had a lot of fun with that class. Sorry, Mrs. Swenson. Was a teacher's aide. I've got a couple. A student in an AP class clearly did not know any geography. In an attempt to get partial credit, they marked water as land. Nice try, had to give them a few points for at least knowing the names of locations. Short answer responses. There was a kid who would regularly answer in one sentence when it clearly asked for at least 5. They would be vacuously correct. I asked the teacher, she gave him full points most of the time because he was rather brilliant in class, just stupendously lazy as frick. 2 girls had carbon copies of their handwritten holiday break assignments, down to the goddamn tornado writing down the side and stupid contractions that made no sense. I stapled them together side by side, handed it to the teacher, both marked with 0 and recommended escalation to administration for plagiarism. He agreed. I used to teach ESL. The question was, Q. If a group of fish is called a school, what do we call a group of birds? A high school. Hey, at least they're learning what puns and dad jokes are. The assignment was to write a 1-page description of a topic you wanted to write about. Question. Description of why you are interested, and who would care. Student hands in a 3-page plagiarism of several news stories. It definitely took them longer to find and connect that material than it would have taken to just do the actual work. It's the only time I've ever done this, but I failed her outright in the 2nd week of school. If you are so dumb as to not do a simple assignment in your own words, especially one that is the basis for the entire course, and to hand in a blatant plagiarism, you do not get to proceed. Maybe she was moonlighting as a reporter at several different news agencies, and you just failed one of the greatest journalistic minds the world has ever known. 30 years from now she'll recount the time some dumbass teacher failed her on an assignment years ago. People will laugh. People will clap. I'll never forget this answer from a Reddit quiz about great explications. Q. What were Mrs. Joe's last words? A. Mrs. Joe walked over to her husband sitting down in his chair, leaned into his ear and delicately whispered, "Frick this crap," or something like that. Dude got 1 out of 4 points for that. When I was in high school, my gym teacher asked the class what the most important meal of the day was. The first and only answer he got was Chick-fil-A. It sent the whole class into laughter and the teacher told him to go run a mile. Joke answer to a joke question. I don't really see what this teacher's problem is. On the AP Physics exam, my answer to find the charge of the outer shell was a picture of a bunny in a lab coat attaching a car battery to a turtle. You know, to find the charge of the shell. Needless to say, I did not pass that exam. Of course, the bunny should have attached a multimeter to the shell to find out how much the voltage dropped from the maximum. Snapchat from my buddy who's a teacher. Q. What state is Mercury at room temperature? A. Planet. I suppose not technically incorrect. I am a teacher of Reddit. In my time, I have seen many answers that could be considered by some to be BS. These answers have been on several different mediums, including but not limited to tests, quizzes, and other forms of coursework. Just restate the question as an answer, in hopes that the teacher just scans the paper to see if you wrote anything. Q. The 2018 FIFA World Cup will be held in Venezuela. T. F. Justify your answer. A. F. The 2018 FIFA World Cup will not be held in Venezuela. My mother taught English Lit for a number of years. Her students had to write a poem, and one of them handed in the lyrics to Hotel California. She was like, "You do know I own a radio, right? Comma guitar solo. What an interesting line of highest class poetry." Not a teacher, but he was one of the students I graduated with. Essay prompt. Write an essay on something that isn't an art, but treat it like an art. Should take 1 page. X. The art of tying your shoes. His essay. The art of writing a short essay. The art of writing a very short essay is quite simple. Use this as an example. Teacher's response. I don't know if this is brilliant or lazy. Comma, I don't know if this is brilliant or lazy. If you have to ask, it's art. What happened in school that still pisses you off when you think about it today? When I was 16, I started living by myself. One of the things that still pisses me off years later about the first year or so that I lived alone is that, even though my marks were actually improving at the time, there were still teachers who told me they liked me better when I lived with my parents. Yet, please teacher, tell me more about how I should have moved back in with my abusive parents. I liked you more when you were quiet and submissive. Frick that teacher. I went to a small private Christian school. Had 12 people in our senior class. We decided to skip an hour and go to Dennis for breakfast one morning. So it comes time to ditch and no one goes. Everyone chickens out. It was me and one other kid that ended up going. The other kid didn't make friends easily, and in such a small school it is easy to single someone out. He was kind of known as being troubled, weird, no friends, etc. Well, I coaxed him into ditching with me. Figured it would be a good experience for him and make him feel a little less alone at school. So we eat our breakfast and go back to school. Teachers and principal are wondering where we went, so we just tell them we went to go get breakfast. I get detention and this other kid gets suspended for 2 days. They said he was a bad influence on me. I hated that so much. I felt so bad I couldn't get him out of trouble. Sorry Ben. Comma, I get detention and this other kid gets suspended for 2 days. LOL. Somehow that made perfect sense to them. My teacher was teaching us that pi was exactly 3.14, with no other digits. I didn't know much about maths at the time, but I knew that pi had a lot more digits than that. So I said that pi wasn't exactly 3.14, which prompted the teacher to shout at me, "How could you think that? You only heard of pi this morning." When teaching pi for the first time, it probably is easier to tell kids that it's a terminating decimal, but this still annoys me. Freaking with the kids that are actually interested in something actually know something about it, because their questions might confuse others is the worst thing to do. You're supposed to encourage these children. Jeez. A teacher told me I couldn't keep a bottle of water in my locker because it could be vodka or something. I told her she could smell it and check. She said, that's not my job and that I could just use the drinking fountain. I asked her if she would use the drinking fountain instead of her mug the tap in the teacher's lounge. She wouldn't answer. Water bottles were banned at a school I worked at because a teacher was caught with a vodka bottle. When I was a sophomore in high school, this kid got really sick with mono. So bad he was hospitalized, and the principal announced over the whole school about this kid. He said if you wanted to make a card for him and his family you could drop it off at the front office. Of course this kid was an athlete and a popular kid. Well, about a week later I was hospitalized with histoplasmosis. It's an illness that attacks the lungs and dang near killed me due to the treatment I was taking. Well, I got better and went back to school after about a month of being in the hospital and in a coma. When I get back, no one realized I was that bad off. I asked if the school let everyone know and the school didn't. It just bugs the crap out of me, because I knew just about everyone in my class and no one knew I was in the hospital and could die. Not even one single card was sent to me. I cared but didn't care enough to make a huge stink about it. What really peed me off was my crappy English teacher who failed me and treated me like crap when I got back. When she told me I would fail even though I had taken the final and got a B, I got up and walked out of her class after calling her a crap teacher. I took the class over again during the summer, but that still pisses me off how I was treated differently because I didn't play sports. I had a teacher who asked the class to identify the body's largest organ based off the definition of an organ that we had just learned. I raised my hand and answered correctly that it's the skin. The guy tells me I'm wrong and says it's the liver. I explained to him why my answer is correct, but he still tells me I'm wrong with zero explanation. This was also the guy who asked me to multiply 912 and explain how I arrived at the answer. I got the right number, but apparently my mental model, 910 plus 92, was wrong. I have a math degree now. Frick that guy. I assume you meant 9x12, and you did it mentally by breaking it down into 9x10 plus 9x2. I do the same thing. The guy is an idiot. I have a mole on my neck. Some bastards at school tried to burn it off with a magnifying glass during a biology lesson, and ended up setting my jacket on fire. They didn't even get in trouble for it. My 10th grade English teacher was going to law school, so she gave us tons of busy work which I hated. One day she wanted us to study our spelling words, the whole period. I pulled out a book and started reading. When she said something I told her I knew all the words. She pulled my chair out into the hallway, gave me a special Miss Smarty Pants test. She grabs her Black's dictionary and gives me 20 words phrases to spell, like habeas corpus, which I remember BC it's the only one I got wrong. A few weeks later we had to write an opinion piece on any topic. We wouldn't be graded on our opinion, just grammar, spelling, etc. I had just been to the first casino in Atlantic City. My dad knew somebody. We got to stay on a finished floor in a really nice suite and play pretend games in the casino. No real money yet. I opined that the casinos in Atlantic City would be filled by mostly middle class folks looking for a getaway. She wrote wrong all over it in red pen. Gave me a C for my opinion. Fast forward 10 years. I'm a paralegal. My boss is annoyed by this attorney. Asks me to take the call. It's her. My boss is on the line, listening. She and I agree I'll get her interrogatories by Tuesday. Monday she calls, flipping out. Then comes to the office. He tells my boss I'm a liar. I promised Monday. He said no. I was on the phone. Her face. Then I had to do it. I told her who I was. Karma is a beautiful thing. TL. Doctor teacher treats me like crap. A decade later, karma for the win. When I was in high school I transferred schools at the beginning of second semester. My old school was ahead of my new school when it came to math. For example, at my old school you took algebra a year before you would take it at my new school. So the new school puts me in the math class that corresponds with my grade level, but I'm bored because I already took this class at my old school. So my guidance counselor bumps me up a level. I was only in the class one day before the teacher decided I had missed too much and wouldn't be able to catch up, even though my old school had already covered a little more material. The best part? That day in class she had asked a question and none of her students knew the answer even though several of them tried. I answered the question correctly. 10 years later it still makes me mad I didn't fight harder to stay in that class. In my freshman year, I went on a trip with the orchestra. This was an expensive, 4-day long trip, so I was going to miss that Thursday and Friday. The conductor gave us forms for all of our teachers to sign, and these forms made it explicitly clear that we were going to be missing these 2 days and that our teachers were not to assign us work from those days and expect it to be done, as we had a full schedule and would not have time to complete it. Well, my science teacher decided to ignore this warning and assign us work. She was one of those older, strict teachers who felt more against the students than for them. Regardless, I showed her the sheet where it said she was not to expect us to have it done the next Monday and she understood. Fast forward to next week, she asks to collect homework and openly questions why so many people didn't do their work. About 1/3 of the class was in orchestra with me. Confused, I went to her desk and politely reminded her that those of us in orchestra had been given a pass. Much to my surprise, she responded incredibly bitterly. She told me being out of town was no excuse and it should have been done. I knew I was fighting a losing battle, so I just said I would have my teacher talk to her. The next part is the killer though. After returning to my seat, 2 of my non-orchestra friends asked me what had happened. I began to explain when the teacher yelled this: "Oh, don't be a crybaby. You can cry all you want, a needy whale. But that doesn't change the fact that you should have done your work, but since you were too lazy to, you tried to make an excuse." I was okay with her not accepting my excuse. I could simply contact the director about that. But calling me a crybaby? I found that inappropriate. So I stood up and told her she had no right to say that as my teacher. We argued for a good 15 minutes while the whole class watched in awe as I stood up to this teacher that, quite frankly, no one liked. Finally, I stormed out of the room and got my dad to pick me up. The next day, I told my orchestra director, who notified the principal. The 0 in my gradebook disappeared, and the next week, she announced she'd be retiring at the end of the school year. TLDR. I went on trip, was told I didn't have to do homework. Teacher tried to make me do homework, called me crybaby for explaining situation to friends. I got teacher fired. Forgot my lunch one day in 3rd grade on a Friday. Burgers and fries day. I ate my fries, drank my milk and left the burger. The lunch attendant literally forced me to eat my burger before she would allow my class to go back to the classroom. I took a bite with tears running down my face and spit it out immediately. I'm Hindu. Out of the office, you had a religious discrimination lawsuit on your hands, buddy. I'm not the most athletic person, but I love badminton. When badminton season rolled around, I asked the coach when tryouts were. She looked me up and down and said, "We don't need you." A kid in my class missed a few months of school because he was getting chemo, and when he came back, one of the old math teachers said something along the lines of, "You'd have better grades if you didn't skip so much class." The entire class collectively told her to go frick herself, and this kid stood up and said, "I have fricking cancer," and walked out as I walked by the classroom on the way to the bathroom. He died 8 months later of leukemia, right before graduation. Frick you, Ms. Cronin. Year 7. About 12 years old. Regular school. 2 students with vision impairments. Student 1 has had cataracts and related problems. Student 2 has an underdeveloped fovea, severe myopia, nystagmus, and other low vision issues. A handout is passed around. Student 1 can see it, student 2 cannot. Integration coordinator drags student 2 out of classroom to scream at her in the hall. Door open, that if student 1 can see it then stop faking blindness for attention. Same teacher made fun of student 2 getting a cane. I once got detention in math class because I was helping a classmate with a problem while the teacher was helping someone else. He got POV I was talking and distracting her. Still pisses me off, and the little crap of a girl never spoke up even when she asked me for help. Infuriating. I was suspended twice for wearing shorts during the winter. I haven't ever been so angry at a school official as I was then. I failed typing class. I can type over 100 WPM. To make the teacher happy, I used the standard positioning, which basically just meant I had to think about what I was doing while taking the tests rather than flying through it. That netted me about 60 WPM. One day I got done with my work way early, since even 60 WPM was still better than most of the class, so for shoots and giggles I decided to go back and retake the test, typing how it's comfortable for me. I got almost 130 WPM. Needless to say, I was happy with myself, so I took a screenshot and saved it as a .bmp in my student folder on the school network drive. The next day I go into class and open up my network folder, and the file had been renamed to Busted. I opened it up and added, in giant text, across the screenshot was also busted. Not more than a minute later the teacher comes by and pulls me out into the hallway. The stupid fricking C starts berating me for hacking into the school system and changing my test scores based on a fricking BMP file. She goes off on me about how she is going to take me down to the principal and get me expelled and blah blah blah. I was generally a good student, A's and B's. Didn't frick with anyone or cause trouble. I was flabbergasted. I was being accused of cheating by someone who clearly didn't know anything about what they were talking about. So I snapped, called her a fricking C, told her she was clueless and that you can't hack into systems and change scores with a BMP file. Told her to go ahead and fricking take me down to the principal's and I'll get her butt fired. It's been like 15 years and I was heated, so I don't remember all I screamed at her for. I think she realized she fricked up though. She didn't take me to the principal. Didn't get me expelled. Instead she moved me to the shittiest computer in the class that lagged like crazy and didn't even have internet access. She also bitched at me every time I tried to talk to someone in that class for the rest of the year. Generally made my life heck in that class. I probably could have had her job because of that, but I was a kid and didn't realize. Nowadays it pisses me off but also amuses the crap out of me. People see me typing fast at work and it's silly to tell them that I failed typing class in high school. I failed typing class. Typing class. Mavis Beacon can go die in a fire. Obligatory change names forewarning. Chris was gay. Chris was somewhat flamboyant and did things like dress up as Lady Gaga for Halloween. Chris was bullied. A lot. Verbally and physically. Chris told his counselor. Chris told the security guards. Nobody, bar one security guard who moved to Japan, coolest freaking security guard ever, did anything. It was always "we'll do the best we can do" bulls. So Chris decides that it's for the best if he has some way of protecting himself from his attackers. He brings a taser to school. He's bullied again and again, but never pulls it out. He knows it's a last resort, too lonely if crap gets real frickin' bad. One of the people, I wouldn't call him a friend after what he did, who talked to him decided to tell the principal that he had a small taser. I get that Chris shouldn't have had the taser, but the fact that he was suspended for it, after he'd explicitly asked for help and asked for his abusers to be punished, I'm seriously still miffed. Ugh. We had a journalist come in and give a careers talk. Afterwards he asked if any of the students there also wanted to be journalists. I put my hand up. Afterwards, one of the teachers came up to me and said mockingly, "I'm Jess Tickles and want to be a journalist." So mad. We had a huge midterm project that was going to be 20% of our overall grade. The subject was a person who had changed the world from their accomplishments. I spent over 40 hours of class time and library time working on my research paper, PowerPoint and huge folding poster, to only get a C. I gave up on that class after this, and half-assed the end of the year project. Just put in simple text responses, one picture etc. Got an A. Frick the public school system and giving teachers the right to grade as they please. On the last day of school, my 4th grade teacher announced how many books her best student read in library class. It was somewhere around 200. She then proceeded to announce the worst student to read 3 books all year in front of everyone. That student was me. It was my 10th birthday. The only time I ever got detention in school was in 8th grade, because I was walking back from lunch and the class bully, fat white guy, literally tackled me and shoved me into the wall. This was in full view of the hall monitor teachers and everyone else walking down the hall. I punch him in the face to get him off of me. He's literally crushing me against the wall, holding my throat, and the teacher somehow sees that and gives me 3 days of detention for disorderly behavior. Worst part was when my advanced math teacher walked in. I was 3 grades above in math, more than the normal 2. So I was one of only 2 kids in that class. And he tries to convince the teacher who reprimanded me, this butthole teacher who everyone hates so much that when he got to cast for his leg, everyone kicked it by accident as they walked down the hallway, that I wasn't a bad kid and this obviously won, this obviously won, this obviously won, this obviously. I actually had to apologize to the kid who physically and verbally abused me for 5+ years, and that only made things worse. Good riddance though, now a senior in high school, and the kid has a sub 1.0 GPA, very few friends, and may not graduate on time. Back when I was in high school we had these forms to get out of pay. It was for if we were doing a sport or going to some sort of gym class outside of school. One office handled it most of the time I was in school and no one ever had a problem. Then the vice principal took over the job. I couldn't find out when this stupid form was due. Well, turns out I missed the deadline. She finds me in the cafeteria during lunch and calls me over. I apologize, despite the fact that she couldn't get her crap together enough to establish a due date before this happened, and tell her I can turn it in tomorrow. She proceeds to scream at me in the cafeteria about how she's sick of how I think I'm freaking special and I'm not getting away with this. Then calls me into her office later to similarly berate me, although this time not in front of everyone at least. Calls my parents and starts telling them what a horrible kid I am. My parents proceed to lose it at this vice principal. They knew I had been trying to figure out when this form was due, and even if I hadn't, fine, tell me I have to take gym, but don't literally yell you think you're freaking special at me in front of the rest of the school in the cafeteria. Talk about unprofessional. Not only that, the gym teacher found out what happened and refused to enroll me in gym. Said she was being ridiculous and I could turn in the form. Suck a dong, Mrs. Adams. This is going to get buried, but whatever. My sister was in 2nd grade and was very small for her age. There was a boy in her class who had been held back a year and was big for his age, so he enjoyed beating the crap out of her for some reason. The kid had some behavioral issues, so each time my sister told the teacher would explain that the kid had issues and he didn't mean to hurt my sister. Blah blah blah. Nothing was done. My parents got involved and were trying to put the onus on the school to control this freaking hooligan of a kid so my sister could stop coming home with bruises all over. But nothing ever was done. I was in 5th grade at the time at the same school. At recess I went to check on my sister and sure enough, this freaking kid was bullying her again. So being quite a bit bigger than this kid, I ran up behind him, grabbed him by the shirt collar, and dragged him to the faculty with my sister trailing behind me with her nose bleeding and her clothes torn. My sister calmly explains that the big bastard was hitting her again. I calmly explain that this kid was beating the crap out of my sister and they needed to do something about it, or I would. The kid sulked and bitched and told the teachers I had come out of nowhere and attacked him. The faculty suspended me and called my parents to tell them that I was bullying this kid, who couldn't help his behavior, and if I did it again I would be expelled because they had a no tolerance policy for bullies. No freaking tolerance my butt. Luckily my parents took my side and my sister backed me up, but I was suspended and that little sucker tormented my sister for the rest of the year. I don't personally care that the kid had behavioral problems. Either he was controllable and can follow the same rules as anyone else, or he's a danger to himself or others and he shouldn't be there and allowed to beat the crap out of kids a fraction of his size with impunity. There's no reason that my sister deserved to get her butt kicked on a daily basis just because he didn't like her face. And there's no reason that I should have been suspended for simply grabbing the kid and taking him to be punished, as he freaking well should have been. Chaps my butt to this day. I had failed 6th grade. While in 7th, my principal offered for me to get moved back up where I belong if I got straight A's the first semester. I did except one class. Allegedly, I never turned in any homework. At the end of the year it was all returned to me graded and aced. Middle school art class. Tossing a friend's lunchbox over his head with another friend playing keep away. Teacher enters room. Tries to get me expelled for a hate crime because my friend is Jewish. became a huge issue, but luckily he went to bat for me and got it reduced to a week of lunch suspension. This happened to my son when he was 8. I got a call from his teacher that he had been acting up. Turns out he had been standing in line for an assembly, and as children will do, he began to fidget. The teacher told him to straighten up, so he tensed up his body and became rigid, then leaned against the wall as if he had fallen part way over. The teacher said, "Don't get smart with me." To which he responded, "But this is school. I thought we were supposed to be smart." I was a proud angry dad that day. I was prangry. "But this is school. I thought we were supposed to be smart. You're going to have grandkids. Your kid's already a dad." I arrived to school 2 minutes after the doors were locked due to my car not starting. Had to get a ride from someone else. So I had to run to the front of the school to get in the only unlocked entrance. As I walked in, going to my first class to take a quiz, I get yelled at by the front desk lady. That since I was late, first time ever, I would have to sit this block out in ISS. In school suspension. Another girl walked in behind me and was able to go to class because they knew her, because she was always late. I then tried to redo work in ISS and was told I couldn't do anything but sit there to think about what I did wrong. Still mad almost 10 years later. I was in 2nd grade in a Catholic school. I was standing in line heading for the cafeteria and lunch when I started playing air guitar. A nun just ripped into me and told me to never ever do that again. All the guys near me asked what I had done and all I could say was I didn't know. So move ahead 20 and years, it all of a sudden hit me what she was talking about. She thought I was playing with myself. What a perv. This happened in 1st grade, so you can tell I hold a grudge. There were a bunch of kids gathering around up near the playground. So I walked up to see what was going on. As soon as I arrived, a teacher grabbed me, along with a bunch of other kids as well. It turns out the group of kids were ganging up on someone, kicking dirt and throwing rocks at him or something. The teacher just freaking assumed I was doing it too, and I'll never know why. How could she make that mistake? I had just shown up. So anyway, the teacher sends us all to sit in timeout until lunch is over, and I argue to her that I wasn't even a part of the bullying. The gang leader, trying to get out of it, says I wasn't either, and the teacher tells us both to be quiet. When lunch is over, I'm sent back to class, and the teacher notifies my own teacher about how I was bullying a student. My teacher says that's so unlike me, and that she's so disappointed. The good news is that teacher who got me in trouble must have been like 70 at the time, and that was 30 years ago, so she's definitely dead by now. Copied from another thread. When I was in 7th grade, we were about to be handed back math tests that we just wrote. My teacher was telling the class how everyone completely bombed the test, with grades in the 20s to 40s. I raised my hand and asked, "Everyone failed?" And she said yes. So me, being a straight A student with strict Asian parents, sat there like, oh crap 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 crap. We then got the tests back, and turns out, I did perfectly fine. So I said to myself in relief, I didn't fail. My teacher then yells at me to get out of the classroom, and outside in the hallway, she proceeds to yell at me for disrupting the class by yelling I didn't fail, and making all the other kids in the class feel bad because they have to deal with failing grades. So she made me stay inside for recess and write a letter of apology, and sent me home with a letter to my parents about my behavior. TLDR, I was punished for not failing a test. I had a study hall instructor tell me that he was not allowed to read in study hall. If I didn't have homework, I needed to put my head down on my desk, not read a book. I didn't understand, and asked for clarification. Ended up getting detention for reading Watership Down during study hall. It still lights me right the frick up to think about it. I'll never forget 7th grade history class. It was 9/11/08, so we were watching a documentary about the Twin Towers. Same one we watched every year since it happened. And we got to the part where people were jumping out of the top stories and a girl stated that that would suck, jumping out and knowing you're gonna die, to which the teacher responded, well, the people's adrenaline in their body killed them before they hit the ground, quickly calling her out on such bulls. I said, well, in that case, why don't at least the teacher got wrecked though. Our teacher wanted to know how long each of us perceived a minute to be. This was 2nd grade. So she put on a timer and told us to raise our hands when we thought a minute was over. She says to start now, and I naturally start counting the seconds in my head. The exact moment I raise my hand because I think it's been a minute, her timer starts ringing. So she's convinced I waited for a ringing even though I never knew there would be one. She berates me for cheating and restarts the timer on silent with only me to participate. I'm now the center of attention, and when I raise my hand 15 seconds early this time, she tells everyone how obviously off my sense of time is, and everybody laughs. Frick you Ms. Hawks, you dumb fricking bee. I hope you got cancer up your butt and died a slow miserable death while your weird fricking husband cried watching the life in your eyes dissipate and your skin shrivel and wither away. Thanks, I needed to get that out. In my high school there was a big rectangular block where all of our science classes were. The rectangle had a really short side and a long one. There is a one-way policy to reduce traffic around the block. Anyway, it's the first week of a new year and the science block is new, so I am not sure where my chemistry class is. The block is quiet and I decide I'll walk against the flow up the short side to check if my class is on the other long side of the block without having to go all the way around. I get halfway up the short side and suddenly hear a man screaming my name. I turn around to see Mr. Immican shouting at me, spit flying from his mouth as he does. Still screaming, he says it's a one-way system and when he calls me I should answer. I had headphones on and he had called me once and then went full nuclear when I didn't turn around. At this point I try to tell him that his response is massively disproportionate. I had headphones etc and tell him to calm down. By now we have gathered quite a crowd and in retrospect I think he didn't want to fight a losing battle publicly because he was way out of line, so he says come to my office at the end of the day. I come back and explain I wanted to find my class. It was quiet. I had headphones in, and your response was why over the top. His response was that rules should be followed regardless of circumstance. If I am on a roundabout at night and there are no cars, I still have to go around it the right way. Anyway, I am still not letting go and apologizing as I think he is out of line. He threatens me with the senior management team, the SMT, and I say I would be happy to go and see them. We leave his class and go to the principal's office by walking the wrong way around the science block. So if I'm on a roundabout at night, in honor of move-in day, Raz of Reddit, what's the worst parent-student separation you've seen? In a helicopter parenting situation, I had left my phone number at a desk for a desk attendant one night I was on duty. A resident saw this, my personal number, and gave it to his dad. Dad calls me and immediately starts yelling that there is a leak in his son's bathroom ceiling and pee has been leaking through it. Okay, how long? For a week. Has he done anything? Notified anyone? You're the RA. You're supposed to know. Dad chews me out for 10 more minutes. I check out the kid's room. He's got towels all over the bathroom floor. I look up at the ceiling. Super light leak. Definitely not pee. I tell him so and tell him to file a maintenance request. He demands that I do it for him. I point him in the right direction, but he's a big boy, so no. He demands to know if what I know is water is pee. I casually ask why he let what he thought was pee leak into his apartment for a week. As I go to leave, he tells me he's going to demand that the university pay for his ruined, wet, the function of towels, and he wants my contact info to file a complaint. I nod, give him the info, and leave. His dad calls me a day later, but I had spoken to my boss the night before. Hi, I'm calling on behalf of, yes I know, sir, but I'm an RA and I handle students' problems. If he wants my attention, he can call me himself. Otherwise, I don't report to you. Have a nice day, sir. Delete my number. Mom thought she would be able to live with her daughter in the dorms. Upon being told that wasn't possible, she withdrew the daughter, and they both went back home. Been an RA for 3 years now. Every year, without fail, there's always that family that helps their kid move in on Sunday and then stays the entire freshman orientation week until school actually starts the next Monday. Except the freshmen obviously have activities to go to all throughout the week, so the parents, who can't accompany their kids to the activities, sit around either in the kids' room or in the lobby of the dorm. It drives me crazy. Last year was particularly bad, with an entire family of mom, dad, siblings, cousins, etc. all camped out in the dorm's lobby for a week. The university seemed to pick up on the fact that this is a problem, because this year they introduced a new event into Orientation Week, a goodbye lunch specifically for parents to give them the hint it is time to leave. Oddest story I had one room that had completely different roommates. Not like Goth and Yacht Club odd couple sort of thing, but two different away from home experiences. One had been in a boarding school for years and was laid back. Second was a homeschooler with drill sergeant dad and doting mom. The laid back resident's parents didn't even show up. I asked him if he came alone and he said his parents were in town but wanted to avoid the chaos and would say goodbye tomorrow. Second resident almost seemed dazed when his parents left. His dad told him to stay in college, like an order, while mom cried and took forever to leave. Next day I check in on both. One was gone. The homeschooled one had moved out, drove a few hours and had arrived at his house 20 minutes after his parents did. A fellow student in the dorm was from the same town and even same church, which is how we found out. The parents of the remaining resident showed up the next day, asked where their son's room was at. I told them and they thanked me. Then asked if the freshmen had events planned or were they free for dinner because they wanted to take their son and his new roommate out for dinner. TLDR, one resident, sheltered his whole life, couldn't last 24 hours away from extreme parents. Bet daddy was disappointed. More funny than sad or bad, but this happened when I was moving into the dorms my freshman year. I am the second child in my family, so my parents had already gone through it once. My dad saw another father on move-in day who looked like he was on the verge of tears. My dad, trying to be friendly to the stranger, went up to talk to him. My dad, first kid going away to college, crying dad, number. It's just that I went to Michigan and my daughter going to Michigan State is really hard for me. When I was in RA in 2014 to 2015, one of my residents was 27-28 and was still having a hard time moving out of the house, but not because of her emotions. Her parents came over every night for dinner. They were over an hour away and kept on trying to get her to drop out and move back home. It became really hard for her. It got to the point where she asked me and the other RAs to tell her parents that she was out when they came to see her. They got mad since the first time we had to tell them that. She said she didn't know what she was going to do after the school year ended, but that she didn't want to move back home. She just wanted to be free from them. Yikes, poor girl. Hope she got out. Engineering school, 1970s. Mom dropped her kid off at his dorm and drives away. Yes. Pushed his suitcase and a few boxes out of the car. Told Junior goodbye, study hard, and left. Junior was 15 freaking years old. Super genius child prodigy with zero social skills. His roommates were horrified, but most of them had little brothers, so big brother parenting kicked in. The kid was pretty well socialized by the end of the first semester, and had a collection of de facto big brothers and big sisters helping him live life. It was a relief, because as a house counselor I was really worried I was going to have a bad situation on my hands. I did not need to do anything at all. Did buy the older guys beers a few times to thank them. That sounds like that movie Real Genius. Not in RA, but a friend's dorm had the worst case of parent-student separation I've ever seen. See, there wasn't any, at least if the mother had her way. The day after move-in the girl's mother showed up in the middle of the day and asked for keys to the daughter's room. Yeah, no. Then she wanted someone to come with her upstairs and let her in. She was only there to get her daughter's dirty clothing. Why can't she do that? Still no. After 20 minutes of arguing the woman left a note and told the poor guy at the front desk that it wasn't the last he'd heard from her. Insinuated he was some sort of pervert or rapist for covering the desk in a women's dorm. And said he'd be lucky if firing and being kicked out of school was all that happened to him. When the student was informed she seemed totally embarrassed, apologized for her mother, and said it wouldn't happen again. 2 days later the woman came back at 5:30 AM in the morning, shoulder surfed the passcode to the building, and then, when her child wouldn't answer calls from the lobby phone, snuck upstairs when one of the residents was leaving. Woke up the entire wrong floor of people by banging at the door to an empty room and eventually got escorted out by my friend and public safety. But I just wanted to take my baby out to breakfast. How am I going to know she's eating right if I don't? I'm her mother, and I pay for everything. So you can't make me leave, I'm going to sue you. You're trying to keep me from my baby. Public safety kept someone in the lobby 24/7 for the next 3 weeks. It would have only been a few days, but scuttlebutt was that she tried twice more, including once in disguise, sunglasses, a baseball hat, and a set of university sweats. I feel bad for the kid. I had to tell a parent of an 18-year-old freshman that I'm not allowed to key you into her room to set up a surprise party, even if mom is paying for the dorm. It's a legal thing. Mom was soupy. She called her daughter, who then agreed we should have keyed them into her room cause mom is paying. Sorry, it's still not allowed. That roommate you have, talk to me privately. She is very pleased I didn't let strangers in while she was boning her boyfriend, and that's why we have rules. Accidental wingman. Wasn't a rabbit, I worked in housing. I think the worst was the overprotective mother. She constantly called her son, who ended up not answering after the third call of the day. Mum would then call his Ra, who would go to the student's room and tell him to call his mom. If he didn't do this, she called the Ra again and had this repeat. It hit its climax when the mother couldn't get her son or the Ra on the line and called the office in a fit of panic that her son had done drugs and died. No, he was just playing pool and ignored his phone. I think the director of housing stepped in at that point. We didn't hear anything after that. Kid's mom left him a $100 Subway gift card for food. He sold it to another freshman for $20 to buy alcohol from an older student. He then proceeded to spend the next 2 weeks begging food and money from people. In addition, any legal issues or housing violations we had, this kid just happened to be around for. Never really the perpetrator, but he always seemed to be there. Had a neighbor a couple doors down my freshman year that moved in and immediately started taking bong rips in his room in the middle of the day with dozens of other freshmen and parents still milling around the floor doing move-in stuff. My roommate and I walked by and tried to tell him to keep it on the down low, but someone had already called the police. Dude got a possession paraphernalia charge and had to go down to the station, then attend an academic council. Barely scraped by but was able to stay in. I knew a guy like that. He got 2 strikes in the first semester and had to move to an off-campus apartment the second half of the year so he wouldn't get kicked out from all the drinking, drugs, and partying he did. I figured he ended up overdosing or in jail before graduation. Nope, I ran into him after I graduated. He became a pharmacist. I guess he always did know a lot about drugs. My raw time was the early 90s. The worst I saw was a guy who cried for 4 days after his mom dropped him off. It was the first time he had been away from home and had been extremely sheltered and couldn't handle being alone. It took a while, but his roommate was friendly and a genuinely nice guy and he helped him acclimate. The second wasn't necessarily separation issues but a fight between a father and the roommate. His son was heterosexual and he and his dad were both strict Christian and macho stereotypical jock types. He saw the posters that his roommate had up, mostly muscly men in speedos and musical posters. They both went ballistic and started harassing the poor kid. He stood up for himself and they jumped him. It took me, the other Ra and 3 other guys from the floor to pull them off. We ended up kicking him out of the dorm and he was reprimanded by the university. This was over a decade ago. Mom and dad moved their daughter onto my floor. Most parents arrive and leave within 3-4 hours. This family were one of the first to arrive at 8:30 when the doors opened and spent the morning decorating. I was busy so I said hi and kept on trucking. They took their daughter out for lunch and got back at like 2 p.m. Very nice send off so far. At 4 p.m. they were still there. The room was decorated. The daughter and dad were just awkwardly sitting there not sure what to do, but the mom was fussing back and forth around the tiny dorm room. At 6 p.m. I was rounding up anyone who wasn't already down for dinner to make sure the introverts didn't just hide in their rooms on the first night. This family was still sitting in this room together. So, I said, "Hey, we're all going down for dinner. Ashley, would you like to join us?" Her mom answered, "Well, we're still sort of getting set up here." So, seeing what was happening I said, "Well, move-in hours expired an hour ago, and we're a little strict about visitors, as you can understand. Why don't you guys say your goodbyes, and Ashley can meet us downstairs?" The mom non-committally said, "Okay, we'll see," but I had like 10 other people with me so I couldn't wait around. I got back to my floor at 8 p.m. They were still there. Almost 12 hours now. I was trying to be polite and compassionate for the mom, but I told them the parents would either need a visitor's pass for staying the night if they wanted to stay any longer. The mom didn't say anything to me but confirmed she'd heard the message. About 20 minutes later the parents left. I talked to Ashley and she said her mom is really overbearing. I introduced her to some other girls who might run in the same cliques, and she settled in really well after that. This mom ended up being my freaking nightmare for the first 2 months of that semester. Not an rah, but on the move-in day of my first year of uni, one of my 5 flatmates called us all into the kitchen to demand we each let our 2 parents, 4 siblings and 4 grandparents sleep in our rooms for the next week. The kicker? None of them would be staying in her room because she needed her space. The other kicker? Her family lives half an hour away from campus. They didn't want to be too far from her in case something happened. This was the first time I had met her in person and obviously we all said no to her demands. I feel like you have more stories we need to hear. How are you going to ensure my daughter remains a virgin? I cannot do that, sir. That conversation will have to happen between you and her. I mean, the nice dad who came to me asking if I had seen the box of his daughter's handmade crafts and decorations was pretty sad. Someone must have picked it up accidentally, and I never saw it returned. This one is pretty wholesome, in the opposite direction of the worst. LOL. Mum was foreign, maybe Italian or Eastern European. Hugs her really tall son goodbye. You can tell it's a big deal to her. She leaves, and I watch him walk towards his dorm with the biggest smile on his face. Favorite moment from move-in day. A really tall son. Love this description. I also have large adult sons. Not an rah, but involved in campus life and move-in. There's always several students who bring in all their stuff and bring it right back out 2 hours later because they weren't ready to leave. It honestly breaks my heart every time. I've seen one specific person do this 3 years in a row. I think she's living at home and taking community college classes now. We had one girl who lied to her family for months she had a dorm room. She even showed up with her family and her things, and when we didn't have a room for her she just broke down and sobbed. Like holy heck, she had her family drive 8 hours north for this. I don't know how she endured that car ride. Just yesterday I had some parents who wanted to set up a webcam in the hallway in front of their daughter's room so they could see when she got back and who was entering her room. Stage 400 stalkers. Not an rah, but helped with moving in every year I was at college. Free food, yay. Every year there would be at least one family who brought a U-Haul. Not just the trailer, but the full truck, full of stuff they can't live without. It was usually someone who was planning on pledging to a sorority and had boxes on boxes of costumes. More often than not they were moving into rooms where, after splitting the space with a roommate, they had less space that was in that truck. There was also the people who expected us to do everything for them. No, I don't know what room you're in, and no, I'm not holding that full-size fridge up. Was in RA for 3 years. This really wasn't the worst, but the most sad I've seen. The girl's mom had died and it was really hard on the family. I came into her room to introduce myself and her dad were literally holding each other, crying and praying for each other. And he left crying. I cried for hours when she told me why he was so sad to leave her. She had 2 little brothers she left at home too, and she debated not going to college to stay and take care of them. It was heartbreaking. I had one parent asking me all sorts of questions about what the kid could get involved in and what he could do on campus. She was very worried he wasn't going to fit in. I tried to calm her down and soothe her worries. She was thankful and left me alone. The kid never even joined an activity. He didn't try. Then he would complain to me about not fitting in while playing video games in his room. I work in an accommodation department at a university. Colleagues told me we had a boy whose mother lived with him in a 6-bed hall with other students in the flat for 5 weeks before being forced to leave. Another time we had a dad who would come to campus twice a day every day to walk his daughter to class and back. I fear for those kids' futures. A mother and daughter were both attending the university and shared an apartment along with 2 other students. I always imagined it must be awkward for the other 2 to be living with a mother and daughter. When you helicopter so hard you enroll yourself in college as well. Poor freaking girl. Freshman girl on my floor was always, And I mean always on the phone with her mother. Either she was just homesick, but no, every conversation would be about what to do with laundry, dirty dishes, talking to boys, etc. Apparently, her mom babied her all her life and never prepared her for life away from home. My friend had a roommate like this first year, Skyped her parents almost daily and laid out every single second of her day for them. Could not wrap my head around it. Mother discovered the residence hall had been the site of a double homicide-suicide in the early 2000s and sensed the presence of a ghost. Mother had a meltdown, almost withdrew a daughter from school, but then someone pulled out sage from somewhere and cleansed the hall. Mother happy, daughter embarrassed. All was well. Not an rah, but last week my friend and I decided to take a walk around campus, where we stopped to sit on a bench in front of the main statue. It was only us and a family. We didn't think much of it as the family was taking a selfie together. As soon as they finished, they hugged and began to say their goodbyes. As soon as the girl turned around and made it an appropriate distance, the mother and father began bawling. It's not the most unique story, but seeing it firsthand from a different perspective really tugs at the heart, remembering I was just in that student's shoes not too long ago. Walking away from my parents was tough, but it was definitely 100x harder for them. We also did this welcome assembly on the last day of orientation wherein all the first years and families attend. During the end of the ceremony, all the first years leave early, leaving only the families in the gym. Basically, when all the first years leave, the whole gym erupts in tears because they give a bittersweet speech about how it's not goodbye, it's to be continued, and how it marks the end of orientation and time for the parents to say goodbye. In 2005, had a Muslim kid from a Muslim country move in. Dad requests a private meeting with me, offers me $1,000 a month to befriend his kid, get him other friends, and make sure no one picks on him. I tell him absolutely not, and that's not how things work here. What the frick was I thinking, rejecting that sort of money? I'll never know. I'm not even a guy ruled by many convictions. I would take that in a heartbeat, tbh. Seems like it could be fun. Not an rah, but I had a friend who brought a huge amount of stuff with her, and that wasn't all. Every time I went over to say hi or ran into her or just went past her dorm, it turned out her dad has left to go get something else. And I mean, she brought normal move-in stuff, sheets, a comforter, her laptop, sketchbooks, but she also brought like 60 shirts. For a quarter that was 10 weeks in length, a large storage shelf thing that went over her bed, and over the toilet shelf thing, several other pieces of furniture, so many bins. It's like she was moving into an apartment and not a freshman dorm room. I'm not sure when her parents eventually left, but she went up to visit them nearly every weekend. For the entire 4 years. For our first year, my mom lived locally and I didn't even visit her that often, even though it was only like a 30-minute drive versus my friend's 6-hour drive. I still get really baffled thinking of all that stuff she brought with her and kept every year, and she'd always comment on how big my room was when she visited. I couldn't point out it's because my room just had the school provided furniture and a mini fridge instead of like 5 extra pieces of furniture. Also, nobody would believe me when I'd say it just looks bigger because I put my bed lengthwise against one of the walls instead of having both beds with their short sides on the wall, jutting into the middle of the floor. Anyway, besides that, I don't remember there being too much parent-student separation drama. It was mostly pretty normal deals with parents helping carry in suitcases, going out to lunch, and then leaving. And everybody I saw always had normal amounts of stuff that wouldn't take up 3/4 of the dorm room on its own. I forgot to get a parking code that we didn't eventually need, so my mother told me I was going to develop an eating disorder, have a mental breakdown, and drop out, just like my friend 2 years older than me. In the end, she wasn't far off, but it didn't help matters. No offense to you, but your mom sounds like an awful C. Hope life is better for you now. Mom backed over son with SUV because he bent down to pick up box after shutting lift gate, and she didn't want to get stuck in rush hour traffic, so wasn't paying good attention, hurrying to back out of parking. He ended up with a mild concussion and road rash. She was a huge B about the whole thing. Felt bad for the guy. He had to go home every weekend to do family religious crap like house blessings and other random seeming stuff. He was Hindi but first generation American and just wanted to do college stuff on the weekend like drink and try and lose his virginity with a white girl. Holy crap, she hit her son with the car. Also, Hindi is a language. Hindu describes a person who follows the religion. Sorry to sound like an but I happen to be a first gen Indian American as well and it bothered me a little lol. This isn't a move and story sorry but a story of a bad resident. It was my last year as an RA and I had a kid that waited a few years before college so he was like 20ish but taking freshman classes. This kid used racial and homophobic slurs occasionally to his friends. Okay, not appropriate but I'm not a babysitter. I tell him, hey you can't say that stuff, someone's going to get mad and it's against policy anyways. I didn't report it the first few times. Then he started to call our shy Japanese kids on the floor Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Like when they'd walk by the lounge on the way to the bathroom, hey Nagasaki what's up? I told him hey you can't do that man. Super disrespectful. Maybe I should report it? Nah, if he stops then I guess the problem's solved. Finally, he started putting fruit on the overweight kid's door. The insinuation that he should eat healthier? As a joke. Alright, this all needs to be reported. It's policy to tell people to knock it off once or twice. But this was enough to fill our an incident report on. Meetings and forms later, they call him in to talk about the stuff. He says I'm always picking on him and that I just hate him. Also, he said my GF stays over and that's against the rules so if I can break the rules then he can too. It was like interacting with a 12-year-old. Nothing came of anything, but he did straighten up while he was in the dorm. Probably the least mature guy I had in a dorm in 4 years. Being in RA was awesome though. I loved living on campus. This episode has been titled 4chan Goes to College. I had a pretty embarrassing thing happen with my mom in college. I'm an only child so my mom has always been a bit overprotective and it probably didn't help that she and my dad got divorced the year before. So this separation was probably hard for her. Anyway, my friends asked me if I wanted to come with them to the Target that was like 30 minutes away. I said sure, but I ended up forgetting my phone in my room. We go to Target and then grab a bite to eat on the eat back, so the whole trip took probably like 2 or 3 hours. I get back to my Tuk AMD, check my phone and see I have like 30 missed calls and a bunch of voicemails from my mom. I call her back and she tells me that she's at the college waiting in parking lot. Apparently she was worried that I wasn't answering my phone in the middle of the day and thought something bad had happened, so she drove the hour and a half up to make sure everything was okay. I'm late to the party but last year I had to teach an 18-year-old student what a mailbox was and how to use it. His parents were fussing over the distance to college because they felt he might get lost in large dangerous London. Usually I would roll my eyes but their 18-year-old had no concept of what a mailbox was. He wanted to know how he would know which letter was for him in the communal box. I would be concerned about him alone in London too. I wanted to hand him back to them and send him home. After his first inscription someone had to teach him how to clean. Down to the basics of this is a washcloth. How does a parent let their kid become so useless at living? First year of uni is an eye-opener of just how underprepared in life some people are. Not college, but I was a sleepaway counselor so I've seen my share of shrieking children and parents. One camper of mine had been great for the 3 weeks we had her. No homesickness. Totally chill. Then her parents came for visiting day. We had to pry her off the bunk door as she screamed and cried that afternoon when her parents had to go. 15 minutes later, fine. The peeling from door ordeal was at least 20-30 minutes but she just reverted back to being chill. It was bizarre. I sail with kids and we advise the parents not to visit during the trip for that very reason. Serious, teachers of Reddit, what red flags have you seen in your students? What happened? Once had a parent find out that I'm gay, and B, I have some music industry contacts. They immediately offered me unlimited, unsupervised access to their 16-year-old son in exchange for helping him break into the music business. I was 35. I reported them immediately. You wouldn't believe how many red flags I've seen. I don't know how many times I've had to call CPS. The one that comes to mind is when I was testing a first grader. It was a warm day and this tiny little boy was wearing this really ragged sweatshirt. I see on his wrist some sort of mark. I ask him to pull his sleeve up. He immediately pulls his sleeves down and refuses to speak to me. I got that sinking feeling. So I walk him down to the nurse and have her talk to him. He takes off his sweatshirt and he's just has chunks of flesh missing and healed over. She brushes it off and says he's picking at himself. Well, these chunks were at least 1/4 of an inch deep. So I discussed this with the principal. He had no spine at all, so I had to call CPS. Not that I wasn't anyway at this point. Well, CPS tells the parents who called, though I asked to be anonymous, and I get a letter that the claims were unfounded. To me, there should have been something that was done. Even if there was no abuse, he should have had a doctor look at it so it would heal. The family caused several problems at the school, such as the time he went missing because the brother picked him up at recess by sneaking him off campus. I taught a kid about 15 years ago who was just a tough kid. There were times when he wasn't so bad, but he was known around our high school as a troublemaker. Teachers dreaded having him in their class. I survived my year with him and we actually parted ways on decent terms. After high school, I would run into him every now and again, as he was dating the daughter of someone I knew relatively well. I was told that it wasn't a healthy relationship, which didn't really surprise me. A couple of years later, it's summer vacation and I'm just waking up and turn on the TV. The big news story is about a police shooting in our town. The police responded to a domestic violence call and ended up having to shoot and kill the suspect. My former student, a family member, later told me what happened. Neighbors heard screaming and called the police. Police found the girlfriend holding their 6-month-old, cowering in a corner. He was on the other side of the room, holding a butcher knife. Police told him to put down the knife, and his last words were, "Okay, I'll put it down, right after I kill the bee," at which point he charged towards his girlfriend with the knife raised, and the police were forced to shoot him. I can't say I was surprised, but it still made me sad. Sadder still, the baby grew up emotionally, mentally disturbed, due to all the drugs his mother did during her pregnancy. Last I heard, she dumped the kid on her parents and is now a stripper in Vegas. Whoa, yet another case in support of early intervention for mental health issues in schools. Sigh. Teaching a kid right now that one of my colleagues jokingly said about if anyone is going to shoot up our school, it's that kid. He is rather quiet, looks a little off, and can be out of tune with his social skills. He was tested to have a high IQ but never really shows it, doesn't like anything with more challenge. In short, something in him raises red flags. He is not angry, sad, evil, nothing like that. It is more as if there is a small black hole in your classroom that sucks up any connection, attention, looks you throw its way. Hope these red flags turn out to be nothing more than a general uneasy feeling. ETA. I absolutely did not agree with this statement made by my younger colleague and have told him so. I really do not believe this kid would harm anyone on purpose. ETA 140 days after first comment. Things are going well. Kid is more open nowadays. Had lots of conversations with him but also with the whole class about being a group. He seems much more approachable these days and sometimes even volunteers little parts of conversation. He hasn't done a 180 or anything, but I feel a little better about where things are now. Dude, talk to him. A little bit of kindness, as opposed to ridicule, would go a long way. It can genuinely prevent someone from going over the edge. So, I work in an elementary school in a very rough neighborhood. It gets way too real all the time. I think the first time this happened was when I witnessed a group of kindergartners very casually discussing the times they'd seen people get shot. This is my mom's first year teaching 2nd grade. She has 15 years in 5th grade and 7 as an administrator. This year she got by far the worst student she's ever had in a class. This girl is failing in every subject, reads at a kindergarten level at best, and just can't seem to grasp anything. Last night they had an assignment where they had to look at a basic graph and fill in a corresponding table. The graph was on trees. For each category in the table she wrote dog. Where she really stands out is the behavior problems. Bullies the other kids constantly. Just this week she threw a kid on the ground and screamed names at him like jerk, idiot, bully, demon because he asked to play with the girl she was with at recess. She's also incredibly manipulative. My mom has reached out to her mom many times. She has come to realize the mom is a huge part of the problem. She makes up excuses for everything. My favorites include how her daughter couldn't complete her homework because she and her boyfriend got into a car crash. The student had a totally different story. According to her, she completed the homework but didn't bring it, and her mom making up a peanut allergy for God knows why. Long story short is we don't know the full story yet, but it's a lot worse than originally thought. My mom assumed the girl just had some learning issues and possible ADHD, but has come to find out that her home life is awful. Her dad is in prison. Her mom has a boyfriend even though she hasn't left the husband. The mom is just as clueless as her daughter. The principal and school psychologist have both got involved, but nothing seems to be working. Every day there's more stories about her bullying both verbally and physically other students. The mom is attempting to get mine in trouble with the school because she picks on her daughter. Student told me if he failed his class his father would beat him. I asked him how often that happened, and he told me it happened a lot. I asked him what he meant, like spanking or punching, and he made punching motions. I asked him if he thought that was okay, and he told me, yes, my father loves me and wants me to do well. He wants me to be better. We talked through that learning process and asked if he believed it was a good way. He did not. I asked him if he was scared or needed help. He told me he was okay. He was a child, like 8-13 range. I don't really know the extent or if he was exaggerating, but the messed up part is I teach somewhere where everyone beats their kids. It's legal and common practice. Parents can do whatever they want to their kids. I talked to my department head and they were waiting for me to tell them the problem, not even looking at me funny, just not understanding that this was a problem. The kid wasn't the best student and he looked like he wanted to cry when I marked his homework. This led to me finding out why he was scared. I don't see that student anymore. It's weird, people here don't usually talk to their children. The poor don't have the time and have their uneducated parents raise them. The rich hire nannies. A local teacher told me it was good the father was interested. I get that I'm being ethnocentric here, but dang, it's hard not to pull a kindergarten cop punch out. TLDR. Students looked like he was about to cry and pass out. Was scared his father would beat him. Kid in elementary school who is just so angry all the time for no reason. He doesn't seem to feel any empathy for others. He saw another kid crying because they were upset about something and he just sat there smiling. I was giving a lesson one day and he walked over to ask a question as I'm giving the class instructions, and I asked him to sit down and I'd help him in just a minute. He stomped back to his seat yelling about how he hates me in this school because no one cares and we're all useless. This is a nearly daily occurrence. If you tell him he has to do something he doesn't want to do, he will yell, throw things and generally just melt down. He can't deal with life in a typical way. He always seems to be scowling. I feel bad for him because it has to be hard to be him. That kid really needs a therapist like yesterday. Lots of the usual about abuse, mental illness, poverty, etc. The one a lot of folks may not know about is the phone numbers. If a parent can't be bothered to keep a way to contact them updated with the school, we're going to be dealing with a headache of a student for the year. 20 years ago I had a kid in my kindergarten class that kicked my hamster. It was in one of those plastic ball things. He was a mean angry kid. He is in jail now. Sadly you could see it coming even then. Honestly, the kids I've taught who've gotten into serious trouble, one in particular was just sentenced to 6 years for rape, never showed any red flags. That's the scariest thing about teaching in my opinion. Poor hygiene always makes me wonder what the home life is like. I mean, some 14-year-olds just stink. But when their hair is consistently greasy, teeth unbrushed, dirty and long fingernails, makes your heart break a little. Throwaway account for obvious reasons, but I was that kid when I was in school. I always had really poor social skills, and never really got along with other kids. By the time I reached high school, I started to get picked on by older guys. I was always a very lonely person, but soon my loneliness turned into anger and hatred for every single person in that school. Something inside me just snapped after a while. I became a really violent person. If anyone said anything remotely rude or mean to me, I wouldn't hesitate to punch them in the face and kick the living crap out of them. I became totally obsessed with the 2 Columbine kids, mainly because I truly wanted to make everyone who had ever wronged me in the past suffer. I remember whenever we had to do writing assignments or stuff like that, I would always write really fricked up stuff about killing or hurting people. I will fully admit I was completely disturbed and had some serious mental health problems going on at the time. I have to credit my grade 9 English teacher for saving my life. I remember one day he called me in after class just to talk, which was weird because I had always gotten the impression he hated me. Basically what he did was, after reading my latest assignment, had called my parents and helped them set me up with some professional help. He told me that when he saw me, he saw a very bright young man, but one who was incredibly disturbed emotionally, and that he didn't want me to make a mistake that I would end up regretting. Thank you so much, Brian. If you are reading this, I got the professional help I needed, transferred schools, and I'm now getting a university degree. You most likely ended up stopping me from hurting myself or others around me and my family, and I was always be in an eternal debt to you. You only knew me for a year, but you made an impact on my life that will last forever. My mum is a primary school teacher in Ireland, and she taught a kid in the 90s I think who was continually getting in trouble for little things and whose mother didn't give a crap what he got in trouble for. He killed his mother, and as far as I know he's still in prison. I was putting my preschoolers down for nap near Christmas time, so we're all talking about what they want for Christmas or Hanukkah. We had 2 Jewish students, so I discussed them both equally. One student, who was living his grandparents because his mother was abusive, told me he wanted to play video games. Oh, like on a TV or in your hands, like a DS. He was 5. He sat up, very excited to tell me the story of how he used to have a DS and it was awesome. But one day some men broke into the house and stole it. It was so heartbreaking, especially because he seemed to react as if it happens a lot. I called his grandparents and got permission, but my husband let me give him his old DS he didn't use anymore and all the games he had for it. Kid in grade 1 had intentions of killing people and burning the school down. Not too sure how serious he was. I know he has older siblings, but they weren't troublemakers. When other students started passing the word around he was gonna do these things, the school eventually expelled him. In junior year I started failing a lot of classes and skipped school as much as I could. I was always tried and essentially just gave up school. It was hard because I used to really love school. My favorite teacher, whom I had known since freshman year, always checked up on me. When I started skipping school, she texted me to make sure I was okay. She wasn't my teacher anymore in junior year, and at my school it's normal for students to be friends with teachers. A few months later, things got tougher. Finals were approaching and I realized I had no chance at doing well in school anymore. I wanted to end my life. Not because I was failing, but because I just didn't like myself. My teacher noticed I was often sat me down and talked to me. She didn't force me to speak, but rather she offered an ear. I told her how I was struggling and was always tired and that I didn't want to do anything anymore. She helped me and sat with me while I talked to the school counselor. 2 years later I'm on my way to college in January, because my college in the fall lied about my major. I'm studying to become a Spanish teacher, just like my favorite teacher. She's been a very close friend to me, a sister, all these years, and she's the reason I'm here today. She actually helped me when my last school lied about my major. She helped me get out of there and find a better school. I've seen that teacher pull greatness out of her students and help them succeed. Teachers are very observant of their students. They realize when something is off about their students. A fellow teacher next door to me had a young male student who suddenly began soiling himself during the school day. This child was extremely bright, articulate, very with it kind of kid. This behavior was highly unusual from him. After a few weeks of this, she found out his uncle had moved in with him and his mother. The little boy was very chary about discussing the uncle. Something was definitely up. Inability to control bowel movements, barring medical reasons, is a sign of potential sexual abuse. My colleague, a great teacher but terrified of conflict or confrontation, did not report it to the counselor or family services, as we all advised her to do. Instead, she called the boy's mother and got the uncle on the phone. She didn't mention her concerns to him, but she did leave a message for the mother to call back. When the mother called back, she hem-hawed around and said she'd talk to her son. He never withdrew from school and never came back again. phone number was disconnected and the teacher didn't report anything to the county truancy or anything. I don't teach anymore, but I still get angry when I think about her letting that kid down. I wish I could remember the little guy's last name. He'd be about the age to have an online presence. I'd love to know if he's okay. When I taught abroad, one of the brightest and most liked students disappeared one day after a couple of weeks with what seemed like a bad cold. Not really a red flag, I suppose, but related. It was a one-room schoolhouse in a fairly remote village. Apparently, her mother accused the lunch lady of putting a spell on her daughter and pulled her out. Obligatory, not a teacher, but my grandmother. My grandmother taught 3rd grade for over 40 years. She loved every minute of it, except for this one kid. His name was Jason. She described this kid as a psychopath. She said he would always draw pictures of knives, guns and death on the desks. One time he tried to cut himself with scissors. Another time he tried to stab another classmate in the chest with a sharpened stick. Of course, she reported every incident to the administration, but this was in a time before Columbine, so they did nothing other than suggesting counseling. During a parent-teacher conference, it was revealed that his parents lived in fear of him because he would hoard sharp objects in his room and threaten to stab anyone who tried to get near him. His parents also revealed that he killed animals for fun. Anyways, this kid was later charged with torturing and murdering 6 different women and went to prison for a long time. I've got a 14-year-old male student that loves everything to do with war and death. The first time I saw his writing, I was shocked. He was writing about killing people, recently helping students around the room, and I see his work. Which is nicer, a sniper rifle or a bomb? Normally a kid like that would be thrown out, but this is Japan. Crap don't work like that. From what I've heard about America, I'm sure he would be expelled by now. Scary thing is that he looks like a normal kid. A kid always thinking about murder. I don't find this too rare. 2 chances. He's gonna be a murderer, or he's going to be a brilliant gore writer who I'll probably follow like a cultist. Graded a lab report by a SE Asian kid, then graded another later that was eerily similar down to the typos. Noticed it was another SE Asian kid. Talked to my fellow TAs, compared the papers of the first 2 Asian kids' friends, and before long there were literally dozens of nearly identical lab reports all across the department. You know, they were all cheating together because they had the same writing errors. You haven't known chaos until dozens of Asians are harassing you in the department because they think it's racist to flunk most of the Asians in an OChem class. Department laughed them out, thankfully. As far as I know, the ringleaders were removed from the university. They might have not been if they had apologized, but they were obnoxious and refused to take responsibility. And everyone else failed the course and went on academic probation. If you're gonna cheat, at least rewrite the lab report you're sharing with 50 people. It's not always the loud ones that act out either. My parents started fighting when I was 10 and my mom started telling me all these things she suspected my father was doing behind her back. It really changed my view of my dad and caused a huge strain on our relationship for years. In the end, she ended up being the one cheating. I was tired and came to school and would fall asleep in class and fail tests. No one seemed to care. I spent all of my time trying to figure out what I could do to make them see eye to eye and understand each other. It consumed me and caused me to sink into depression and anxiety. I felt like I had failed because I couldn't fix it. Sometimes I still feel guilty now for not being able to save everyone. My little brother still hasn't come back from it. TLDR. It's not always the angry and loud ones. And don't fight in front of or through your children. I was a teacher at a preschool, and one 4-year-old girl liked to play horsey with the boys during free time. Only she would make them lay on their backs and bounce up and down on them. And that's how we found out her dad was abusing her. My wife is an elementary school teacher, 3rd grade, who is very good at what she does. The school she works at is on the far lower end of the socio-economic spectrum. So she has seen parents bust into the school cafeteria dropping F-bombs and screaming threats of bodily harm on students and teachers alike. She has seen abusive parents and students alike. She has seen abused kids. But it isn't always so easy to spot. 2 years ago, I walked in from work, and my wife was clearly troubled. There was a boy who would barely speak. He wouldn't look her in the eye. It had gotten worse as the school year went on. and had escalated to the point where he had started defecated on himself several times at school. She wasn't sure whether she should report it to Child Protective Services. Taken as a whole, there seemed to be a good suspicion of abuse, but there wasn't one definite thing that she could point to and say definitively that it was abuse. I suggested better safe than sorry. She made the call. 3 days later, we were several hours away visiting her family for Thanksgiving, and at 7:30 in the morning on Thanksgiving Day, her phone rang. It was CPS. They had shown up at dark 30 in the morning to the boy's home, and yes, there was severe neglect and horrific abuse that I don't even want to go into detail about. Needless to say, they had removed him out of the home, and he had started crying in the car as they pulled away from the home. When the CPS worker asked him what was wrong, he told her nothing was wrong but that he was crying because he was so relieved that he didn't have to live there anymore. She and I both cried in the kitchen that Thanksgiving morning. He is doing well now, but I know how close it was because she really struggled over whether she should have made that call up until that worker called her back that morning. No kid deserves that. No kid. She and I now have another child in our home that was placed with us through CPS. We love him as if he was our own. He came from total neglect and nobody caring. Now, we are giving him the knowledge that he has a bed to sleep in, clothes to wear and food to eat. We are taking care of his present, and we are going to try with everything within us to make sure he has a future. I'm not quite a teacher, but I look after a group of 8th graders. I'm a prefect. One of them was a really angry kid who would always try to fight people. He would never study, despite the protests of his family, and hated school. Most people thought he was just an angry kid, until one day he let slip that he'd been self-harming and had suicidal thoughts. He withdrew from school to get counseling help and we haven't seen him since. As we were walking to the library, a student noticed a baby bird had fallen out of a nest. He proceeded to pick the baby bird up and bite its head off. Seriously. After an out-of-town track meet, the coach took my sister's team to have their picture taken at one of those places where they could dress up and do a theme picture. The way my sister tells it, the girls wanted to dress up as something wholesome but the coach was very insistent that they do the Wild West theme. They didn't, so he dressed as a sheriff and 20 of these 14-18-year-old girls dressed as Wild West prostitutes. My parents were obviously furious. When a kid shows up with a couple cuts, ain't no deal. When a kid starts showing up with cuts up their wrist and arms, maybe keep an eye on it. When the number or cuts and scars all over the kid just keep getting higher, and the kid who was once a 90+ average student is dropping to near failing, something is probably up. I was giving a lecture at a school about the English royal family throughout history. The lecture was split into 5 parts, so it took 5 days. This boy was late every single day until the last one. On the last day he was early, but covered in bruises. Technically I should have disregarded this, but I went over to him at a break and started talking to him. He looked delighted that someone finally talked to him. I found out he was ruthlessly bullied by the teachers and students. He was late to avoid them, but once the parents found out he was late they forced him to go early. He was attacked by some kids and the onlooking teachers just laughed at him. I got so sick that I cancelled all future lectures I had at the school and can taste CPS. Sadly, I was too late. From what I heard the next morning he ran away and hanged himself in the woods. This is more of a story than a red flag. My father helped what now would be called at-risk youths by taking them on wilderness trips for a couple of weeks. This was during the late 60s and early 70s. The teachers would nominate kids to go on the trips, and it was supposed to be kids that just needed a little confidence boost that maybe hiking up a mountain or paddling down a river would solve. However, the teachers mostly chose the kids they wanted out of their classrooms. One particular kid was the bully of his grade, a heavy-set kid about 13 years old. This kid was a problem from day one. He tried to take a small knife with him on the trip. His mother tipped off my dad that he had the knife. It took several hours for him to finally admit he had the knife and hand it over. Once they got to their campsite the kid was trying to start fights with the smaller kids. My father had to break it up and told them to save their energy because tomorrow was going to be a long day. It was a 6-hour hike. Not a super long hike, but for an overweight 13-year-old it was super long. He was the first to complain. After a couple of hours he was asking if someone could help him lighten his pack. By the end of the hike he was exhausted. The other kids realized that the bully was weaker than them, and for the rest of the trip they didn't take any of his crap. My father opened up an outdoor clothing and equipment store a few later, and from time to time a few of these kids, now men, that he took on trips would come into the store and thank him for what he gave them. Teachers, childcare workers of Reddit. What is worst case of helicopter parenting? My child can do no wrong you've ever seen. I once took a babysitting job when I was 17 to earn some extra cash. The 9-year-old child wanted to play soccer inside. I told him many times not to do it and even took the ball away. He had another one and kicked the ball all around the house, completely ignoring me. He broke a lamp, some picture frames after knocking down a shelf, and a window. When the parents came home they blamed me for the damages and thought I was screwing around in the house. Why? Because the kid said I was doing that. Never took another babysitting job after that. I had posted this some time ago on our Child Free. When I was 21, I was still living with my parents. Our neighbors were just the worst kind of parents. They let their kids bully other children and harass people's pets. One time the kids were bullying the puppies of a stray dog that lived in our neighborhood, pulling their tails, twisting their ears, etc. Predictably and understandably, the mama dog growled and snapped at them. Some of the other neighbors tries to tell them that they shouldn't abuse animals. The kid's mom began yelling that a dangerous animal almost killed her babies. One day they came to our place for dinner. I couldn't stand this family, so I decided to eat in my room. Then suddenly I heard our puppy let out a painful yelp. Turns out the girl had kicked him. I ran downstairs immediately and picked him up while staring daggers at the kids. Their parents just smiled and said, "Oh, the kids were just playing with your pup." I lost my temper and yelled at them to get the frick out. They left grumbling about how rude I was being. However, in just a few days, the mom asked my stepmom, who is a teacher, to tutor her kids. Free of cost, of course. You know those kids are going to be serial killers someday. I didn't answer a phone call from my parents in college and they called security at 7 AM on a Saturday to knock on my dorm room to wake me up and call them. Talked to all my high school teachers prior to the first day of school to get extra books so I didn't have to carry anything home. Wrote a handwritten letter to me asking me not to go to my BF house during the week because the road was too dangerous. I was 23. Wrote my high school papers for me. Yeesh. Family with severe boundary issues. I quit teaching high functioning special education when I taught my middle school kids how to dial 911 and work with an operator for assistance and got criticism from 5/6 parents for traumatizing their children. The irony? One of the parents had choked about a year before and needed assistance, but my student was terrified, didn't know what to do and ran away. The woman had passed out on the lawn and a neighbor responded. They had to send the police to help search for the student who had frightened her that much. I emailed a parent to say their child was currently passing, but could technically fail the class if they did poorly on their final project and final exam. In the ensuing parent-teacher conference, I was told I was trying to fail the student and ruin his football scholarship. I had a parent swear I was targeting son and that he was failing my class because I was refusing to allow him his modifications. He was severely dysgraphic. That's a very serious accusation and can result in sanctions against your teaching license and federal lawsuits. To prove that I was following his plan and that he simply wasn't doing his work, I started sending him to the special education lab, which allows kids with modifications and accommodations to have a quiet place to work and a smaller teacher to student ratio. He immediately decides to cheat on his work so his grades will go up and it will look like I was the problem, but the teachers in the lab caught it and documented it for me. The mom insisted that he just felt pressured to perform, which he may have, but it wasn't coming from me. The moment I clashed the rest of the year. The next year, one of my students who had been in the class brought me a newspaper article where the kid had been arrested for drug possession and told me he was in rehab. Overall, the kid was a terribly behaved turd, but I still felt bad for him because he had to go home to his mom. For those of you who, like me, didn't know what dysgraphic meant, dysgraphia is a transcription disability, meaning that it is a writing disorder associated with impaired handwriting, orthographic coding, orthography, the storing process of written words and processing the letters in those words, and finger sequencing, the movement of muscles required to write. Had a father tell the principal that his son could call 3 Jewish brothers anti-Semitic slurs because they were of the devil and his son followed the true word of God. He claimed the school would be violating the son's, rights with any disciplinary actions. There were no disciplinary actions taken. 1980s. But Jesus was a Jew. I work daily with kids in outdoor programs. I screamed at a kid who was about to run into the road while a car was coming. The only time I ever scream like that is when a child's life is in danger. The child proceeded to have a meltdown because, as I later found out, he never gets disciplined and his parents never hold boundaries with him. His mother was there and comforted him. She wasn't mad at me but she was saying Forest Ninja is sorry. She yelled at you and I was like no, I'm not. I stopped him from getting hit by a car. I've gotten to know this child over 2 years and he is so disruptive and is never held accountable. It's pretty scary. Because I work in nature education, I meet a lot of parents experimenting with alternative parenting and most methods do more harm than good. Be in charge. You're the adult. Preschool teacher here. A 4-year-old would bully, tease, punch, pull other kids' hair and curse up a storm. He was so challenging to the point where a lot of focus was on him, and the other kids were following his lead and he took advantage of that hard. Nothing we said helped him change for the 2 years we had him. We gave him so many consequences and while we did reward good behavior, he rarely ever was good. Parents would completely baby him. They acted like he was innocent and his behavior was cute to them. They never took what we said seriously and think we exaggerate. He's going to kindergarten now. So good riddance. Had a child who was inappropriately touching himself during my after school program on a regular basis. Kept reminding him to do it privately in the bathroom because I know it's age appropriate in kindergarten. Keeps doing it. Have a convo with mom and she says it's okay, he is just expressing himself sexually at 5 years old and we should embrace that he touches himself and plays with himself all the time and the other children could learn from it. I'm sorry, what? A child should not have one hand on their snack and the other hand down their pants while in the lunchroom with 19 other kindergarten students. Have a convo with mom and she says it's okay, he is just expressing himself sexually at 5 years old and we should embrace that he touches himself and plays with himself all the time and the other children could learn from it. RED. FLAG. I taught middle school social studies and we would watch Channel 1 News daily and write an hour writing journals about what we saw and heard that stood out or was interesting. Then we would have brief 5-10 minutes discussions after and allow kids to read or respond. This was in 2013 to 2015 when there were a lot of stories about gay marriage at the Supreme Court, transgender bathroom laws, Syria, protests, etc. Well, I was mentioned several times on the school's unofficial Facebook page that I had a gay agenda and that I was trying to teach students about the gay lifestyle. 2 parents banded together and got other parents whose kids were not even in my class to confront the school board. They did official investigation and I was told to stay home for a few days. It all amounted to nothing after they interviewed the kids and clarified the situation and even read some of the journals. I basically got 2 days off with pay, but I did not like the scrutiny in a SS class where teaching current events is important. I'm not sure if this counts as helicopter parenting, but I was working with 3 5-year-olds in an ESL program and there was one 3-year-old that I could see the monster inside growing. I asked to speak to his mom. First time I've ever had to do that for a 3-year-old, and laid out what I saw happening in her son. I explained to her what would happen if she didn't start setting boundaries for him at home and giving him more structure. She basically told me to frick off because she had read some books. I had nearly a decade of young child learned experience at that point and an advanced degree, but it didn't matter when compared to her books. Fast forward to 1/2 years and many incidents meetings later and mom was back in a beating 8 months pregnant and bawling her eyes out because she was terrified of her son and how he'd react to a new baby at home. This is a kid who drew blood stabbing his best friend with a pencil because his friend reminded him of a rule. Not just that, the little monster had to get up from his table and walk a ways to get to the other kid to stab him. He finally got pulled from the program and I can only hope that mom finally pulled her head out of her butt long enough to get him the help he so desperately needs. I guess this is more helicopter aunting, but I think it still applies. I'm a college professor, so 99.9% of the time I never hear from my students' parents. And, legally, thanks to FERPA laws, couldn't talk to them about their students even if I wanted to. Last year, during the final week of one of the summer bridge programs for incoming freshmen I teach in, I got an email from one of my students' aunt. She wrote me a 5-page long email. I copied it into Word because I was curious, detailing, line by line and comment by comment, why she disagreed with what I'd written on her niece's essay and the rationale I'd used to give it an F. Every single one of my comments on a 5-page essay had a short paragraph devoted to picking apart the comment and rebutting it. At the end, she lambasted my teaching and suggested I'd failed the student out of spite. Totally untrue. The girl could barely string together a coherent sentence, let alone a grammatically correct one. When I told her I wasn't allowed to talk to her about her students' grades due to federal law, she called the program director and demanded I be fired. The fun twist at the end of the story, though, is that we ultimately figured out why she was so angry with my comments. Turns out she'd been writing her niece's essays all summer and had taken my comments personally. Needless to say, the niece was removed from the program. Butthole kid beat up a much smaller kid for no reason other than they felt like it. Parents get called in, the father goes completely apeshit and physically attacks the principal for lying about his perfect child. He ended up getting arrested and the school barred him from setting foot on the grounds. Oh man, I can finally say something on Reddit to contribute. I just finished my first year teaching in elementary education. We had a 4th grader who had an IEP, indicates special accommodations typically given to students with mental disability, and I personally saw Asperger's syndrome in him and related a lot because my brother has the same mentality, impulsivity and diagnosis. Well, this boy craved attention more than any teenage drama queen and did anything to get a rise out of students. Every class I had him, all 26 students would be distracted by what he is doing about every 2 minutes. I would walk him outside after an outburst, cause I knew yelling at him would cause overstimulation, and discuss what behavior he just exhibited and why it was wrong to do these things while we are learning together. He made it clear he understood and genuinely felt bad. We'd walk back in and 10 seconds later he's back at it. After the first day of talking to him outside of the class, his mom takes up arms, calling my principal and telling her that I am singling him out. We had a staff-wide meeting about how this specific parent was requiring the following procedures for handling her kid. No negative adjectives could be said to him about his behavior. We could not clip down PBIS used by the whole county. We couldn't speak with him alone in the hall or take him out of the class because we're singling. So I interviewed at a high school yesterday and got the job. Frick his mom for not addressing her child's mental health. My mom tried so hard to help my brother and they've nurtured him for 35 years and he still has major issues in life. I hope this child's mom gets a frickin' epiphany and get him the help he deserves. What the frick is parenting? I once worked as an au pair for a family and a few days in the mum had to go to work early and so I was fixing the kids' breakfast. I asked the daughter what they normally had and she said cereal, so I fixed it. The younger boy then comes down and throws the bowl on the ground and starts demanding ice cream. Now I assumed this was just a tantrum and didn't give him any and instead managed to convince him into toast covered in Nutella, which seemed a bit better. When his mum got home I told her what had happened and she was shocked that I hadn't immediately caved and said in future I should give him whatever he asks for. The rest of the time I stayed with this family I never once saw this kid eat any fruit, vegetables, had ice cream for breakfast and sometimes dinner if he was really playing up. The fact his parents never considered this maybe should change still shocks me. I work as a camp counselor for church camps. One girl I had in my cabin was an absolute brat. She would sass me, call girls in the cabin idiots and tell them she was better than them because she was in gifted classes, and she would punch some of the boy campers. She collared my friend who was a boys counselor and ended up causing him to fall and bust his lip. But when she was confronted about it, she just shrugged and said he's the one who fell, it's his fault. The final straw was when she got mad because I told her she couldn't go to the playground. We were literally eating lunch, like, sit down and eat. So she huffed and shoved my little sister into a chair screaming, "Get out of my way, brat." My sister only cries when she's mad. I looked over to her, completely shocked, and as soon as I saw tears welling up in her eyes I knew it was go time. I grabbed her, Took her to my friend, and as he tried to calm her down, I ran after this brat. I told her she had to apologize, and she straight up went, "My mom says I never have to apologize because people should be paying attention to me. When I get mad I blow up, etc." Honestly, I didn't hear her. I was seeing red because who the heck did this 10 years old think she was hurting my sister? I ended up letting her get back to the cabin. She's crying and screaming at my older girls in the cabin now, and I got the camp director. He yelled at her, made her apologize, and told me to call her mom. Called the mom, and this lady seriously went. She didn't seem to do anything wrong. Maybe that little girl should grow some thicker skin. Excuse me? My sister is super thick skinned. Your brat just pee her off. Because who wants to be pushed into a metal chair like that? Well, sorry, that's so long, LMAO. I've never been so mad at a kid before in my life. I hope this brat doesn't end up in my cabin again. Not a teacher, but I used to nanny for a pretty affluent lady down the street during the summer holidays in high school. Took legitimate childcare classes before starting, multiple younger siblings of my own, leader of a local youth group, etc. I felt prepared, was getting the kid up and running in the morning, pick up after preschool, preparing lunch, dinner, crafts, planning activities up until bedtime, and putting the kid to sleep. The little girl was about 3. I had my own key to the house, and on most days I didn't see the mom until about 20 minutes after her child went to sleep. Kid was a brat. Temper tantrums over every single instance that didn't go exactly her way. Screeching hissy fits and tears all day long. Kid would purposely drop cereal on the ground and refuse to pick it up, because that is what the housekeeper is for. Personal cell phone. At 3. As a direct line so her dad could call her whenever he felt like it. Randomly telling cashiers at the store that they were poor. Endless demands for gifts and candy. Never really had food that wasn't takeout before we started cooking together. No discipline whatsoever. The kicker here, whenever the tears didn't immediately work, little girl would snottily announce, "If you don't do what I say, then I will feel ill," and then would make herself throw up on purpose through sheer power of will, and demand that you caught the puke with your hands. Her mom did exactly that. I didn't. Made it through 3 years of that before I went off to university, simply because the mom paid so incredibly well and because no one else was willing to go babysit there. In the end, the kid liked me a lot. Mostly because I didn't put up with her crap and because I took her out for activities, outdoors walks with my dog when she actually behaved. Last I heard, the kid's grandma moved in with them so she could accompany their little Veruca Saul to school every day. Her mom still thinks that her kid is special and smart for being demanding. Not a teacher or child caretaker, but I remember when I was in 8th grade, this little kid, about 3rd or 4th grade, was really weird and hung around us while we skateboarded. One day he decided to come up after I fell and just hump me. I was obviously mad and told him to go away, and he didn't. Well, I fell another time and he humped me again. I was livid. I told him if he doesn't go away I'll tell his parents. Then he just walked up to me while I was sitting on the bench and humped me again. I told him, "I'm going to tell your parents," and he bolts inside his house, closing everything. All the guys and I were with were fed up too, so I decided to go to walk to his house and knock on his door. No one answered for about a minute, then both his mom and dad was a cop, come out. I told them what he did. Well, his mom completely ignores what I say and then explains, "Well, he said you punched him multiple times." Mind you, I did not punch this kid, but I did push him off twice when I fell, and pushed him away from me when I was on the bench. Not one of the times did he fall or stumble, I just gave a simple push. She continues to berate me, saying I'm a child beater, and then the dad chimes in and says he should arrest me. Well, of course I start crying because I'm scared. I again reiterated that I never hit him, I simply pushed him because of his unacceptable behavior. Then they tell me how he has ADHD and was just acting out. I say, well, I was diagnosed with ADD a couple years ago and it's never made me doing anything like what he did. Then the dad screams, "If you don't get off my lawn I'm going to arrest you," and starts walking towards his cop car. All of us run away as fast as we can and I run home. Well, after a while my dad gets home and I tell him all of this. So he calls his buddy who's the guy's superior and tells him what happens. Apparently the dad was going to get a promotion but they just kept him as is. He got suspended from the police force for a couple weeks and got kicked off the neighborhood board members committee. They suspended him on unlawful use of power or something like that. He came up to my house and personally apologized. Put his house up for sale but took it off because it never sold. They're still there and the kid is still as freaked up today. At least crappy cop dad had some consequences, even if his little deviant didn't. A few years back I worked in the baby room of a daycare. We had this new baby start that was a late in life baby for her mom. Mom was 43 to 45 and this was her first kid. She was the absolute worst. She would show up to breastfeed her daughter and stay for 3 hours just watching how we interacted with the babies. Which wasn't too bad except she was running a constant commentary of what we could be doing better for these babies. Myself and all the other workers had been working with babies for years and this woman was telling us that all of our knowledge from our years of taking care of multiple babies was wrong and the things she read out of some new age baby book were correct. For the most part the first few months she was with us were alright. She was just annoying. But then her daughter started pulling up and trying to walk, as inevitably happens with all babies. One day she pulled up and fell and hit her head, getting a small knot on her forehead. As was procedure after making sure that the baby was alright I called her mom to let her know what had happened and that the baby was fine. She flipped her crap, she screamed unintelligibly and then hung up the phone. 10 minutes later she stormed through the door, snatched her baby up and went into the owner's office. I assumed that she was just gonna scream a bit and we would go on with our lives. Nope. Instead a few minutes later I'm called by into the office where this moron is demanding my job because if I had been watching her right she wouldn't have been hurt. How could I not have been watching her? Boss told her to shove it and the baby was back on Monday but still. A third grader was just relentlessly bullying this other girl. He was saying she was garbage and a monster and doing it loudly over and over so the whole class heard. Finally I'd had enough and told him I was going to call the office. He said to me, if you call the office I'm going to kill you. I call. They tell me to send him down and he says no. He says if I hear them call my name over the announcements I'm going to kill her too because she deserves it. And it'll be your fault. Well, they call his name over announcements when they realize he isn't going to be coming down. He destroys my classroom, and the principal eventually came up and dragged him out. He got suspended and mom calls the office demanding a beating with me. She said I wanna know what that art teacher did to provoke him to say that. She also demanded the music and gym teachers be there for some reason. Both principals and his classroom teacher. She didn't even show up to the meeting, but she still sent her son to school each day he was supposed to be suspended. Sometime in 2012, I distinctly remember it happening not long after Sandy Hook. A 4th grader I worked with was taking apart a highlighter at the sink and overflowing a cup. I asked him what his intention was and he said I'm going to poison a girl I don't like with highlighter juice. I asked why he would do that and he said I really hate her. I told my dunce of a superior about this and she said oh he's just being dramatic and blew me off. I told her if she did not escalate this I'm going over her head and she said fine. When his mom came to pick him up we explained what happened and she looked at him like oh my did you really do this, in a way like she's never heard him do anything close to this. This was not the first time we've had issues with this kid that involved telling his parents, but she just sounded so surprised this time. The next afternoon I could hear the kid from across the room telling his friends under his breath how he hated me for reporting this. The kid frickin' openly admitted he wanted to poison someone, and the cup in the sink was full of yellow water. For the rest of the week when he got picked up by mom she asked him how his day went and he gave her the puppy dog eye treatment as if plotting to injure someone didn't happen a few days earlier. She was so whipped. Parenting is awful these days, I swear. I'm no longer in the field. At my middle school while I was in 6th or 7th grade, 2 separate families threatened to sue my school for teaching us about the Islam faith. Keep in mind we were learning world history that year. I had a parent who would not stop bothering me to move her son up a reading level. I refused because he wasn't ready, so she threatened to kill herself if I didn't do it. My wife was an 8th grade reading teacher in rural Alabama and during a parent-teacher conference was asked why does he need to know how to read? He's going to be a farmer anyway. My boyfriend and I are both teachers in China. 1. The parent demanded that my boyfriend show him all of the assignments and assessments for their child since the beginning of the year. This was in June. I'm assuming they intended to argue the marks for every assignment, despite not being a teacher and knowing nothing about the work. Obviously, teachers do not keep stacks of assignments on their desk for every student and every class for the whole dang year. Because of this fact, the parent screamed at the principal and forced a beating so he could scream at my boyfriend. 2. I had a student in my level 2 ESL class who couldn't speak or understand a word of English. His assignments were all copied from somewhere, and on tests he would just copy directly from other areas and never answer correctly. I found out during midterm exams that he had told one of my other students that she had better give him the answers for the test so he could pass. This explains how he got to level 2 to begin with. I explained this to my leader, who arranged a meeting with his mother. I explained that a student told me this. She said he would never cheat. I said I have proof from another student, and several examples of copying. She said he only wants to pass so badly. I told her that's not a good reason to cheat. She didn't seem to see it as wrong. In the end, 0 consequences for the kid and his mother seemed proud of him. WTF. It happens after childhood. 2. I'm a professor at a college in NH. I once had a parent track down my personal email address and proceed to send me multiple emails regarding her son's grade in a Comp 1 class arguing he is a brilliant writer. He was not, and he deserves an A. He did not. I explained that, aside from one writing exercise a few sentences long completed the first week, he didn't actually submit any work and hardly ever attended class. Unwavering and resolute, she argued. Well, that's precisely because he's such a talented writer and doesn't need such a useless class. I let her know I reached out to him regularly over the semester. However, students need to actually submit something, and, at this point in our email exchange, she's submitted more than 10 times the writing to me than her son had for what was meant to be a writing intensive class. I believe it was the next semester the student dropped out. I guess some writers, and their moms, are just too brilliant for writing. I used to work daycare in a pre-K room. Little boy baby talked, wasn't close to potty trained, had no social skills and threw temper tantrums where he would lay on the ground, kick, and fake cry. We called a conference with mom to talk about things because there was no way this poor guy was ready for kindergarten. Turns out mom baby talked to him, gave him whatever he wanted when he cried and wasn't even trying to potty train him because he's my last baby and I want him to stay a baby. I wonder what happened to that kid a lot. His mom was setting him up for failure. A friend of mine's younger brother had to go to speech therapy to learn proper English because his parents, her dad and his new wife, kept using baby talk with him and never thought to correct him. Poor kid is 10 and still says crap like, "Me loves you." A mom claimed that her son's skin was being negatively affected by the facility's soap. So, she brought his own organic soap for him to use. She also thought that he may have been allergic to multiple different things, and so we had to completely change our snacks to suit the kid. Months later, when asked about the allergies, she said, "Oh, I don't think he's allergic to lactose, gluten, zis dye, after all." Former teacher here. I used to teach a kid who was atrocious, never listened, argued, combative, regularly picked up by the police, troubled background and made life heck for pretty much everyone around him. He disadvantaged everyone he came in contact with in some way, and although aware of his impact he had no remorse or consciousness as to the dong he was being. He was extremely abusive to anyone with authority. Everyone from LSA to SLT knew what his future prospects were and we did everything possible to help him, yet parents gave no support. I thought him and was expected to get him to gain a grade of any degree when I knew full well he'd fail the exams and wouldn't keep exam conditions for those around him. Over an Easter break, I had a text from my LSA. The boy and a couple of his mates had stolen a car, been joyriding and then chased by the police. He lost control of the car, hitting a solid brick wall and killed himself and 2 others. It reached the local papers the next week. When we returned to school, everyone paid their respects, said how he was a troubled but wonderful kind-hearted kid with his whole life ahead of him. His parents came in saying they'd done everything they could, that their child could do no wrong and was a victim of the educational system. I couldn't show any emotion for him and spoke only with those who knew and taught him. The boy who was destroying his own chances and those around him. He may have needed support, but his actions to others were pure malice and hatred. His likely path would have been through gangs and crimes, and he was already breaking and entering, stealing cars, destroying other property and regularly mugging others. Preschool teacher here, but one that comes to mind is this one particular one. We told this mom for years her son needed to be seen by a doctor for his behavior, but she rug swept, and denied, and blamed. We went around in circles with her from the day he began at 2 years old until he went to kindergarten. Actually, we still do now, and he's in 1st grade and in our after school program. These are actual quotes that flew out of mom's mouth as soon as we told her son's behavior for that day. Well, he had 2 servings of fruit last night with dinner, when she was told he had an awful day, and could not keep his hands to himself nor listen to directions. This is my favorite excuse of all time. He had a play date on Saturday. Those always rile him up when told about similar behavior on a Tuesday. Well, he's been with his dad for 2 days now. This one dad did not mess around. This child listened to and respected dad much more than mom, because he disciplined him. He held him accountable. Mom's interpretation of his behavior was his dad's fault, not her son flying off the handle in her care because he knew he'd get away with it, unlike at dad's. Well, when he's with that child, his behavior gets worse. It doesn't. Similarly, well, what did that child, any child, do to him when told about altercations with other children? You see the point. Nothing was her son's fault. Nothing. And he knew that. When she told me he had been diagnosed with ADHD, I wasn't nearly as surprised as she thought I would be. He's now in our after school program, and our driver overheard his 1st grade teacher, oh thank God, when she saw that she, van driver, was there to pick him up. Even his school teacher can't handle him in class, I have heard from the grapevine. He also had a younger sister, who's been kicked out of another school, and was well on her way to being kicked out of ours when I left. For her behavior also. She's only 3. Examples include peeing on a teacher when she didn't get her way, hitting and kicking other staff, etc. She is her brother except worse in some ways. I have more stories about more children. And this child, if there's interest. Oh God, when he's with Johnny he behaves badly is so common. It's not Johnny, mate, it's your child. Your child is the one writing on the walls and punching kids and ripping pages out of all the books. Teachers, what's the darkest thing you've seen from a student? I had a student run in front of the school bus because he said he would rather die than go home. I also had another student touch an electricity outlet and try to shock themselves on purpose. I had another student tell me about his mother constantly getting into fights with neighbors. The mother ended up threatening the landlord with the knife. Police got involved. They were kicked out of their home, and they had to move schools. This same student would also come to school super tired and would sometimes sleep up to 3-4 hours in our classroom. He told me he was tired because he was in charge of feeding his baby sister and wasn't getting enough sleep at night. I asked my students to write a narrative fairy tale using common literary archetypes, which I had extensively taught. I had a girl write a story about a young girl whose mother repeatedly sold her for demons to use. Mom needed magic potions, but the demons would only take the young girl's secrets as payment for the potions. Eventually a hunting party found the young girl and rescued her. After a long search, they returned her to her king of a father and she became a princess. Later, I learned that my young author had spent 2 years in foster care while they tried to find her father. She left that part out of her fairy tale. I had a schizophrenic student who accidentally left a manifesto of sorts about the things the voices told him to do on his desk. It gave me nightmares. Assigned a horror story to the students, and was pretty lenient with the requirements. As long as it didn't have outright gore or gratuitous violence, it was fine. These were 6th and 7th graders, so I assumed they wouldn't go overboard if I blocked off typical blood and guts. One of my brightest students wrote legitimate existential horror. The main character found himself in heck because he committed suicide thinking he was worth nothing. Then, after a long and well-written discussion with a demon about the reasons for his suicide, found heck to be too boring to bear, managed to kill himself inside heck, and wound up in another plane, simply dubbed nothing, where he would live the rest of eternity as the nothing he always envisioned himself as. I'm honestly very worried for that kid. 7th graders rarely write about topics like that in such vivid detail. You could tell he'd pondered ideas like suicide and heck in extreme detail for someone his age. I really hope he's okay. Not a teacher, but someone who currently works with children. Earlier this year I spent a lot of time volunteering in local organizations, mostly shadowing child protection workers, and although my expertise is children, they worked with older kids, teens. These kids took a liking to me and learned to trust me quickly. It wasn't long before one by one, like falling dominoes, I was exposed to a lot of their self-harm scars. About 3 inches or 4 inches long patches on their arms of deep scars. Old scars, new scars added that morning. Over the couple of months I was there, that became a norm as they opened up more and more. The one that really struck me was this 13-year-old suicide note. He wrote it during a major episode. I personally think he suffers borderline personality disorder, but obviously I couldn't say anything, and couldn't remember a word of it. So he asked me to read it and tell him what he wrote because he couldn't face it himself. At that point I had become so desensitized that I didn't have the ability to cry. Instead I just drove home in deathly silence. Kid seemed down and I asked him to please tell me what was wrong. Not today, but when you're ready. I was his last class of the day and he promised he would. End of the year comes and he told me his brother killed himself. He said he thought about the same many times but always remembered that he had made me a promise. I made him promise to call me if he ever thought he might again, and he promised me again. He's doing amazingly well and is about to graduate from college. Doing amazing work. Recently lost a best friend to mental illness and makes a world of difference having someone like you in their social network. When I was still in college I was shadowing in a room with students with severe behavior problems. They were around 8-9 years old. One student looked me in the eyes and said, "The voices in my head are telling em to kill you." The teacher in charge motioned for me to move away and then told me to leave for the day because he would do it. She had just gotten back from having a broken clavicle. I've been reading these answers for over an hour, but what the heck? I can't imagine how horrifying it would be to have a child instill that kind of fear. I hope the teacher is okay and the kid got help. Not a teacher, but I remember in grade 3 a kid at recess would spend the whole period locating different bugs to dissect them with his hands. A nice enough guy aside from that, but it always made me feel uneasy seeing him do that with such intrigue on a daily basis. Hope he became a surgeon or something and not a serial killer. I had a former student stab his 2 stepbrothers yesterday. Also both former students. One died on the scene. The second died today in the hospital. The student had always been troubled. He was your typical screw-off kid. Definitely never expected this from him. However, it's not surprising. He had been arrested for drug-related offenses since high school. This time he tried to break into his dad's house. His stepbrothers tried to stop him, and he murdered them. Completely senseless. At first I thought the behavior I observed was normal, but I was concerned with the frequency. I'm a para, and I often take my kiddos to inclusion, specials, class within a class, act. I would often have to redirect distract a reg-ed kindergartner from masturbating in class. I reported this problem to her classroom teacher, who said a report has been made to CPS because that teacher, other staff and even classroom parents have witnessed the same thing on many occasions. A few weeks the teacher updates me. My concerns were valid. Her behavior was a result of sexual abuse. The mom was TMI with our school's principal, nurse, and the classroom teacher, making sure everyone knew the perpetrator was from the child's paternal side. I had a student who was waiting in the staff room to speak to my desk neighbor. The discipline teacher got a really weird vibe off of him and he had these empty eyes like a shark. My co-worker had a long conversation with him that I could only make out a little bit of, and he sat there completely disinterested, kinda staring into the void. So when he was dismissed, I asked her what had happened. She proceeded to tell me that he had basically been running a campaign of social and physical torture against another kid in his class. Spit on, beat, made to do his homework, and other typical school bully stuff of course. But he also forced the kid to strip to his underwear between classes and tried to encourage others to point and laugh. Because Japan, The classmates just pretended it wasn't happening. The little psycho called and texted him constant demands and even made the kid do his laundry. It was like he was trying to break him down psychologically. I told my co-worker I wouldn't be surprised if he murdered someone someday, and she nodded very gravely. Not a teacher, but I went to an alt-ed school after getting expelled from a traditional high school. There were two moments that really freaked me out. One, I lived in an area of California where the primary gangs were around. We only had Bloods on site until a member of the Northerners got transferred in. The first day was mainly just a lot of red trash talking him. The second day he was pretty bold. He left his backpack open during recess and my teacher claims to saw something funny. Turns out he had a fully loaded revolver and was supposed to kill the other gang members at some point that day. Cops came and took him. Don't know what happened after that. 2. We had a motivational speaker come my senior year. This one girl, S, was always extremely quiet. I think assembly was to cover some self-defense stuff. I don't honestly remember. He said something around the lines of, "Remember, if you ever think your life is in danger, to get help." S started laughing hysterically, like everyone staring in total confusion. She couldn't stop and they removed her from the assembly so the speaker could finish. Saw S again a few years later and she looked much more put together. Turned out that she had been abused and it caused suicidal ideation. She was doing some intensive therapy for a while. Got into a safe living situation. All those things. I was happy for her, but I don't think I'll ever forget that laugh. It was Joker level excessive. P.S. Before anyone asks, I got expelled for a boring reason. Technically not a teacher. I taught little kids how to play soccer as the assistant coach. There was this kid I'll call E. This guy was in elementary school, like first or second grade, but he had this slightly off-putting vibe for the whole season. I just ignored it and did my best to coach him, but one day during practice he walks up to me and says, "When I grow up, I want to be a serial killer, and you'll be my first kill." I told the parents what he said to me and I can't remember what they said since it was quite a few years ago, but I do remember that they didn't seem to care all that much. The weirdest part is that he acted fairly normal, but just had the off vibe. The comment he made was so out of nowhere that I was completely shocked he would say something like that. I'm pretty sure he moved away or something because I haven't heard from the family in forever. Even so, I still kinda feel paranoid about what he told me. On a lighter note, it's my 18th birthday today and I haven't been murdered yet, so I'm doing pretty well so far. One time when I was teaching a US history class in prison, some students were asking how abortions were done before it was legal. So I mentioned a few methods and finished with, "Then there's the age-old method of accidentally falling down the stairs." A student at the back piped up, as serious as could be, "That one still works. It saves $5,000 but costs 12 years. This is written like a really dark joke. My wife said the darkest she's seen so far is a kindergarten kid telling his mom he was going to kill her, his mom, and the mom shrugged it off like it wasn't a big deal whatsoever. It was shocking at first, but I got used to it because it was a continuation school. This student would show up high on H while his baby mother was in the other room with the moms and their babies during caregiving. I am a 7th grader teacher. Shortly after Christmas break I had a student in my class call in a bomb threat one day. He made the call while skipping class to make an unauthorized bathroom break with a few other students. He thought he was being smart by making the call over the net through a VPN. We went on lockdown for the day. Local police brought out dogs to sniff. It was chaos all day. Somehow, the call was traced. Since it was a school threat, DHS got involved. They traced the call through the network and routed it back to him. At least, the kid was already on probation and just had his ankle monitor taken off. Last I heard, his father was refusing to post bail for him. He may still be sitting in the JDC. High school teacher. Our first writing assignment of the year for seniors is a college admissions essay, where they have to write about an obstacle they overcame to make it to where they are now. One of my senior girls turned in an essay about being drugged and gang raped at a party the previous summer. Said essay also included how therapy was helping her and how the boys who raped her were being prosecuted, but that was rough to deal with. Parents were super nice and supportive but suggested she find something a little less intense to write her admissions essays about. first day of school, I pick up this little girl from kindergarten to do a one-on-one session with her because she has a learning disability. She introduced herself adorably and then goes on to unknowingly describe a grudge match style melee that took place the night before that involved her dad and the police inside their house. Tables breaking, yelling from all directions, cops everywhere. She was so young, I think 4-year-old, so she didn't even realize what she was describing to me. She was smiling the whole time. This was the first kid I picked up that day. Welcome back. I'm a teacher of kids with emotional disturbances and behavioral difficulties. I've normalized the dark crap they do. There was one kid that was next level though. He was 9. Could not be around other kids. Had to put him in a room by himself with a teacher and a teacher's aide in the name of providing education. The room was essentially a cell. There was nothing in it and you couldn't get out without a key. The boy was extremely violent. He wasn't able to wear shoes because he'd hide razors and weapons in them. He had the lining of his pants, shirts etc. and stitched because he'd hide weapons in there too. He'd try to cut our wrists with them given the opportunity. We had an expert come in who advised us to wear long sleeves so it wasn't a visible target. He started going for our throats. When he didn't have a weapon he'd throw feces at us. He was horribly verbally abusive. Sometimes he was okay and calm though. He had pet lizards that he loved, and a vaguely disturbing YouTube channel where he showed himself petting them. Too hard, but he was obsessed with them. The age of criminal responsibility in my state is 10 and we were really just waiting until then so he could go to prison. He ended up attacking his siblings too often so his dad moved with him to a farm. I don't know what's happened to him now. I answered a question like this before that took off a bit. And I have so many stories I don't even know where to start sometimes. One of my kids smiled while pushing a child down the steps of the playground. He also would kill any bug he'd come across, even squeezing the worms we got for them. After speaking to the parents they admitted to him running down a sidewalk and straight up stomping on a frog. We quickly acted and thankfully after a couple of months of empathy practice he was fine. It was one of my best accomplishments to date. Wouldn't say it's the darkest thing but it was upsetting to me. I'm an early childhood educator and I was working in an infant toddler room and had a child who was the epitome of love me or I'll scratch your eyes out. We had to watch her around our youngest kids as she would grab them by their necks and squeeze. If one child decided they didn't want to play with her she would bite and scratch them. Once I was changing a child and couldn't leave the changing table to separate her from hitting and kicking the other children. So I had the other kids come as close as they could to me. The little girl then took a book and while looking me dead in the face tore that book to crap after I'd asked her to stop. I asked for help from my co-worker and she refused to help me. After that I kinda threw in the towel and whenever I could asked not to have her in my group as we clearly butted heads. Group of 13-14-year-old boys held down another boy in the locker room and sodomized him with a pipe. A girl came to us teachers and said a boy in the 8th grade was decapitating bunnies, kittens, etc. and leaving the headless corpses on her doorstep for her and her family to find on the way out the door. A dude even posted about it on the gram. This happened around 10 years ago, so the details escape me now. I had this one guy in freshman university English. He was vocal about being Christian and tried to steer almost every conversation towards faith and whatnot. Pretty overbearing about it. Sometimes. One day at the end of class, I noticed that someone had left their notebook behind on their desk. I figured I had better make sure it got back to them. So I looked for a name. Nothing on the outside. So I opened it up. There were all these explicit stories about sexual violence, dominance, degradation, humiliation, etc. written in the first person. Some really disturbing stuff. After flipping through it, I finally found the owner's name. You guessed it, the hyper-religious guy. I didn't know what, if anything, I should do about it, so I just left it and noped out of there, and nothing was ever said about it. From my whole life spent in the Christian scene, there is no one more fricked up than Christian teens and young adults. My friends and their wives are into some extremely kinky crap. We had a kid who climbed the railing of the longest staircase in the building and kept threatening to jump because he wanted to die. He ran from the police when they came and ran across a busy street without looking or stopping for cars and nearly died. He was back at school the next day like nothing happened. I quit soon after. I sat stunned while a student masturbated inside his pants, looked at his hand, and wiped it on his pant leg. It was an 8th grader. I was a 21-year-old substitute. I taught middle schoolers for a summer ad camp. It was a high-end STEM camp for kids. This kid P was really young for this class. He was 9 and did some really good work when it came down to it. The usually super happy-go-lucky kid one day comes in looking super down, so I ask him how he is doing. He said that his younger sister Jay didn't like the eggs he made this morning and didn't want to eat his cooking. I told him it's okay that she didn't want to, everyone had their own tastes. It's awesome that he knew how to cook. He turns to me and says, yeah, I cook because mom and dad usually aren't home, and sister isn't always around. I asked what he meant by that and he said that his parents are often out of the country, sometimes for long periods of time, and the babysitter they pay for is only from after school to bedtime. I asked how he gets to camp and he said the neighbors drive him, but when they don't answer the door he Ubers. I almost cried then and there. I told my boss about it and she handled it from there. I don't know what happened to that kid, but I really hope he has all the love in the world. I had a student my first year teaching who I would often catch blank staring and even mumbling to himself. This student had an IEP that stated he had a hearing issue and I always chalked up the odd experiences to just that. That was until one day I caught him blank staring and then heard him say something. Couldn't make out what he said. I asked him what was going on and he told me the black man was telling him to kill again. Now as a teacher this obviously triggered several red flags and I immediately prompted for clarification. I said, what man? And what do you mean kill? He said the man in black and he wants me to kill. At this point my heart was beating out of my chest and I asked him where this man was. He stated the man was in the room and was looking right at us. After scanning the room and realizing no one else was in the room, I asked him to describe the man. He said he had no features and was just like a black shadow. He said he saw him all the time and he always told him to do bad things. It was at this point of being terrified I asked him to walk with me to the counselor's office where I could find someone to handle this problem that was outside of my expertise pay grade. I walked him to the office and told the counselor the entire story. It was at this point where she said, I know that one freaks me out, and explained he has a long medical history of mental disorders. I was like, are you freaking kidding me? Why would this not be included in his student profile and why was he in class with everyone else? Why do you not tell the teachers this? I had a million thoughts racing through my head. I explained that this was serious and I didn't feel comfortable having him in my class or the school as I think he needs serious help. Long story short, it got escalated up to the principal and eventually he was gone for several months to what I learned was a mental health treatment center. He did end up coming back and even returned to my class and was a lot more talkative. He really seemed to like me and explained that his visions and voices went away when he was put on medication. It still creeps me out to this day remembering that blank stare and terrifying words. A student told me he had been to 35 schools. Every time he did something terrible his parents changed his school. The day before he asked me to help him turn himself in, he had tried to rape and kill a litter of kittens. He killed them all and his brother walked in him. He planned to go home and to murder his family unless I helped him to call the police on himself. He said I was the only teacher he had ever had who was not afraid of him. How I got him was that he had tried to stab a little girl for calling him ugly. He was stopped. 3 days later he returned from suspension with a gun, intending to kill the then principal. My own boss told me I was forbidden to read his CM folder. I heard this directly from a kid from our school program and while it may not be dark it was still strange to me. Had a 5th grader, at the time, who recently transferred to the same school as his little brother, 2nd grade at the time. They both had the same mom but different dads, yet had the same last name. Not the same as mom though. One morning the big brother talked about his family. I will list it out to make it easier to understand. His mom and his dad got together and had him. Things didn't work out so his mom ended up sleeping with his dad's other older son, his half-brother. She later has a kid with the older half-brother. This kid became his younger half-brother nephew and he was the half-brother uncle. It was the wildest thing I heard from a 5th grader. I wasn't sure if it was true or not but I felt like he had no reason to lie about it and I didn't want to question the mom about it since it was literally none of my business. This kid however did have some emotional issues and got so angry that he said he wanted to bomb the school when no one was around. Had a student banging her head on the wall at nap time and trying to scratch at her eyes saying I'm gonna stab my eyes out. I'm gonna stab me eyes out and nobody will even care. 5 years old. Child is doing much better this year considering. After several diagnoses, some medicine, and a change of environment home-wise. So, not a teacher, but I have one event that sticks out. Back in 1997-1998 I had this math teacher. He was old then, he had retired, but because there was such a shortage of math teachers he came back and toughed a few classes. So he was an awesome teacher, just about everyone loved him. So after a bit he told us about his life. His wife of 50 years has passed away, so teaching got him out. Also at 18 he was a ranger in World War II. He brought in pictures himself back then, still had his old uniform. You would not have guessed this because he was just the nicest person. However, there was one kid in our class that just did respect him, or any teacher for that matter. You know, the kind of kid that would just mouth off all the time for no reason. Just mean. He was big and used that to intimidate others. Anyway, sometime right before the end of the trimester, my teacher had enough. I don't even remember what set him off, but he went over to the kid and told him to stand up. I think the kid was expecting to be sent down to the principal or something. But no, the teacher said something to the effect of, when I was killing Germans, I didn't use a gun unless I had to. It's too loud. Number. I came up behind them and stabbed them in their heart. It was at this time. He not only said it, but demonstrated it. He grabbed then kid from, put him hand over his mouth, and using a pen in place of a knife went and stabbed at the kid's heart, stopping just in time. Then he told the kids, I used to do that to boys not much older than you, except I respected them. Just think about what I could do to a boy like you. After that the kid sat down, pale, didn't act out again the rest of the trimester. Well, that's one way to do it, I suppose. What a guy. Not my story, but a friend of mine worked with special needs children in a troubled area. Because she was young and female and the children were troubled, male teachers had to walk by her classroom every 20 minutes to make sure she was okay. One day she went to copy something, and the male teachers wouldn't check on her in there because it was a public space. She was raped by 3 of her students, all 11 years old. What the frick? Darkest thing a kid has done. Teaching 1st grade, and I gave the kids a fun little drawing activity. I gave them a coloring sheet of a house and they were going to color it in and write in the appropriate name of each room. Lil Eric drew 2 people hanging naked from the living room ceiling. One of them was dead while the other had a look of shock on her face and was pee herself. The murderers were standing to the side. One was nonchalantly taking a swig from a bottle while the other was taking a drag from his cigarette. What's this, a picture of Eric? Eric started happily waving and clapping his hands. The bad men murdered my naughty parents. Hehe. Look, I'm taking a bath up in the bathroom. I looked up to the bathroom and saw Eric taking a bubble bath and smiling in the tub. Darkest thing I saw from a kid related to family. My first year I taught kindergarten and we had a beautiful girl named Freya. Freya wanted to be friends with everyone, but if she thought anyone was insulting her or accidentally touched her, she would slam them to the ground, choke them out, give them a black eye, or bite them. Usually it would be a combination of those things. Well, after doing some investigating, it turned out that Freya was learning these behaviors from her father. Turns out Freya's father regularly beat her mom. Well, after doing some investigating, it turned out that Freya was learning these behaviors from her father. Turns out Freya's father regularly beat her mom. I work at a school and I hate how common this is. Had a kid who, by the age of 7, was taught by her mother to inject her, the mom, with H and naloxone. That girl took care of her little sister who was 5 years old. They lived with that crap for ages. Fast forward to approximately the age of 12 and the mom takes her 2 daughters to a hotel to prostitute herself for cash and buy drugs. She shoots up in the washroom and ODs. Unfortunately, she locked the door so the daughter who could have helped her couldn't get to her. Apparently when the EMTs got there, the door to the room was open. The youngest kid was wandering around the hotel, and the older daughter was screaming, I can fix it. I know how to save her. Mother died. Kids went into foster care. Daughters ended up separated. The oldest daughter started selling drugs in 7th grade, started bringing knives to school, and got violent toward others. She openly stated that her career aspirations were to be a drug dealer or a stripper. Two beautiful young girls, totally fricked by a piece of crap mother and absent father. Another one, our art teacher had an Arab student make a life-sized AK-47 out of clay and state that it was practice to kill all the whiteys. He didn't last long at that school. English teachers and professors of Reddit. What non-plagiarized paper was the worst paper you ever graded? Not English, but history. We'd just spent 2 weeks on World War II and the kids were supposed to write a summary essay on the major events. This kid genuinely believed that World War II lasted 2 days. The Germans bombed Pearl Harbor, and the next day America nuked Tokyo. I'm an English teacher, but this was when I was a TAFE or a Latin American Studies class. The final project was to be a research project about any Central American, South American or Caribbean country of the students' choosing. The topic was open, just had to be about something in one of those countries. One student turns in her first draft. The whole thing is about the country of Madagascar. When we told her it didn't fit the requirements of the assignment, she accused us of being too scared of the part where she discusses graveyards in Madagascar. Spooky. Not English but science. Year 8, so ages 12-13. Fairly simple general science end of term test. The kid had clearly decided to heed the advice to attempt all questions as we didn't use negative marking. So for every answer he didn't know he just wrote tubes. The best thing was that this included a question near the end of the paper that asked for a description of how blood was pumped around the body. I gave him half a mark. Well, maybe he vaguely remembered someone mentioning tubes and figured it must be relevant to at least one of the questions. My parents graded GCSE papers every summer. One year my mum got an English essay exam on which the kid had written, "I don't understand the question, so I'm going to write you a poem," followed by said poem and an elaborate drawing of a tropical island. He got a D. I teach chemistry, not English, but they write one big paper as a write-up after a long lab. Anyway, I had this one student, let's call him Joe, who was a pain in my butt, constantly late, disrespectful to his classmates and me, often just ditched, so he was way behind. Anytime I'd call on him during class his answer would be hydrogen. We could be talking about molecular structure. I'd call on Joe to tell me how a transition metal like iron was structurally different from a halogen, and still that's what he'd shout. Fast forward to the end of the year and the long lab write-up. All the kids, including Joe, have done the lab. I give rubrics, clear guidelines on what I expect them to discuss, and a deadline. A deadline comes and they're all submitted through Google Classroom. I start reading. I'd made it through about 10 of them, and they're okay. The kids gave it a decent shot. Then I get to Joe's essay. He literally typed the sentence, "The answer is always hydrogen," hundreds of times, enough to reach the page length requirement, and he'd done it with the correct headers for each section. 2. I was impressed with the amount of effort that had been put into screwing his grade away. This, truly, is my time. I was a teacher in a high school. I taught some lower achieving kids in an English class. They were around 14-16 years old. One kid, Paul, was particularly bad, not through a lack of intelligence, but effort. Paul is also a native English speaker. This is important to remember. Paul did not submit his persuasive essay when it was due, and continued to fail to submit it for another month and a half. I kept reminding him, phoning home, emailing other staff, etc. Paul, who was the only pupil who did not submit his essay, believed I was picking on him and singling him out. Finally, in what I can only imagine in a fit of sudden inspiration linked to this belief, I received the following unceremoniously submitted 400-word masterpiece. Is teacher buzz? Perhap. Yes, perhap. It was also all typed in a funky, bold, jagged font. Here is a brief summary extract. Is teacher buzz? Perhap. In my experience, teacher is very biased towards me for no reason. It went on about what he understood to be the faults in the teaching profession for most of it. However, another particular highlight was where he stated teachers can be racist, as reports have found. He proceeded to never reference this or go into detail about racism reports ever again. Paul was also white, just putting that out there. I still freaking have that essay. Obligatory. I am not a professor, but I once was in an English class with several papers that had to be peer reviewed. One of my classmates wrote a 15-page paper that was, for the most part, barely comprehensible. But the real kicker was that she directly quoted Santa Claus 2 in a final paper for a college-level senior capstone. A real person quoted the 2002 Tim Allen Christmas comedy, Santa Claus 2. We also had to discuss each other papers in class afterward. Awkward. Geography teacher here. I teach 18-year-olds. I had assigned a scientific paper of about 5 pages long. Topic was chosen from among the chapter on space. Had a student write it on the subject of the moon. Went off on the good start. Different theories of how the moon came into existence. Then suddenly she switched into astrology. It was so smooth I didn't notice until a full paragraph in. I had to explain her why she failed. Not a professor, but one of my classmates once wrote and presented on this wacky jumble of conspiracy theories about the Illuminati. The paper was bad but the presentation was awkward as frick. He was doing numerology on the chalkboard to demonstrate that the Pope was actually the Antichrist and that George Bush was one of his minions. It would have been funny, but I'm pretty sure he was schizophrenic. Everyone just got really quiet, including the professor. We had a kid like this in GR 10 Canadian history. Went into a rant about how Chrétien was an anarchist and planned to undermine American democracy by not sending Canadian troops to Iraq. He stole my topic, to which was Chrétiens and the Iraq War. There was a girl who wrote about how the English language was only partially accessible to women. Not like that men had dominated the English language in terms of publishing or less censorship, but as in there are words and phrases that are 100% incomprehensible to women because of genetic differences between men and women. I was a creative writing English major and for the most part we had to peer review our classmates' work. We had to provide positive criticisms. Early on, it became apparent that people were majoring in creative writing because it was an easy A. I remember critiquing some papers and the only positive thing that I could come up with was "I like your punctuation." That made my teacher laugh out loud in class. These quotation marks, how beautiful, yet simplistic. They speak of your past, your future, how you live your life. Your entire being clearly went into these exceptional quotation marks. I had a student in freshman comp who in her final research report based off of the novel Frankenstein used the thesis, "Genital manipulation of human beings in laboratories is wrong because God says so." No, that's not a typo. Genital manipulation, and apparently she had used find and replace, because that was the way it was through the whole 8-page paper. She clearly meant genetic manipulation. But every single instance of the phrase genetic manipulation had been replaced with genital manipulation. After I hauled myself out from under the desk in my office, where I had slid because I was crying with laughter, did I really read the paper? Apart from the crappy thesis, the paper had not a single decent source, no real argument, and the organization was chaotic at best. Worst part, I had had multiple individual conferences throughout the semester with the students to work on thesis statement and developing arguments. She never bothered to come to a single one, and was P when I failed her. I'm not a professor, but I was in a master's program for the last 2 years, and I had to peer review a classmate's paper. Holy crap, we were supposed to write a persuasive research essay on an effective way to make college more affordable. I was lucky enough to peer review a classmate and co-worker who already possessed not 1, but 2 master's degrees, and he was somehow on his way to a doctorate. I'm honestly still perplexed trying to figure out how he got those other 2 degrees. Anyways, the paper was littered with grammatical errors. My favorite of those was when he started making up words and talked about the problem of student indebtedness. He probably meant indebtedness, but he used it incorrectly multiple times, so make what you will of that. He also referred to the student debt problem as an extra layer on students' frustration cake. Yum. This person was a veteran, and at one point in the paper, he talks about the terrorist attacks of 9/11/11. I understand that that's a single number typo, but also, if you're going to state that as your reason for joining the military, at least proofread it like you care about what happened that day. The good part, however, was his actual argument. For some reason he was arguing that college should be more affordable, but only for veterans. You mean the GI Bill? He said that we could make this happen by simply cutting the salaries of professors and giving that money back to the students. We're going to save colleges and universities in America by failing to pay our professors, everyone. Not a teacher, but a math teacher in our school graded an IBSL math examination, and out of 90 marks on the test, she was able to award 1 mark. It wasn't for lack of trying either. Whoever wrote the exam tried a solid amount of the exam, except they literally didn't get anything but 1 question right. Actually a former English teacher, current English professor. I can't think of a single worst, but here are some crazy ones in my Hall of Fame. 1. When I taught 8th grade, I had to insist that a photo of a koala bear off Google Images would not serve as a proper paper title. 2. Just a sad one. One student half-assayed a paper with a fully MLA formatted first page, 2 sentences, and an "I'm sorry, Mrs. Lancer Landshark." 3. The paper wasn't bad, but despite going over APA title pages at length in class, I had a student who turned in their APA paper with a teal and turquoise book-like Ms. Word cover template that was gaudy and had very little of the required info. 4. I can think of many where the writing was just poor or didn't have proper grammar, but one goof from a recent semester sticks out in terms of errors in writing. The student did a good poetic analysis of the poem Because I Could Not Stop for Death, cited it correctly as by Emily Dickinson, yet all throughout the paper referred to the poet as Elizabeth Dickinson. Also, in one that doesn't at all count amongst my worst but maybe one of my most memorable, I assigned a paper with the goal of arguing successfully for both sides, then mediating it as an advancement of lessons in argumentation. Most students chose from a list of very serious and difficult to solve problems, but one student requested to do a paper on the hot dogs sandwiches debate. It was an impeccable paper that did reach a nice mediation, but it was also incredibly memorable among papers on drug epidemics and immigration questions. Hot dog kid is going places. I was a chemistry TA, and a lot of students would include silly details like how much they liked their lab partner in their first report of the year. One student took this to the next level by writing out a log of his whole day before doing the experiment, what he had for breakfast, the bus he took to class, how he was 3 minutes early, everything. This was at the university level. Can't say he wasn't thorough. I teach a different subject, but a student turned in a paper that was a little shy of the length requirement at first glance. Then I started reading it. It was the same several paragraph, original, passage repeated over and over, sometimes with slight variations, for the whole length. I'm studying to be an English teacher, and had to do group peer reviews with classmates. One girl didn't have a thesis, didn't have any clear arguments, and had a 3-page paper that was 2 paragraphs long. The paper was supposed to be a proposal on how to fix an issue in higher education, and I couldn't even figure out what her problem was, and she had no proposal. The best part? After her and her friend went for the peer review, they left, leaving me and another girl to finish alone. When we got to the part to list feedback from our group, we both left clear comments about how our group left us. Studying to be an English teacher, her and her friend went, cough. Not a teacher, but I peer reviewed the essay short story of a classmate of mine in my junior year of high school. We were supposed to write about a historical event from the perspective of someone who was there. For example, I wrote from the perspective of a court stenographer in one of the McCarthy trials. This girl decided to write about the first Olympic Games, but seemed to have a basic lack of understanding of history. Her story, which, again, was about the first Olympic Games, from the perspective of an athlete, involved texting, cars, and was absolutely laden with pop culture references. In addition to this, every I was lowercase, and the whole essay was center justified, because of course it was. I'm not sure if I'm remembering this correctly, but I swear it was in Comic Con or something like that. I didn't want to tell her that her entire story was terrible, because I'm weak, so I just told her to check her capitals and punctuation, and things like that. God, peer reviewing someone's awful work is the worst. I don't know if it's necessary, but I always feel the need to tiptoe on the direct issues like, oh, I don't think they actually had all that stuff back in 1896. I just want to tell them I'm not trying to make any enemies, but your paper makes me want to commit sudoku. Not a professor, but I had to peer review a bit for my scientific writing course in my first year of college. It was a level 200 class, so there were a few sophomores and juniors. The way how it worked was that at the beginning of the semester our professor had assigned us to groups of 6. During the peer review session she would staple the papers together according to group number and give it to different groups so we wouldn't grade our own group's papers. Around midterms we had to write a mock proposal for a scientific field of our choice. Had to be at least 6 pages long with headings, abstracts, materials, hypothesis, etc. The one who wrote the best proposal got a Dunkin' Donuts gift card. I found one of the juniors' proposals and oh my god, she only wrote 2 pages, had no discernible format, used a typewriter font, had no headings, and it was just her blabbering on about how herbal medicine helped her mental illness. There wasn't any real conclusion because from what I could tell she didn't even have a hypothesis. There was so much wrong with the paper that I just moved on without writing anything. The real kicker is that she always promoted her self-published book on our class discussion board. P.S. I won the gift card. Methinks there's a reason it was self-published. Obligatory, not a teacher but for a lesson one time we were supposed to grade some AP tests to get an idea of what the test would be like. The prompt was like tell about an achievement you made or something. I received a paper that went something like this. Growing up I loved basketball. I would play it all the time. I really enjoyed the game, and I still play it now. I play basketball during the day. Sometimes I play basketball during the night time too. Basketball is fun to play, just on and on and on. About 100 different ways to say they play basketball. Anyways, I gave it a 2, 1 being the lowest and 5 being the highest, only due to the fact that it had no grammatical errors. Turns out that person received a frickin' 4. Ah frick me, I wrote a stunning essay on the advantages of multilingualism and only received a 4. I for real wish I could have saved that paper because I was so dang proud of it. My time has come. I teach 10th grade English. One girl wrote the world's worst paper. It was incoherent, 5 pages long, had no claim, and was mostly plot summary. It was unreadable. I hated every second of it. I didn't know how to grade it, so I handed it to my co-teacher and was like, you deal with this mess. He gave her a 55, which was generous. So this is a failing paper, right? We handed it back. I thought it was over. A different student turned in a paper, like a week late. I started grading the paper. I reached the second page, and I had this horrible epiphany. It was the same horrible paper. I couldn't compare the 2 papers, because I didn't have the original, but it was the same unreadable garbage. I stopped reading, gave the second version a 45, and moved on. Then an entirely different student, who is not friends with either of the original students, turned in a paper. It was like 2 weeks late, but I agreed to grade it. I got like halfway through the first sentence before I realized it was the same goddamn horrible paper. I almost died. These were all handwritten, so each student rewrote by hand all 5 pages of garbage. I know they were all copied, because they had the same weird spelling errors. I have no idea why any of them thought distributing and copying a paper that had already failed. So I had to read the same piece of garbage paper 3 times and it was so unpleasant. They were supposed to write an argumentative essay based off of an article they were assigned to read, and they were supposed to be 3-4 pages. One of my students turned in a paper very loosely based off of a completely different article, and were therefore making a completely unrelated argument to the prompt I gave them. It was maybe half a page, single spaced, center aligned, and legit written like a really bad advertisement, complete with text speech. So imagine her in a spa ! 1. Taught at a community college. Last paper for Engel 102 was an argument paper. I stated on the directions no stupid arguments like the Holocaust or Sandy Hook didn't happen. Student turns in a Sandy Hook denial paper. Gave her a 55%, which was an F, which put her final grade at an F because of a whole bunch of other crap the nut didn't do in class. One of the sentences was something along the lines of who can blame the crisis actors for doing what they did? Every person just tries to help themselves. We had this one engineering ethics course at my uni that's essentially e-learning, but we had to write an essay at the end. Someone from a year below me put a recipe for pancakes somewhere in the middle and the professor replied to him that he'd have got a passing grade if the recipe'd been any good. I taught 6th grade and asked my students to write 1 paragraph about the novel they are reading. I had a student turn in cat. It is about cats. Near pond. No name I think, and then a drawing of Sonic the Hedgehog. God bless that child. Probably the one that talked about how the most important result of Columbus discovering America was coffee being introduced to the old world, because I just can't live without Starbucks. Okay, so this wasn't a bad paper except for one little thing. I teach high school and one of my students wrote a paper on economics. As I'm reading through the paper, in the middle of the sentence, she wrote Mr. Funky Monkey 233 as a P and then kept on going with the sentence. I was obviously a bit confused, so I circled it, drew a frowny face, and wrote "See me" on the top. I gave it back to her. She reads it, and is dead silent. All the other students leave the classroom and she just starts bawling. She's sobbing that her cousin proofread her paper cause he's in college studying economics and she asked him for help. He must have put it in without her noticing. Her cousin emails me owning up to it because he thought she was gonna get heck for it. Peer review, and people who don't read the book and then write 3-4 pages. It is obvious they didn't read it. You can also tell who just used Spark Notes. Plus, at teachers who make tests intentionally obscure to screw kids who only used Spark Notes. Frick off. I actually read the book and the questions reference a single sentence in a 200-page book expecting kids who read the book to remember, but kids who used Spark Notes to not remember. If you are going to make questions that obscure, don't write a test. Instead have them pull quotes from the book in a paper. I missed a question and the teacher said, and that's what you get for using Spark Notes, when I legit read the book and never remembered reading that one sentence. Honestly, I read the book and then hit up Spark Notes to see what I forgot because I have terrible comprehension. I'm good with reading and writing about the book. I just can't remember certain details well. My son's English teacher phoned me to discuss one of my son's exam papers. He'd answered one question, written underneath it "This is the only good question in the paper," and spent the rest of the time annotating the exam paper to illustrate why he thought all the other questions were flawed and why sitting the exam was a waste of his time. It was quite creative, in its way, and somewhat postmodernist and structuralist, but at secondary school they're not really looking for that. My sympathies, Mrs. Riley. Not a paper, but an exam. Quite a large chunk of the grade. The student never paid attention, or didn't care. It was EFL classes, and he was forced to go by his parents. His answers for questions on the exam were other answers copied in from the exam. Even his essay question was simply him writing every question. As a high school French teacher, I have students do short essays on historic French topics. They need to present them in class, using as much French as can be expected. Not much for first year, much more for fourth year. I never know what the papers are about until the presentations. One year I got 3 essays on Napoleon, one on Michel de Montaigne, the father of the essay, and one on dolphins. Freaking dolphins. Apparently the last kid had Google translated the French word dolphin, saw that it could mean dolphin, and went with that. The word is historically used in French to describe the heir apparent to the throne, because the flag used by the next person in line for the throne had a big ugly fish on it. But this kid just wrote about dolphin habitats and food preferences. The worst paper I ever personally wrote was for a college French elective course about pop culture. It wasn't too serious a class, and the professor wanted us to have fun. I wrote about the connection between the trash American faux rock documentary film Eddie and the Cruisers and the French poet Arthur Rimbaud. Since Rimbaud is referenced in the film, it wasn't too much of a stretch. I talked about both the poet and the protagonist going into exile, real and perceived homosexuality, and how both men were spurned by lovers before penning masterpieces called Season in Heck. But, yeah, it was so crappy. I wish I still had a copy. Essay on the themes in Anne Frank. Referred to Anne as both Anna and Annie. Said the British bombed her home and that is why she was found. No one knows where she died and she might still be alive. This was an essay on the themes of the diary, not a drunken autobiography. I wanted the student to discuss the themes of survival or growing up or fricking something that wasn't an insane ramble that confused the story of Anne Frank with the story of Princess Anastasia. Good ol' Anastasia Frank. The best paper I ever received was simply this. I'm sorry, mister. I tried. I have failed you. He didn't finish his paper 100%. One of my favorite kids of all time though. Wasn't my class, but a senior last year showed off the 94% he got on a paper arguing that Beowulf was reincarnated as the protagonist from The Road. He also had another paper that he got a 91% on comparing Hamlet to communism. The senior English teacher on our staff is a moron. I wrote a story about how there is no whale in Moby Dong and in fact it's just a gay party on a boat. Got a 90. Bad formatting -10. It's not all about the prompt. Sometimes the prompt is there just to get you started. Not a teacher but one of my teammates got 14 on one of his uni assignments. All you have to do is hit the word count, vaguely talk about the subject and reference moderately well to get a 40, which is considered a pass over here. Needless to say, this is the second time he is resisting second year. I'm entirely not surprised that I'm one of the first English professors to reply. I have so many terrible essay stories that they all kind of blend together. Everything that every other post has described is my normal day to day, so after a while, the remarkably terrible become the norm. I worked for a history professor in college and helped grade some simple assignments. One such assignment was to watch videos in the library. There were a bunch of tapes to choose from, and answer some questions about the video, along with a 1-paragraph summary for each video. Easy, except one student turned in an assignment that was so poorly written, it literally made me ill to try to read it. Punctuation that didn't make sense, crazy spelling errors, random capitalization, absolutely no sentence structure to speak of. It was awful. I gave it back to the prof and told him I couldn't even read it. He told me I was overreacting but that he'd have his wife grade it instead. The next day he told me she couldn't read it because it made her ill to try. SMH. I think he just failed the assignment altogether. I'm not an English teacher, but for a while in college I was a biology TA. To be honest, none of the papers were anything to brag about, and you only had to do it to get full credit. But there was one paper that made me cringe throughout the entire reading of it. It was so painful, I wanted to fail it even though it was just a completion-based assignment. The prompt was evolution, and this kid, for one thing, the paper was turned in handwritten, in his own handwriting, which was absolutely awful, on notebook paper. This is a college course, at a good school, after 2010. There is no excuse for that. And second, the entire paper was on how he didn't believe in evolution because he was a good person who believes in the Bible and no good person who believes in the Bible would believe in evolution. This was a religious school. I'm not convinced you can't believe that God didn't just guide evolution and create man that way, but I am convinced you're an idiot who hasn't listened to very good evidence if you don't believe in evolution. Also, sorry for formatting. I'm on my phone. It was a religious school after all. He should have the highest grade. School counselors of Reddit, what is your job really like? Emotional band-aids. Serious issues arrive and we either have to file a CPS report, refer to outside agency, or contact parents. Dealt with variety of things. Cutters in 5th grade. Domestic abuse witnesses. Suicide outcries. These are not everyday occurrences, but frequent enough, for the most part, are not certified to deal with these hardcore issue, so thus the referral out. Daily basis it's guidance lessons on bullying, self-esteem, healthy living, respect, etc. Also students come in when they just need someone to talk to. A big part of my job is also identifying students who might need to be referred for special education or dyslexia assessments and processing the paperwork. Oh, and meeting with parents and teachers. That's a big part too. Helping teachers with discipline issues. Talking to parents about how to better help their child at home. Love the job. College and career readiness versus emotional support counselor. Making sure students are taking the courses they need to take. Ensuring they are on track for graduation. Help them with the college application process. Versus being there for the kids when they have questions about life or when things go wrong and they could use someone to talk to. A lot of the replies here are sour, but they need to understand it's a tough job. I don't envy the counselors at my school. It's tough to develop that one-on-one relationship with 600 kids, 5 counselors. Like you have 5 counselors for 600 kids or each has a 600 student caseload, 3k total. Not me, but one of my friends was a school social worker. Her job consists of mediating students who were not getting along, providing support to students that were struggling either academically, socially, personally, and facilitating group bonding activities from students. I'm currently in a master's program to become a school counselor. Your role in a school really depends on what age level you're working with. Elementary school counselors do much more classroom lessons where they can reach more students. High school counselors do more scheduling and college career readiness. Across all grade levels though, school counselors are there to support students with academic or socio-emotional issues. There are many factors that hinder the effectiveness of a school counselor. Many schools give them additional tasks that are not in their job description, like coordinating state standardized tests and having them discipline students, which can destroy rapport. The American School Counseling Association, ASCA, recommends that the student to counselor ratio be 250:1 in order for the counselor to be most effective. Some schools have over 600 kids for one school counselor. In short, school counselors are there to support students in any way that they can, but their job is not easy. If more people understood their role, maybe we could get more school counselors in schools. A counselor that knew the secret to getting kids to properly fill out scholarship applications would be worth their weight in gold. I'm a little late to this thread, but my mom is a high school counselor and boy does she work. She spends a lot of her time at the end of each semester creating schedules for her students next semester. She works at one of the smaller schools in our county, but she still has to create roughly 220 schedules a semester. She also spends a lot of time meeting with students having personal issues and doing what she can to help. She recently received a grant to train a therapy dog that she takes to school with her daily to help students who are having meltdowns in her office. Aside from that, she runs a number of clubs such as NHS and for a while, the jazz band, and teaches a Good Beginnings class. Good Beginnings is a program that helps pregnant high school girls prepare for motherhood and provides them with a support community so they don't have to face the difficulties of teen pregnancy alone. She helps plan and run a majority of the school's ceremonies and created a character development program that won her a few awards. She also runs a Facebook page that posts scholarship opportunities for high school seniors. Outside of school, she will often take responsibility for struggling students. The amount of extra siblings she's brought home over the years to help out is incredible. We even fostered one of her students for 6 months when she fell on hard times. I've been out of the house for a while now, so there are definitely things I'm missing here, but what she does for her students is incredible. School counselors often get a bad rap, which is really quite sad. I've never met anyone who works as hard as my mom does for her students, so if you get the chance, thank you counselors for all the hard work they put in. Chances are, they don't hear it enough. Some great answers here already, but from your typical American school. Elementary school. If the school district is progressive enough to have counselors, you are essentially an assistant principal, special education teacher, counselor, social worker, or any hat you need to wear that day, running lunch groups, coordinating 504 plans, IEPs, preparing kids for middle school, working on social interactions, and really anything to fill in the gaps for what these children are not getting at home. Middle school, 504s, IEPs, behavior interventions, peer mediations, planning for high school, college and career planning exploration, severe mental health concerns, for example, cutting, depression, anxiety, again, wearing whatever hat you need to that day. High school, in most school districts, planning high school schedules, college planning, paperwork, and more paperwork. Some schools are starting to take the scheduling aspect out of the job, but most are heavy in the standard guidance counselor job description. School counselors are one of the most underutilized parts of a school, and teachers administrators misunderstand what they should be using them for. TLDR. Most schools are starting to move away from the guidance counselor model of the guy or gal that sits in their office all day doing schedules and coaching sports teams, to moving to a school counseling model of actually providing students with time to meet one-on-one or in groups to talk and work out problems in their lives. High school counselors are heavy on paperwork for college. I interned as a school counselor for a semester during college. Most of it involved meeting with students who weren't doing very well in school, like skipping or failing classes, or trying to meet with their parents to let their parents know what was going on. The focus of a school counselor is to get as many kids into college as possible. Yes, we would mention vocational school, but there was a huge amount of pressure to push college. I also had to do a lot of charting. Overall, it's a good job. You have to put up with a lot of teenager drama, but as long as you keep good boundaries, it's kind of fun. In elementary school, my counselor would take all the kids with divorced parents out of class for special lessons. We had to draw each parent's house and talk about our feelings or whatever. She also did awesome puppet shows maybe twice a year. Middle school, I only saw the counselor once when I got expelled and once when I got to my new school. High school, they're actually super supportive, and at least for my school you could go see them any time of the day and get help with test scores, college, finances, social issues, home issues. It was basically free therapy. Hey, I remember this. Seriously though, school counselors are at the mercy of their school administration principal. If the principal doesn't know that a school counselor is the most educated person on the campus, then the counselor will be underutilized. So a school counselor needs to ask a principal what they know about counselors' abilities. Most don't know crap about counselor preparation. You must make it what you want. We had counselors in my high school, but I honestly didn't know they were also there to help you with your mental emotional welfare until the end of my senior year, when they had us rate them and their services. I thought they only processed transcripts and dealt with academic issues like setting you up for summer school if you failed a class or something. Not exactly a counselor, but at a primary school I took the children who had more difficulty learning aside every week or so. Quiet prods to get some information about home life. How have you been sleeping? But I never had anything serious to deal with. But lots of little things between kids would spark something big enough for me to have a converse. I don't know, they were very forgiving to one another, especially when they could find someone else to side against. Usually me. But yeah, the gig turned out to mostly getting the kids to do catch-up worksheets on the same stuff their classmates were doing, but in like a 1-on-5 setting so I could be more attentive. School counselor here. When I actually get to be a school counselor, it's great. I get to talk to students about a wide variety of issues they're having, help them resolve problems between themselves and with other adults, and get to do class lessons on social and emotional issues. I also run small groups and do some school-wide PBIS things. I work at a very understaffed elementary school though, so my ability to do my job is hindered by the many additional tasks I was assigned to do that take my time away from the students. I'm making the move to high school next year, but will miss being an elementary counselor. Currently have 1 year left for my Masters of Ed Psych degree, school counseling. But during our master program we also have to work in a practicum and an internship in the schools. As a school counselor, our main responsibilities are as follows. Guidance curriculum. This is where the counselors go around to each class and present a lesson plan to every student. Usually ranges from college and career readiness, bullying, navigating middle school, etc. Individual planning. Each student meets with their counselor over the course of the school year to discuss where they are academically and to plan ahead for the future. Responsive services. This is one of the more common responsibilities of a counselor. Here we are dealing with the everyday occurrences within the school. Bullying, disruptive students, fights, etc. Essentially, we are there to put out fires. System support. This is where we are attending training seminars and PBIS meetings. Positive behavioral intervention and support, to learn how we can better serve our teachers and our students. The grade level you work with does determine what I would be doing more, however. For example, at the high school level, my responsibilities consist more of making sure kids are on track for graduation and prepared for college, whereas in the middle school, we are more focused on getting kids on a good academic path. I'm a high school counselor. Definitely a big focus on making sure that students are on track for graduation requirements, but you need a counseling degree for the job, so it's nice to be able to use therapeutic skills when students need help getting through the day. People want to hear about the fricked up stories, and they happen, but it doesn't define my job very well. I'm a school social worker in California. Went to grad school for my MSW with an emphasis in schools my last year of the program. Had to get a pupil personnel credential as well. My job is great. I love working with the population and each day is somewhat different. Some of my duties include individual and group counseling, leading class workshops and assemblies, parent workshops, linkages to resources for families in need. I also respond to crises and conduct threat assessments and make CPS reports on occasion. I work with admin and teachers and suggest specific behavior interventions that might work best with specific students. I also track infraction and behavior data throughout the year in order to follow trends and student behavior and see how to make things better at our school. So many different jobs in one, which makes it so enjoyable. I would say at our campus, almost 50% of 5th graders have cell phones. Incidents involving cyberbullying and things of that nature increase every year. Couple of years back we had a student asking girls for booty pics on Messenger and posting pictures of joints. It's an interesting generation growing up with all this technological access this young. I am currently in my master's program working as a school social worker. My job usually consists of collaborating with the administration, principal guidance counselors etc. to find out what kinds of programs or events we will have and who will be inviting to the school. After those meetings are done, I meet with students either in a group or individually for counseling. Most of them are struggling in school, whether it be because of an issue at home, school or mental health, and we work on bringing them to a level where they are ready to learn and engage in the classroom. We usually meet and talk about video games or sports or other hobbies and eventually trail into some deeper issues. Sometimes it gets boring and repetitive, but other times I am so impressed by what many of these students have to say. Every so often I have to deal with some drama or issue that gets annoying, but most of the time I am always excited to see these students and hear about their lives and try to come up with solutions to help them when they need. I work as a student counselor in the Netherlands on a high school for middle-class education, age 12-17. My work mainly consists of guiding students who struggle with behavioral problems, psychological problems, drug abuse, child protection in some cases, and basically anything you can think of that would be classified as a serious problem. My office is situated as a timeout zone for children that get removed from the classroom by the teacher. They get a note written by the teacher that tells me the reason of their removal, and they get work for the remaining time of the class in question. I usually talk about what happened and offer advice and issue the consequences of their actions as forms of detention or extra assignments, which I then communicate to the class's mentor. I also register the students who were absent without a proper reason during classes and call them out on why they were absent. Lastly, I just walk around the school in my downtime to speak to the students in an informal manner to ask them how they are doing at home or talk about their hobbies and such. Just making small talk to get a proper bond with the children so they know where to go when they are facing tougher times. As a counselor, I really feel like you should make rounds outside of your office to get yourself know to the students. I love my job, and seeing my students develop is amazing in such a small amount of time, even though the job can be pretty rough at times. I've worked at a number of schools in different grade levels. Every school really is different as far as school counselor duties are concerned, because admin will have different expectations of you regardless of your job description. This is where unions should come in, but don't. I've ran counseling small groups, classroom guidance lessons, taught sex ed, surprisingly fun, parent meetings. Parents do not understand what bullying really means. Planned career days, led assemblies, individual counseling, provided turkeys for Thanksgiving, and gifts around the holidays. It's a rewarding job, and I preferred it by far to when I was a teacher. The worst part for me was handling discipline, which is not what a school counselor is supposed to do, but you end up doing it, especially in the elementary level where you are more or less used as an underpaid assistant principal. I also had to write numerous sexual harassment and bullying reports and had to make those tough calls home. I'm now at a teenage and adult level, and I prefer it by far, even though I make less $. I am a school counselor in a low-income rural school. I do everything from wash students' clothes and provide them with a place to take a shower to sitting with them while they are interviewed by law enforcement and CPS. There is no average day for me. Some days I help groups of students figure out how to get along or how to just coexist with people they don't like. basic coping skills that they are missing from home. Some days I am listening to a student tell me they are suicidal or harming themselves and have to make the calls to parents and other agencies to help them get the services they need. It can be an incredibly stressful and saddening job, but some days you get to win. No matter how small, it reminds you why you are there to begin with. Not a counselor, but commenting because I'm interested. I had 2 school counselors who were absolutely incredible human beings and really helped me through some stuff. I once had a student who was sexually trafficked walk into my office to tell me she wanted to commit suicide. I had to ask her to step outside for a few minutes because I had state testing materials in my office that needed to be locked up first and be kept secure. I was able to see her about 5 minutes later, and as she talked I couldn't give her the attention she needed because in the back of my mind I was thinking about all of the testing responsibilities I had to take care of. That's basically how every spring semester goes for me. I am a TAE for the counseling center at a high school. Lots of kids coming in with drama and just want to vent about it. I have seen multiple people come in that wanted help and were suicidal. Also a shot ton of people here just to drop classes. There is most likely more that goes on that I don't see. My school counselors just handed out pregnancy tests and asked the couple's girls what they could learn from this scare when it was negative. It was a waste of talent. My stepdaughter is starting college this fall and wants to do this as a career. Thanks for the insights. I'm forwarding this thread to her. I'll answer on behalf of my wife. She works in a very low income district. She deals with CPS regularly. These kids' home lives are not good. The only meals they have are at the school. She basically tries to show these kids some care and attention, while teaching them proper ways of socializing in society and dealing with their emotions. She also tries to make sure the kids receive the help outside of school they need. When she was in HS, it was more HS drama, but also being prepared for dealing with crisis situations and helping kids with depression, on top of helping them with their post-HS dreams, and creating a schedule for the school. I'm a mental health counselor contracted for Baltimore City Public Schools. I have a caseload of students who I see weekly for individual, family, and group therapy sessions, and I do classroom presentations programs, and crisis intervention, among other things. Individual therapy sessions are from 20 to 60 minutes depending on the student's willingness or energy and my own available time. It's incredibly demanding but rewarding work, and shows you how resilient kids really are. I've had a student go through his trauma narrative and it made me feel worse than he did because of the horrifying things he experienced. That happens a lot. My job is mostly to give them coping skills while building up their sense of self, because there's only so much I can do to change them while being unable to change their circumstances. My mom has been a counselor school psychologist for about 35 years. She has experienced so much: suicides, car accidents involving students, family financial issues, broken homes, abusive parents, family members, mental health problems, and so much more. I can't imagine how she handled all the stresses of one school, but still having to come home to 2 kids to take care of. I really can't wait for her to retire because she deserves it. I worked as family liaison before moving into teaching. It's the closest most primary schools in England have to a counsellor. It was basically chasing things up all day. So a teacher reports, online system, the Billy came to school in dirty clothes. I first check, if I don't know off the top of my head, are there any other concerns regarding Billy? Dirty clothes aren't a problem by themselves. But if the boy is repeatedly coming to school having had no breakfast, for example, as well as having dirty clothes, then that might be a cause for concern. Where there is a child we in school are concerned about, I check up on them throughout the week. I meet with parents a lot to talk to them about healthy eating, how to access benefits, how to access the food bank, behavioral problems they are having at home, that kind of stuff. I would also liaise a lot with other services like doctors, social services, etc. There's a big push that organizations share information. How was the wedding? Did you give Megan a nice gift? Not a counselor, but I did coaching as a college student. Basically student counterparts of a counselor. The term coach was used because being a counselor meant having a license. It was an effective program that allowed students to open out more because they were talking with a peer. Clients usually voiced classroom problems, teachers, grades, stuff like that. Some family problems and occasionally love problems. I've had some cry while we talked and you could really feel that some of them have been wanting to really get it out but no one to really talk to about it. When we feel that a client case were out of our capabilities, we refer them to our counselors, but I haven't had an experience. We coaches also had regular talks with our counselors to look out for our well-being as well. Can't go around talking to clients if we ourselves are not emotionally capable. Overall, it was a fulfilling experience. I made sure to have a client once per week. I believe mental health is just as important as physical health, maybe even more. I'm a school counselor from Singapore and I have a master's degree in counseling, together with a diploma in school counseling. I work with students aged 6 to 12 and my role involves supporting students with social, emotional and behavioral issues, from anxiety, anger and emotional regulation, bullying, relationship issues, grief and loss, self-harming behaviors, abuse to trauma. I don't do assessments or testing as I'm not qualified to do it. I do screenings and reach out to external agencies to help with a more comprehensive and detailed assessments and diagnosis. Some of my other school counselors work with older students in a different school setting, involving different issues such as substance abuse, gangs, gender orientation, career guidance and eating issues. When I'm free, I'll do my rounds, catching up with students at common places, check in with them on the current issues or gossip. I also get close with the more problematic ones to gain insider info. Looking at trends and data gathering, I conceptualize and plan targeted guidance sessions for individuals as well as groups. Collaboration is key and hence frequent interaction with teachers, key personnel as well as parents are necessary. Good relationship with these stakeholders are necessary in order to get things accepted and done. Working with them can be a challenge though, as some are ingrained with old, tried and tested methods, with some pulling their rank over me. Teachers are more premium. I do attend monthly clinical supervision sessions together with other school counselors. It is during such sessions that we seek how we can improve our counseling skills and better conceptualize our cases. Some of us are certified to use a particular counseling modality, though it's not mandated. Most of us have received training in several modalities so that we have a variety of tools to work with the different issues faced. Many times I'm asked to perform tasks that is not within my job scope. Trying to explain to them about professionalism and qualifications can be viewed as uncooperative. A lot of times, it can be a lonely and unappreciated profession as there is only one of me serving the entire school of approx 800, due to increase to 1,400 in 3 years' time. Sometimes I do reflect and ponder what it is like to be a counselor in a different setting, or maybe in a different country. Dreams. One of my best friends used to be a student therapist at my college. He couldn't tell me too many details, obviously, but I know he really enjoyed working with the students and helping them through their issues. There were a few clients he had that, after session was over, he openly wept in his office because of what the client had said. I thought about going into this field for a while, but I don't think I could handle that part of it. I wouldn't be able to keep it together when it counts the most. If you are new to the channel, you can subscribe. I publish new videos every day. Until then, check another video. Bye for now.